हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा फास्ट रु 10 सेप्टेम्बर पर्यंत जो सब करंट अफेयर अच्छी आम देखा मेमोरी साहाय्य एवं ये सब जहाँ सब देखा आपन ओएसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम आपन को हेल्पफुल हम। चलो स्टार्ट करवा। देखो रिलायंस हैज बिकम द फर्स्ट इंडियन कंपनी टू क्रॉस हाउ मेनी बिलियन डॉलर इन एनुअल रेवेन्यू इन द ईयर 2025। आंसर होची स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड 125। देखो 2025 रे से 25 अछि सेटा आपन को टेक्निक कोन हला से 25 रहबो केवल एक को जोड़ी देबे हला 125 बिलियन। ओके नेक्स्ट, which country has closed its 3 land ports to India after India stopped export? अच्छा एटा किन करिवे देखंतु आपनकर एटा एबे क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन दुईटा कंट्री सहित भी चलची। गोटे हला आपनकर बांग्लादेश एबे नेपाल भी हेलानी तेणु आम कंट्री जो पाखरे अछि हला बंगलारू बांग्लादेश ही जी हला तेणु सेटा कोन आपनकर मन रखिथिबे सब बेले दीदी आमर किए ममता बानर्जी सब राग राग रखती तेणु ये भी सब जमी राग रखती से बांग्लादेश राग रखिकी कौन कर 3 लैंड पोर्ट्स गुड़ा को ये कर क्लोज कर तेणु से आइडिया जब धरवे आंसर आप आखि आगे पलि आसो। नेक्स्ट, where did the Indian Army restore traffic by building a flood damaged bridge on the Tevi river in just 12 hours? ओके एटा अब आपन को जम्मू हला एटा केमते आपन करिवे फ्लोडेड डैमेज्ड ब्रिज अछि हला आपन एबे देखिथिबे बेसी बन्या कोठी छि प्राय जम्मू आपन उत्तराखंड एगो जगह रही छि हला हिमाचल प्रदेश एगो जगह छि तेनो सही भी तो खोजी कि आपन मारी परिबे आंसर जम्मू ही छि आंसर। ओके तबे तवी रिवर आपन कोठी छि जम्मू रे ही अछि हला टिके जदी आपन ये करिवे कोन कहला स्ट्रैटेजी को जिबे ताले विभिन्न रिवर ना उडा अछि सेइठो आपन आंसर कर परिबे। नेक्स्ट, which country's prime minister Ahmed al-Rahwi has died in the recent Israel airstrike? I mean अरे जानी जानी बहुत recent question हला airstrike गुटा हला जे सेटर से स्पेल करले एमएन से तोडा नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन हला आपण पई किछि ते ने बट जदी आपण जे टेक्निक चाहू छने म कहि दोछि देखंतु एठी म कहूछि मु को मन रखा पई कोन टेक्निक अप्लाई करबी ना एठी लिखा अछि रहवी हला WI अछि ना अछि WI हला WI रे WI जते जो W देखि देला म आखे आगो पळे आछो Y काहे कि आपण XYZ हला लास्ट अक्षर सब तेणु मते खोजिया W अछि माने XYZ Y आसी गला W आसी गला तेणु XYZ म खोजले पाइ जिवि। तापर GST council is planning to impose how much more GST on high end item and products like tobacco 40%. एटा हमर मन रखा पड़िबो। तापर नोआखाई महोत्सव 2025 is the major agriculture and cultural festival for which state ओडिसा रे जाने छन नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन। Reliance has committed to ambitious goal of the achieving the non net zero carbon status by which year? एटा होची 2035। अच्छा एटा देखो जो रिलायंस आसिला केबे कहले आपण 2015-16 बेलू आस जाइतला हला तेणु से निश्चित भाव में से लेवल ही से टार्गेट रखियो से दूर पर्यंत पहुंचा पाए तेणु एटा 2025 गलानी पाखापाखि आपनकर 9-10 वर्ष गलानी तेणु से नेक्स्ट आउ 10 वर्ष रखिछि आइडिया करी कर देबे ठीक आइडिया है जिवो। Next question, when each small industries day celebrated every year to raise awareness about the small scale industries? 30 August. तापर प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी will attend which SCO summit in Tianjin, China on August 31st. That was 25th. Next, what percent India has GDP growth rate reached in the first quarter of the financial year 2025-26? 7.8. What percent growth has been recorded in the India industrial production index IIP in the July 2012? 3.5. Recently, which court has constituted a special investigation team SIT to investigate the Ambani family's Bantara wildlife facility? That was Supreme Court. अच्छा बंतारा जो गोटे समथिंग कि अनंत अंबानी गोटे छाड़ी वीडियो कौन पे बंताराटा बेसी इम्पोर्टाट था बोली कौन पे से करिछन बोली ताको इन्वेस्टिगेट करिया पे के सुप्रीम कोर्ट दिचन निर्देश। ओके एटा को चिंता नै काना एते डिफिकल्ट नै मन रखि जो हला। नेक्स्ट, Which state has announced financial assistance rupees 10,000 to every woman to start enterprises for her choice? एटा होची बिहार. आगो बिहार इलेक्शन आछे ना जण बहुत गुडा एबे आसी गुडा. नेक्स्ट, bilateral trade between India and Russia has reached a record how many billion dollar in the financial year 2024-25? 68.7 billion. The theme of National Nutrition Week 2025 होची eat the right food for a better life. अच्छा मन रखा पे केमती ना आपनकर न्यूट्रिशनल वीक अछि आपण कोन करिवे ना न्यूट्रिशनल कोडा फूड जाउची लाइफ जाउची दीटा एटा मन रखा आपन फूड अछि लाइफ अछि हला फूड अछि आ आपण फूड दिले ही लाइफ अछि जदी खाद्य देबा ताला बचि परिबे ए जिंस मन रखले आपण न्यूट्रिशनल रो मीनिंग ता डिपेंड करले आंसर अछि अन्य उठके देखिबेनी असुविधा हो. नेक्स्ट, what is the name of the new AI powered video generation tool recently launched by Google? सेटा होची नानो बनाना. एटा जानथि आपण बेसी डिफिकल्ट नै आपण चैट आपण जेमिनी जेतबेले जिवे AI सेही भीतर आपण नानो बनाना लिखाइ छी आपण दिके पढि दिले मन दिजो. Next, fruit production in India has increased from 866 lakh metric ton in 2014 to 15 to how many lakh metric tons in the year 2023-24? 1129 lakh metric tons. According to RBI data, India's foreign exchange reserve fell by $4.38 billion to how many billion dollars in August 2025? 690 billion. Which state has topped in the state energy efficiency index 2024 released by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency B.Ed? एटा होची महाराष्ट्र. अच्छा एटा केन मन रखिबे देखंतो ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी हला देखंतो ए जो अछि हला कोन कहले ए जो B.E अछि ना हला मु आपण कहिछि जेता बेले महान राष्ट्र कथा महाराष्ट्र गुटी भांगी दी महान राष्ट्र को महाराष्ट्र कहउछंदी हला मु भांगी को जाला एमदी किछ नै महान राष्ट्र रे जदि आपनकर B.E बुझि गले ई अछि एटा को जदि मु ईटा को जदि टिके 90 डिग्री बुले देबी हला आपण कोन हे जबो एम हे जबो ना नै एम हे जबो तण आपण एटो गोटे क्लू पाइ गले बी टा को बुले दिले मोर एम पाइ जिबी आ जेहेतु महान राष्ट्र तण डबल ई अछि डी टा एम माने महान राष्ट्र अछंदी आंसर महाराष्ट्र. नेक्स्ट, on the occasion of the SCO summit the prime minister has met senior general Min Aung Hlaing, chairman of the state of security and peace commission of which country? से होजन म्यांमार रहला. SCO summit से मिसमेट करले senior general Min. अच्छा से कोन जनरल मिन देखो याके मन रखा मिन से मिन माइंडेड टिके सब बड़े मिन माइंडेड एम आई एना हमें जदी एम आई अछि ना एम आई रो जद मीनिंग जा एम वाई रो मीनिंग भी सही एम आई एम वाई. ओके तो एम आई एम वाई आंसर म्यांमार. ओके नेक्स्ट, recently in which episode of Man Ki Baat program did Prime Minister Narendra Modi address the country? एटा 125 मेरा मन रखा बड़ी एटा कंपलसरी पड़ी करे. नेक्स्ट, by August 2025 sorry, horticulture production has increased from 280.70 million tons in 2013-14 to how many million tons? 367 million tons. By whom has the India Electric Mobility Index IEMI been unveiled in August 2025? अच्छा एमे नित्य आगडा टिके देखुची काइना इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर आसे इलेक्ट्रिक कार आसलानी इलेक्ट्रिक चार्जिंग बोर्ड सब लागेनानी तणोडा सब बेके देखुची टिके मॉनिटर करची केना नित्य करची. नेक्स्ट, India aims to reduce carbon emission by how many billion tons by the year 2030 sorry सेटा होची आंसर है 1 billion tons. Okay, next, what is the percentage growth in agriculture, livestock, forestry and fishery and the mining sector in the first quarter of the financial year 2025-26? 3.7. Next, how many lakh crore is the real GDP estimated to be in the first quarter of financial year 2025-26? 47.89 lakh crore. तापरे where has Semicon India 2025 been inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 2nd September? एटा होची न्यू दिल्ली है सेमिकॉन इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर ऊपर किछि जिंस अछि तणो निश्चित भाव सब कोठी जेते सब माने स्टार्टअप किसी जिनस प्रायतः दिल्ली ना मुंबई ना आपंकर बेंगलुरु ना हैदराबाद हुए तेणु मैक्सिमम जिनस 80% चांस आपंकर न्यू दिल्ली हुए जोड़ा मन रखिदेवे Where did the Minister of Jal Shakti organize a round table conference on the next phase of the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin? Okay, New Delhi. Put New Delhi. Next. Which position has India got in the Global Peace Index 2025? So, 115th person. Next. In which state has the Indian Army concluded Youth Kaushal 3.0 exercise to access the war preparedness in the difficulty climatic conditions? सेटा होची अरुणाचल प्रदेश किन मन रखिबे युद्ध कौशल 3.0 अच्छा युद्ध कौशल अच्छा देखंतु मु आको के मन रखिबी युद्ध करिवार अछि हला युद्ध करिवार अछि हला मते कोन दरकार अछि जण को डाकी नवार अछि भाई चल युद्ध करिवो ताहाले गुटे हला गुटे अछि अरुणा बेली गुटे लोक अछि अरुणा चल जीवा आ गोटे भी अच्छी हिमाचल अच्छी है हिमाचल हूँ ना हिमाचल माने कौन हिमा मालिनी सी के आसी पारे हिमा मालिनी के आसी पारे सी बड़ एक्ट्रेस सी कहीं आसो है अरुणा ईरानी बोली जड़े एक्ट्रेस थे सी छोट एक्ट्रेस से कौन अच्छे स्ट्रगल करार तेणु से जापारे तेणु अरुणाचल प्रदेश युद्ध कौशल जीवार अच्छे अरुणाचल जीवा ओके नेक्स्ट According to the RBI, private sector capital investment is expected to increase by 51.5% to how many lakh crore rupees in the financial 2025-26? 2.67 lakh crore. Next, which country has top in the world in the Global Peace Index 2025? Iceland. Iceland. मन रखे पड़े Iceland. अच्छा आइस ऊपर ठियाला आपण कोन ठियाई परिबे ना बट से कौन अच्छी पीस रे शांति रे ता मुंडर सब बड़े शांति आइस पैड लगे तो बोलता चल लोक मान टेंशन नहीं किछि विश्वास करबे रो एमती तो मन क्या पड़ियो कोन करी नेक्स्ट द इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक IPPB celebrated which of its foundation days on 1st September 2008 foundation day okay next Indian Railways has signed MOU with which bank to provide enhanced insurance benefit to railway employees which State Bank of India अच्छा Indian Railway भी बहुत popular State of Bank of India भी बहुत popular मन रख परिबे typical नहीं किछि about how many lakh a railway employee have a salary account in State Bank of India केते लोक मानकर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया अछि 7 लाख मन रखिथांतु आपनकर जदि दीटा जिंस जदि बुडी जीव इंडिया रे इकोनॉमी कोलैप्स कर जीव जे गोटे होछि स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया आ गोटे रिलायंस वाला नेक्स्ट द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया launched the beta version of Dash, India's first AI-powered translation platform for the development of a tribal language. अच्छा देखो तो इन्हें किन मन रखिबा ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज अच्छा ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज आपण जानथिबे ट्राइबल माने एक्चुअली बहुत पुराना से माने एक्चुअली लोक जंगल रे रहउतले प्रथमे हैला जंगल रहउतले तेणु से माने जितेबले सब जिनस ये टिके मॉडर्नाइजेशन है धीरे से जंगल आसी बुद्धि ये ठीक है तेणु ट्राइबल माने जो रही से माने भी किसी किसी अच्छे किंतु लोक मैंने आसछन तेणु एठी कौन से माने आदिम काल है तेणु आम देखा जदि या केमी कंक्लूड करवा ना ट्राइबल लोक तेणु आदिम काल से आसी तेणु आदि भानी आंसर वाला बुझिपारे टिके आइडिया कला आंसर आस नेक्स्ट After the great response of the textile industry, the government has extended the last date for the application for the PLI scheme till when? It was 30 September 2025. A contingent of the Indian Army has left for the US to participate in which edition of the Indo-US Joint Military 2025? It was 21st edition. Recently, the uncontrolled crowd of which country set fire to the Parliament House in protest against the huge housing allowance given to the MPs? Indonesia. ये दीटा मन रखिबे गोटे बेसी घटना है गोटे इंडोनेशिया गोटे नेपाल नेपाल भी पड़ी पारे नेपाल को भी ऐड करि पारे तेणु आप मन रखिबे एटा इंडोनेशिया एटा सेटा होचे आपनका सोशल मीडिया मैन नेपाल ओके नेक्स्ट Recently, how many chips designed and manufactured by Indian students were presented to the Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi? 20 chips. ହେଲା 20 chips ଦିଆଯାଇଛି ନରେନ୍ଦ୍ର ମୋଦିକୁ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, where will Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in the India Maritime Week to be held 27th to 31st October? ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଆଗକୁ ହବାର ଅଛି ଏଟା କୋଉଠି ନା, ଏଟା ମୁମ୍ବାଇ। ମେରିଟାଇମ୍ ମାନେ ଆପଣ ମନେ ରଖିଥାନ୍ତୁ, ଦୁଇ ତିନିଟା ସେଠି ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଚାଲାକ କରିକି। ଗୋଟେ ହେଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କର କୋଉଠି ଆସିବ, ବିଶାଖାପାଟଣା ଆସିବ, ଇଏ ନହେଲେ ମୁମ୍ବାଇ ଆସିବ ହେଲା। ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଦୁଇଟା ଜିନିଷ ଅଛି ପ୍ରାୟ। ଆଉ କୋଷ୍ଟାଲ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ଯଦି ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଗଲେ ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମେରିଟାଇମ୍ ଏମିତି କିଛି ହେଇପାରିବନି, ତେଣୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟ ମୁମ୍ବାଇ ମାରିବେ ହେଲା। ଆନ୍ଧ୍ରପ୍ରଦେଶ ବି ଅଛି, ବିଶାଖାପାଟଣା ଆନ୍ଧ୍ରପ୍ରଦେଶ ସେଇଟା ତ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, agriculture and processed food export reached approximately how many billion US dollar in the financial year 2024-25? 49.4 billion. In August 2025, the gross GST collection increased by 6.5% to how many lakh crore rupees? 1.86 lakh crore. India's current account deficit was how many billion dollar in the first quarter of the financial year 2026? 2.4 billion. ତାପରେ recently, which state government has increased the minimum support price of coconut by 2 rupees per kilogram? केरला करछि केरला। अच्छा देखो, केरला रे दुईटा फेमस, गोटा मस्टर्ड ପାଇଁ फेमस ଆଉ ଗୋଟା कोकोनट ପାଇଁ फेमस, बट मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस की करछि ना केरला करछि। जण जोटी फेमस जोटा समान सेटा करि परिबे होला। sorry. Recently, the construction of the Jaffna International Cricket Stadium has started in which neighboring country of India? एटा होची जाफना से होची श्रीलंका। अच्छा, मन रखिए कहीं एटा नियरेस्ट कंट्री तो निश्चित गोटे पड़ी पारे। नेक्स्ट, recently, with the aim of simplifying the indirect tax system, which tax rate of GST have been abolished by the GST Council, as it is 12% and 20%. Which of the following city has been declared the safest city globally in the year 2025-26? Abu Dhabi। अच्छा, safest city, safest। अच्छा ठीक अच्छे। अच्छा, आपको किन मन रखे मत गोटे कथा कहतु, आप मुस्लिम लैंग्वेज जानी आपण से माने माने पुओ की झील माने बापा को कौन कहती, अबू बिल डकती, अबू अबू हमें ये चाहिए, अबू हमें वो चाहिए, अबू ये चाहिए वो चाहिए कहते ना नहीं। अच्छा, तमें अबू मैंने बापा बोले बापा जदि अच्छा गोटे सिटी रे है निश्चित भाव सेफ ही रही खराब करने देवे कि अबू धाबी मन ना पूरा माइंड प्रिंट हो। नेक्स्ट, recently, which meeting of the GST Council was held in New Delhi under the chairmanship of Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman? 56th. Okay, next, the cabinet has approved an incentive scheme of how many crore rupees to promote important mineral recycling in the country? 1500 crore. India has announced how many e-scholarship to the Afghan citizen for the academic year 2025-26? 1000. GST Council has included health insurance in which tax slab of GST? 0%. एटा मन रखे बोथ एटा 100% कोट एग्जाम आसीबो। नेक्स्ट, according to the SBI research report, how many crore rupees in the annual revenue loss estimated due to the revision in GST rate? Around 85,000 crore. More than how many lakh hectares of standing crop have been destroyed due to the recent flood in Punjab? Around 1.48 lakh hectares. Which state government recently approved increasing the daily working hour in the private sector from 9 to 10 hours? महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट कर महाराष्ट्र पर से निश्चिंत किसी एपट सेपट काम करेंगे तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर रे कौन कौन कले ना इंक्रीज कर 9 आवर नहीं 10 घंटा काम करो तो करें। अच्छा, आज जब जुलाई 2025, हाउ मेनी लाख विलेजेस हैव कंप्लीटेड ड्रोन सिस्टम अंडर द स्वामित्व योजना? 3.23 lakh villages. According to the SRS report of the Registrar General, what is the current infant mortality rate IMR in the country? Around 25. When will the free trade agreement EFTA between 4 European countries and India come into effect? October 1st, 2025. Who recently released two latest report titled World Mental Health Today and Mental Health Atlas 2025? अच्छी WHO हु अच्छा रमन के कंदी वर्ल्ड मेंटल हेल्थ पुणी सह मेंटल अरे भाई मुझे मेंटल ऊपर बेसी डिस्कशन करछि सेटा किए मो किए सेटा हला किए एते मेंटल कथा चिंता करछि कहले हला आपण जति पछे किए मेंटल कथा हिंदी चिंता करछि किए सेटा हु इज दैट आपण WHO मन के What is the GST rate recently imposed on 33 life-saving medicine and diagnostic kits? 0%. Okay. In which year will the European Union India Summit be held? Year 2026. By what percent did FDI in India increase to reach 18%? 18.62 billion dollar in April to June 2025. 15%. What is the GST rate on ultra high temperature UST milk and pre-packaged and labeled product like paneer to cheese? Zero. India has now become the world's largest producer on solar energy. Third. One week each way both process चलना Next, the Namo drone Didi central sector scheme has been approved with an allocation of how many crore rupees for financial year 25 to 26? Around 1261 crore rupees. Recently, US President Donald Trump has asked the leaders of which country to stop importing Russian oil? European countries. European country मना करछंदी. Okay, Prime Minister Naveen Chandra Ramagulam of which country will be a visit to India from 9 to 16 September? से होची Mauritius. सेटा होची स्टैटिक जीके बा जनरल नॉलेज क्वेश्चन एटा पे किछि होसे दरकार नै जे मन रखि पार नांती तले म आपन को टेक्निक कोछि नवीन चंद्र देखो नवीन माने कोन नुआ चंद्र माने की चांद हला पुणी एठी आसले राम हला गोलाम भी आसिले तन देखंदो मॉरिशियस हला जोटी लोक मोरू बंची गले सेठी राम जेकी बंचे देले हला जोटी मोरू लोक बंचिले सेठी जेकी राम जेकी बंचे देले तनो ना हे गला से कंट्री ना मॉरिशियस राम जेकी बंचेले नेक्स्ट the National Cricket Minerals Mission launched in the 2025 has set a target of obtaining how many patents by 2030? So, 1000 patents. Which country has recently banned Facebook, X, YouTube, and 23 other social media platforms? Nepal जानी चंतड़ा मन रखती बेटा जदि भूल जाओ ताले कौन जेनेक्स बोली मन रखिबे हला आईडिया आसीबो. Next, the central government has set a target of achieving how many percentage of electric vehicles by the year 2030 under the global EV30 or the 30 initiative. So, 30%. More than how many crore ITRs have been filled in the India in the financial year 2024-25? 7.8 crore. Recently, Parliament of which country has appointed industrialist Anutin Charvirakul as the Prime Minister of the country? Thailand. अच्छा मन रखिबा ला के अनुतिन चारभिनकुल. अच्छा देखो अपन थाई मसाज के सुन थाई मसाज थाईलैंड थाई मसाज ओके देखो तो जो माने चालाक ए चारभिन नकुल को मु कोन कली चालाक हला चालाक कले देउने पढिबे जते चालाक बडे बडे देखा दियो जमन चालाक से माने जे थाई मसाज करी कि थाईलैंड बोली का से आपण कहिबे कि हां से माने कोन चुप हे रहबे तन जे चालाक से थाई कथा के कहिबोने थाई मसाज मु करछि बोली हला एटा हो जे मन रखिबा टेक्निक हला मन रखिबे आपण चेष्टा करले In which country did India and Singapore hold the 16 defense working group meetings? आज सिंगापुर. अच्छा ସେଇଟା ସେମ୍ ଅଛି ଆଉ क्वेश्चन ଯାହା ଅପସନରେ ସେବେ ଅଛି ମନେ ରହିଯିବ. ନେକ୍ସଟ the International Literacy Day declared by UNESCO is celebrated every year on which date? 8 September रे से सबବେଳେ कोन लिटरेसी डेट को ऑब्जर्व करा जाए यूनेस्को द्वारा. ओके नेक्स्ट where was Semicon India 2025 inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently? एटा न्यू दिल्ली କହିଥିଲି ମୁଁ Semicon conductor ଉପରେ ଜିନିଷ ଥିବ. Which state recently become India's fourth fully literate state after Tripura, Mizoram and Goa? से होची हिमाचल प्रदेश. अच्छा ना मन रखिया पड़े आपको आप स्ट्रिक्ट में सब स्टेट मन रखिया पड़े केते बड़े चेंज हो जो मन असुविधा मन रखिया पड़े. नेक्स्ट in which city was today dialogue next the conference of on global food security held on September 8 to 9 2025? है न्यू दिल्ली. प्रायः जिनस न्यू दिल्ली रे होची. न्यू दिल्ली मुंबई बेंगलुरु हैदराबाद ए जो मु चारटा कहितली सब बड़े सर्कुलेट होतो हला खाली मन रखिया पड़े न्यू दिल्ली कोठे अछि अन्य जोडा आसीबो किछि मन रखिया पड़े. नेक्स्ट who launched the book Operation Sindoor the untold story of India's deep strike inside Pakistan? से होची आर्मी चीफ जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी. एडा ही मन एडा आपण तो जानिथिबे से आर्मी चीफ अछन तो आर्मी चीफ जर करछन्ती ती सीधा बरे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर विषय कहि परिबे. नेक्स्ट how many crore rupees worth of Aadhaar authentication transaction were recorded by ODI in August 2025? to 1 crore. Okay तापर आसेला the 28th Asian table tennis team championship will be held which city from 11 to 15? एडा होची भुवनेश्वर. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत. आज हमें देखिबा 11th to 20th सेप्टेम्बर भितरे जो सब करंट अफेयर गुडा रही से सब आज हम डिस्कसन करवा विथ मेमोनिक्स हम डिस्कसन करवा. किंतु आज गोटे कौन है ट्विस्ट अच्छी. ट्विस्ट कौन मु सर्च करुच्ची मु जो मेथड रे एक्चुअली करंट अफेयर डिस्कसन करुच्ची जे याको याको लिंक करिकी केमिति आज मु सब जाक करंट अफेयर पढ़ी जीवी है. केवल जो करंट अफेयर द्वारा आपण मान को कष्ट लगुच माने मन रखा टे कष्ट अच्छी से गुड़ा को आप नोट डाउन करंतु. नोट डाउन करके कौन कहतु निजे मेमोरी गुड़ा जहाँ आप मन रखा चेष्टा कर जो मेथड बतई सेटा आपण मैंने लिखिकी कमेंट सेक्शन में पकातु. आउ जो मैंने यहाँ गोटे दशहरा ऑफर है दशहरा ऑफर अच्छी जो स्टूडेंट से लिखिकी पठेब माने सीरियसली देखिबो मु जो टेक्निक रे बताए सब मेमोरी गुड़ा जे करिकी निज कमेंट सेक्शन दबा ताको मु गोटे फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रे जो सब्जेक्ट ताको दरकार अछि तार पूरा फुल वीडियो मु ताको देबी माने पूरा से कोर्सटा पूरा फ्री ता पई हैला मु ताको देबी से ताको एक्सेस करि परिबो लाइफ टाइम पई हैला आउ पढ़ी पई परिबो भलो भलो फैकल्टी मानकर वीडियो मु देबी हैला. तेणु ये हला ऑफर आपण मान को आज मु कौन कर स्टूडेंट सर्च कर किए मो मेंटालिटी सहित सेमती काम कर पार्छ है. तेणु आज मु सब पढ़ी पढ़ी जाऊँगी आपण मान देखु. व्हिच नेबरिंग कंट्री ऑफ इंडिया सॉ इट्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर रिजाइन ड्यू टू द वाइड स्प्रेड एंटी गवर्नमेंट प्रोटेस्ट? नेपाल. हु हैज बीन इलेक्टेड as the 15th vice president of India on September 9, 2025? CP Radhakrishnan. When will Prime Minister Narendra Modi launch the Healthy Women Empowered Families campaign and 8th Nutrition Month? September 17th, 2025. Who recently won the Camel International Award 2021 given by the Arabian World Records? Yunus Ahmad. What percentage of India's gross domestic product GDP is contributed by the textile sector? 2%. Who recently chaired the cabinet committee on the security meeting to discuss developments in Nepal? Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Since its launch on January 17, 2025, the Sanchar Sathi mobile app has crossed how many million download by August 2025. 5 million. In which country was the 28th Universal Postal Congress recently held? UAE by United Arab Emirates. Where will the 20th G20 summit be held in November 2012? Johannesburg. RBI announced the issuance of 100 commemorative coin on September 13, 2020 to commemorate the birth centenary of whom? Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. In the Swachh Vayu Sarvekshan Award 2025, which city secured the first position in the category of the city with a pollution of over 1 million? Indore. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate India's first bamboo-based biorefinery project in which state on September 14, 2025? Assam. Where will the two-day National Conference on Holistic Development of Districts be held on September 11-12, 2025? Patna. Sebastian Lecornu has recently been appointed as the new Prime Minister of which country? France. India will participate in Japan 2025 multinational joint military exercise to be held from September 10 to 16, 2012, organized by which country? Russia. In which state has the 5-day Sunrise Festival been organized recently? Arunachal Pradesh. Where will the Indian Armed Force hold the Commemorates Conference? CCC. Okay. 2025 from September 15 to 17. Kolkata. According to the NCRB report for 2022, 13,444 students committed suicide, which is what percent of total suicide rate? 7.6%. Recently, who has overtaken Elon Musk to become the richest person in the world with a net worth of $393 billion? Larry Ellison. Okay. The global rating agency Fitch has raised India's growth forecast for the current financial year from 6.5 to how much? 6.9. The Gujarat Governor Acharya Devarath has been given the additional charge of Western Maharashtra, where has India launched the world's first digital tribal university, Adi Sanskriti, New Delhi, who has recently been awarded the Kid of the Year 2025 by the famous Times magazine? Tejasvi Manoj. The PM-eBus Seva PSM scheme aims to support the running of more than how many thousand electric buses across India between financial year 2024 to 25 and financial year 2028 to 29. 38,000. Recently, who has been appointed as the new chairman of the National Stock Exchange in Inajit Srinivas. In how much financial assistance has Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced for Punjab? 16,000 crore. Where? 1600 crore. 1600 crore. Where did the Indian Navy commission INS Aravali on 12 September 2020? Gurugram. The insurance surety bond issued for NHI contractor have been crossed how many crore? 10,000 crore. India has become the world's second largest producer in the fishery sector by producing how many lakh tons of fish in 2025? 185 lakh tons. Recently, which train has become India's fastest train running at the speed of 160 km per hour? According to ISRO, how many major world record has India achieved in space exploration? 9. Which country has appointed the world's first AI generated minister to fight corruption? Bania. Where was the first overseas campus of IMA Ahmedabad inaugurated recently? Dubai. Where will GJEPC organize the jewelry exhibition SAJEX 2025 for the first time? Which is Saudi Arabia. Who has been awarded the PM Narasimha Rao Memorial Prize for Economics postmortemly? Okay, Manmohan Singh. Next, in which city was the all-women sailing campaign Samudra Padakshana launched on 11 September 2025? Mumbai. Who will inaugurate the Bhairavi Sairang railway line in Mizoram built at the cost of over 8,000 crore? Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The PM Modi announced a relief package of 1200 crore for which disaster affected state? Uttarakhand. By which year has India set a target to achieve non-zero emission 2070? Since 2014, how much has the railway ministry allocated for the northeast region? 624477 crore. Who will inaugurate the fourth edition of World Food India 2025? Prime Minister Narendra Modi. India has announced how much special economic aid for Mauritius recently, $680 million. India and NTPC have signed a $126 million agreement for promote tourism in which state? Uttarakhand. By when does the India aim to achieve 500 gigawatt for renewable energy capacity 2030? Where was the third round of trilateral talk between India, Iran and America held? Tehran. How many important agreements were signed recently between Mauritius and India? 7. Under the PM Surya Ghar free electricity scheme, how many lakh families received free electricity? 20 lakh. According to the recent data, how much worth of the textile item did India export 2022, 23, 24? $34.4 billion. Which campaign was launched by the Indian Army to help flood affected region in Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir? Operation Rahat. Which country developed the world's first mRNA sensor vaccine? Heteronomics. Russia. By which year does the PM Surya Ghar scheme aim to install 1 crore rooftop solar plants 2027? The PM participated in an event in Assam to commemorate which birth anniversary? Dr. Rupen Hazarika 100th. Under which article has the Supreme Court recently recognized the right to housing as a fundamental right? Article 21. Which country will host the 5th Coast Guard Global Summit 2027? India. On 17 September 2025, PM Modi will launch the Swasthanari Sashakt Parivar Abhiyan and which nutrition month? 8th nutrition month. Which institute has recently inaugurated Da Vinci Surgical Robot for training and e-learning? AIMS New Delhi. Who inaugurated the 11th Commonwealth Parliamentary Association CPA Indian Region Conference? Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. Former Chief Minister D.D. Lapang, who passed away recently from which state? Meghalaya. Important body. Where will the 10th Ayurveda Day will be celebrated on 23rd September 2025? Goa. What rank did India achieve out of 16 countries in the World Competitiveness Ranking 2025? 41st. Okay. Next, what medal did Indian women hockey team win the Open Asia Cup 2025? Silver. In which state did PM Modi inaugurate a bioethanol plant in Golaghat, Assam? Justice M. Sundar has been appointed Chief Justice of which High Court? Manipur High Court. Where was the National Agriculture Conference for Rabi Abhiyan 2025 held? New Delhi. When will the GSI conduct a nationwide cleanliness drive under Swachhta Hi Seva 2025? 17 September to 2 October. Till August 2025, how many kilometers of rural road have been sanctioned under the PMGSY? 88.38 lakh kilometers. Which country is hosting the 89th General Meeting of the International Technical Commission IEC in September 2025? India. How many Indian heritage sites are in UNESCO's tentative list? 69. How much has the government of India allocated to promote private sector and R&D investment? 1 lakh crore. How many public grievances has the Ministry of Ayush resolved under the special campaign 4.01116? The Temple has declared which date as the National Day of Mourning for victims of anti-government protest? 17 September. India's largest modern sports complex was inaugurated by Amit Shah in which city? Ahmedabad. The Freedom Age military exercise involved the US, South Korea, and which other country? Japan. How many kilometers of national highways were built in northeast India by July 2025? 16207 km. What was the WPI based inflation in August 2025? 0.52%. What was the magnitude of earthquake that recently struck Assam and northeast India? 5.8. By what percent did India reduce the emission intensity of GDP between 2005 and 2020? 36%. Which country recently announced its intention to host the SCO Summit 2027? Pakistan. Acha. Who launched the passenger service day 2025 from Hindon Airport? Ram Mohan Naidu. Last question. Air passenger numbers in India are expected to reach approximately how many crore in 2025? 25 crore. ତେଣୁ ପିଲାମାନେ ଆଜିର ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିଲେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ ଯେଉଁଟା ଯେଉଁଟା ଆପଣ ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଏଇଟା ମନେ ରଖିବା କଷ୍ଟ ତାକୁ କ'ଣ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ନା କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ତାକୁ ତା ମେମୋରିକ୍ସ ଆପଣ ଲେଖନ୍ତୁ। ଯେଉଁମାନେ ସିଲେକ୍ଟ ହେବେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯେତେ ଜଣ ସେ ଲେଖିବେ ଯେତେ ଜଣ ଲେଖିପାରିବେ ହେଲା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରିୟ ପୋଷ୍ଟରେ ଦଶହରା ଅବସରରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ କ'ଣ ଫ୍ରି ଭିଡ଼ିଓ କୋର୍ସ। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मानक बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 सेप्टेम्बर 30 सेप्टेम्बर पर्यंत आपड़ करेन्ट अफेयर जहाँ अच्छी ताको आम डिस्कसन करेंगे 2025 मसीहार। चलो स्टार्ट करवा। व्हिच स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैज अनाउंस्ड 1000 पर मंथ फॉर 2 years to unemployed graduate? बिहार। व्हिच कंट्री recently produces 60% of the world's semiconductor and 90% of the advanced chips? Taiwan. What global rank did India achieve in rice production in September 2025? Second. Which company was awarded the contract for the India's first private sector strategic petroleum reserve in Karnataka? Mega Engineering and Infrastructure Limited. What is India's rank in the Global Innovation Index 2025 by WIPO? 38. How much financial assistance will be provided by Bihar government to registered laborers before Diwali? 5,000. In which city did Ashwini Vaishnav inaugurate a new semiconductor design office on 16 September 2025? Bengaluru. Who has been appointed as the India's next ambassador to South Korea? Gaurang Lal Das. Which Indian state became the first to issue ID card to SHG members? Tamil Nadu. Rajnath Singh is scheduled for a 2-day visit to which country from 22nd to 23rd September 2025? Morocco. How many gifts received by PM Narendra Modi will be auctioned online starting 17 September 2025? 1300 plus. What is the estimated global semiconductor market size by 2030? $1 trillion. Recently, how much did US President Donald Trump increase the application fee for H-1B visas? 1 lakh rupees dollar. $1 lakh. Where did BRO project Vinayak celebrate its 15th foundation day on September 21st, 2025? Kargil. Which state government recently decided to convey a special session of the Legislative Assembly to provide relief to flood victims? Punjab. Who issued a commemorative coin to the mark of the completion of the decade of the mark in India's initiative? Union Minister Piyush Goyal. Where did India recently organize a Dandiya and a Garba Ras event? Dhaka. who recently co-chaired the 13th meeting of the India-UAE High-Level Joint Task Force Piyush Goyal. Which European country's airspace was recently violated by Russian MiG-31 fighter jet? Estonia. According to the Hunur India Wealth Report 2025, how many families in India have asset worth more than 8.5 crore? 8.71 lakh family. In which state did PM Narendra Modi inaugurated a foundation stone for project worth over 34,200 crore rupees? Gujarat, Bhavnagar. Where did PM Narendra Modi review the progress of the National Maritime Heritage Complex, Lothal? Where will the Chief of the Defence Staff inaugurate the Tri-Services Academic Technology Workshop TSATS on September 22nd, 2025, New Delhi? Recently, the Election Commission of India deregistered 42 inactive political parties in which state? Tamil Nadu. Where did the 28th National Conference on E-Governance being on the September 22nd, 2025, Visakhapatnam? In which African country will India's first Indian defense manufacturing plant be inaugurated under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative? Morocco. In which state did PM Narendra Modi launch the State Livelihoods Fund Credit Cooperative Federation Limited, Bihar? Where will the 12th edition of the International Maritime Conference Gale Dialogue 2025 be held? Colombo. In how many locations across the country were the drug-free youth for a Developed India Youth Summit recently held? 2000. When did the new GST reform rates announced by the GST Council came into effect? September 22, 2025. What is the theme of the National Conference on E-Commerce NCEG 2025? Developing India Civil Service and Digital Transformation. Which ministry is celebrating the services fortnight September 17 to October 2, 2025 to mark the PM Narendra Modi's 75th birthday? Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Which state has recently banned the mention of the caste in public places? Uttar Pradesh. Who was recently appointed Chief Justice of the Patna High Court by the President? Justice Pavan Kumar. Which Foundation Day was celebrated by the Central Pollution Control Board CPCB on September 22nd, 2025 in New Delhi? 51st. Which company recently received the financial approval from the RBI to operate as an online payment aggregator, PhonePe? Which country was elected as the member of the Interpol Asian Committee during the 25 Asian Regional Conference held in Singapore, India? Where will the India's International Lights Conference 2025 be held on October 13th, New Delhi? How many lakhs of new members were added the EPF during July 2025? 21.04 lakh. Indian Coast Guard ship ICGS Adamya was commissioned at the which port of the September 19, 2005? Pradiport. Dordo village in which state became the fourth Indian solar village under the PM Surya Ghar Yojana? Gujarat. Who recently unveiled the logo and brochure of the Global Food Regulation Summit 2025? Union Health Minister JP Nadda. Which anniversary of Ayushman Bharat was recently celebrated by PM Narendra Modi? 7th. In which state was 21-acre Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Science City recently inaugurated? Bihar. Which country has launched the K-Visa initiative to attract global talent after the US increased H1B visa fees? China. According to the recently released CAG report, what is the number of states in India with a revenue surplus? 16. Which national film award was presented by the President Mrs. Draupadi Murmu on September 23rd, 2021? What is India's rank in the production of the rice, wheat, sugar, tea, fruits, vegetables and eggs? 2nd. Which country has recently suspended in the insurance of the tourist and the work visas for citizens of the 9 countries? UAE. Where did President Draupadi Murmu attend the awards ceremony of the 64th National Art Exhibition, New Delhi? What percentage growth was recorded in the index of 8 core industries ICI in the August 2025? 6.3%. Where will the 29th Conference of the Central and State Statistical Organization be held? Chandigarh. India's agricultural and processed food export have increased how many billion dollar in 24-25? 49.4 billion dollar. Which countries will participate as the partner country in World Food India 2025? New Zealand and Saudi Arabia. Who launched the Develop India Build-a-thon 2025 to promote innovation among school students? Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. India successfully test-fired which medium-range missile from rail-based mobile launcher system on September 25? Agni Prime. The tenure of the Chief of the Defence Staff CDS General Anil Chauhan has been extended till 30th May 2026. PM Modi inaugurated development work of Mata Tripura Sundari Temple in which state? Tripura. President Draupadi Murmu attended the award ceremony of which national art exhibition 64th? Which product has more than 50% share in Indian Railways total freight mix? Coal India signed a mutual recognition agreement on organic product with which country on 44 September 2025? Australia. What is the approval of cost of a capacity building and human resource development project 2277 crore? Yangtong declared the safest tourist destination in the capital of which state? Sikkim. How much does Indian Railways spend to earn 100 rupees in penance earlier 24-25? 98.32 rupees. How much package has been approved to revive India's shipbuilding and maritime sector? 69.727 crore rupees. India aims to become a global drone hub by which year? 2030. By financial year 24-25, Indian Railways is expected to carry approximately how many passengers? 7.3 million. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज हमें देखिबा आर्यन स्टेट स्पेशल ओडिशा कैप्सूल जो थे कि कंप्लीट नोट्स ऑफ ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमिक हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर रही छी। आपण को पई एडा जदी आपण माने जदी OSSC, OSSSC, OPSC, OUSSC टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम पे प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाबरे आपण मान को हेल्पफुल रहइबो। ता सहित आपण चैनल को प्रथमे सब्सक्राइब कर नियंतु, काइना एमिति कंटेंट आपण को बहुत बहुत आपण को फ्री रे मिलुची। चलो देखिबा ए बही रे गोटे भलो जिंस कोन अछि ना, मेरिट बूस्टर कंटेंट से माने बनै प्रिपेयर करछन जो मान टॉपर एजुकेटर आ आपण को एथे भलो जिंस कोन ना टाइम सेविंग और रिवीजन बहुत भलो भाबरे हे परछि। ता सहित आपण को बार बार आ किछि मेटल कने पड़िबो गोटे बही रे सब जिंस भलो अछि। आ ओडिशा कैप्सूल हैंड नोट रो गोटे फीचर्स चारटा फीचर इंपोर्टेंट कय गले आपण इमेजेस और इन्फोग्राफिक्स बहुत बढ़िया भाबरे अछि। जेमति आपण गोटे जहा गोटे इमेज रहला ताको बहुत भलो भाबे से दर्शाई छथि। से गोटे एक्यूरेट फैक्ट्स अछि, माने कोन पर केमति कोन आसला, कोन पर केमति कोन आसला, से बहुत भलो भाबे दी छथि। एग्जाम हॉल डिमांड कोन जो जिंस रखी छथि सेठी एग्जाम हॉल ए जिंस बहुत थोर पढितबे से माने गोटे सूची दै छथि। त अथवा बार बार तो रिवीजन करिवार अछि। तबरे मेमोरी बूस्टर माने आपनकर ए जो गोटे मनकर सेंसस गोटे डेमोग्राफिक पिक्चर देले सेतेरे कोन कोन पॉइंट बहुत जिन बाहर ताको हमको मन रखे पड़ो, लाइक आप माइंड मैप बढ़िया से कर तेणु बहीटी बहुत बढ़िया अच्छी। ता सहित आप OSSC सिलेबस ओडिशा इकोनॉमी, ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ओडिशा ज्योग्राफी, ओडिशा हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देइछन्ते। तेणु ए जिंस हमेशा 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देइ देइछन्ते, किंतु जो माने क्वेश्चन सेटअप करिवे से माने एक्चुअली टिके प्रोफेसर लेवल ला थांती हला। से माने उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी, रेवेन्सा यूनिवर्सिटी, आपनकर बीजेपी कॉलेज एवडा टिके लेवल से लेक्चर माने बननांती हला। तेणु से मन को जहाँ आसो से क्वेश्चन बनइबे न कि से देखिए 10th स्टैंडर्ड कौन आसो बोली हला। तेणु से बहुत जिन पचारि पाते क्वेश्चन तेणु आम जो देखा यार कंटेंट लिस्टा कह गले आप 34टा चैप्टर है डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल ओडिशा प्लस बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन को जब कहले 92 पेज टोटल 35टा चैप्टर अवेलेबल अच्छी आ गोटे गोटे चैप्टर सब पूरा ठीक पशुची जमी सिलेबस आपंकर है सेकेंड कह गले आपंकर कौन ना मुझको ये कंटेंट बहुत कंटेंट फ्री रे पढ़े देछि है जमी मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री ऑफ ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि नेशनल पार्क वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पढ़े देछि एनिमल हजबेंडरी ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि कम्युनिकेशन इन सिनेमा ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोफाइल ऑफ ओडिशा पढ़ाई जाइए एजुकेशन हेल्थ सेक्टर इन ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई जाइए एवं ओडिशा बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन पढ़ी देछि आ जेतिकी बाकी रहला कि चैप्टर सेटा सब पेड अछि माने कह गले सब जाक चैप्टर गुडा पाखापी 20 ରୁ 25 मिनट कि 40 मिनट भीतर बहुत चेष्टा कराई पूरा डिटेल रे बुझे सारी मैंने देखो ये पूरा आप जो देखिए टोटाल सब चैप्टर को मिसले 15 घंटार वीडियो माने 15 घंटे आपन पूरा चैप्टर सरीज आप पूरा मास्टर होड़िशा जिले कौन भी आप गोटे मार्क कटबनी है कहीं एत डिटेल से बड़े डिटेल देछि सब जिन पैसा देछि सेकंड कथा करना आम पाखे सब चैप्टर वीडियो अवेलेबल अच्छी है तेणु आम कौन कर फ्री सर्विस भी देचु किसी पेड सर्विस भी आम रखीचु देखो जदि आप पेड सर्विस ना पाई जाऊँ आप 50% आपन को एडवांस आपणकर ए रोचे एडवांस जो मैंने पेमेंट कर 50% डिस्काउंट रोचे समरी नोट माने अपन चैप्टर सरीबो जो दिन वीडियो देखिले अपन संगे संगे अपन समरी नोट मिल जाए पढ़ी देवे आप बेस पढ़ा दरकार नहीं डेली 12टा MCQ 35 डेज माने 420टा क्वेश्चन इंपोर्टेंट बेसिक क्वेश्चन जोटा पड़ुची परीक्षा से लेवल क्वेश्चन आम दौचु ओडिशा 360 डिग्री ई बुक गोटे फ्री आपको दौचु है सब जिन रही जोटार कि मार्केट कॉस्ट एक्चुअली कह 50 रुपीज बट एटा फ्री कॉस्ट मिलूँ 35 वीडियो प्राइवेट यूट्यूब चैनल रे आम आपको अपलोड कर दौचु सेटा प्राइवेट रहिबो आपन को जो माने एटा परचेज करिवे सेही मान को मेल आईडी ही एक्सेस करि परिबो हला जो माने परचेज करिवे से मान को मेल आईडी ही से वीडियो एक्सेस कर परिबो फ्री वाला करि परिबे नहीं तापर प्राइवेट टेलीग्राम चैनल आपको मिलिबो न व्हाट्सएप चैनल मिलिबो सेटा आपन क्विज डिस्कशन करा जिवो आपन को टोटल प्राइस होची 35 टंका है 35 टंका माने गोटे छोट छुआ अफोर्ड कर एमती बहुत बड़ जिनस नुह सेकंड कथा 35 टंका नहीं कि मुझे बहुत बड़ लोक होनी कहीं एति परिश्रम करा पड़ू से बईटा फोटो उठाओ फोटो उठाई पीडीएफ बना पीडीएफ बना पारे विभिन्न सफ्टवेयर यूज करके बुझेब जड़े है बाकी रहा बुझे सारापर आपको क्विज दब एत जिन जड़े करुच्ची है तेनाली भावतु भावी नि 35 चैप्टर आपको जदि आप मिलगला आप वीडियो मिलगला तो गोटे वीडियो प्राइस के पड़ा टंका पड़ा टंका तो आप अपलोड करेंगे है तेणु मुझे बहुत जिन कहूनी है देखो ये आपंकर पाखापाखि जोटा मुझे 7 घंटार वीडियो छाड़ी बहुत गुड़िए फ्री चैप्टर भी अच्छी पेड चैप्टर भी अच्छी जो मैंने नहीं पेड चैप्टर पेड फ्री सब देख पार्टी है आपण जो चाहिए निश्चित भाव को एक्सेस करें मात्र 35 टंका आपण भावतु जे ओएसएससी जिले कम आसो अपकमिंग जी रिक्वायरमेंट आसो गवर्नमेंट सब जगह ओडिशा निश्चित भाव पड़ो 35 टंका इज नॉट ए वेरी बिग डील आप गोटे एवं बाहर मोमो खाई कि गुपचुप खाई कि जहाँ खाइले आप 35 टंका भी अधिक खर्च हो तेणु 35 टंका इज नॉट ए बिग डील आपने क्यूआर कोड स्कान कर 8993719344 नंबर मत व्हाट्सएप करेंगे व्हाट्सएप कले मुझे डिटेल्स क्रॉस चेक कला परे आपण मानकु आपण मेल आईडी मागी आपण को वीडियो एक्सेस दे देबी ओके आज वीडियो जदि आपण भल लागला निश्चित नंबर आपण माने मते कमेंट सेक्शन जणबे आपण मतामत कोन थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज हमें देखिबा 1 अक्टोबर रु 10 अक्टोबर मध्य बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर गुड़ा प्रायत आपंकर जो सब अपकमिंग एग्जाम एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम हेल्पफुल रहिबो आ गोटे कथा कहूँ जो मेमोरी दरकार पड़ो मु मेमोरी कहीदेवी जो दरकार ना डायरेक्ट सिनेमा आंसर कहीदे पढ़ेबी ठीक है स्टार्ट करिए हु वाज रिसेंटली रीअपॉइंटेड एज द अटॉर्नी जनरल ऑफ इंडिया फॉर द नेक्स्ट 2 years बाय द प्रेसिडेंट ये आप जानी आर वेंकटरमणी से ऑलरेडी पुराना है गाड़ी न्यूज अपना मन रखी बेटा ताको कुछ मेमोनिक्स में कहूनी नेक्स्ट अंडर हुज चेयरमैनशिप वाज 16 मीटिंग ऑफ द एम्पावर्ड टास्क फोर्स ऑन गंगा कंजर्वेशन हेल्ड अच्छा एडा मध्य आपण मानकर से वाटर वेयर ही मंत्री जी अछंती हला वाटर पावर मिनिस्टर जी अछंती से ही अछंती तेणु गंगा मन पड़ले वाटर मिनिस्टर के अछि आपण आईडिया गेला आंसर अछि नेक्स्ट हु वाज रिसेंटली इलेक्टेड द न्यूज 37th प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ बीसीसीआई है अछि मिथुन कोन मंदा मनहास मिथुन मनहास हला एडा केन मन के देखंतु आपणकर अछि बीसीसीआई हला देखंतु दुटा जिनस मु कोडिंग करे सीसी अछि मिथुन अछि एम अछि एम एम सीसी ओके बुझ पाइले मैं मन रखे को चेष्टा करछि नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट आसला the central government has issued guideline to open approximately how many public EV charging stations under the PME drive scheme around 72,300 next who recently won India's first gold medal at the world para athletic championship 2025 से होची शैलेश कुमार कौन करछनी वर्ल्ड पारा एथलेटिक चैंपियनशिप रे फर्स्ट गोल्ड मेडल विन करछनी नेक्स्ट which ministry launched the clean city jodi initiative on 27 September 2025 ministry of home and urban affairs जोटा कि MOHUA अच्छा नेक्स्ट देखिबा where will PM Narendra Modi attend the centenary celebration of RSS of as chief guest on October 1st 2025 न्यू दिल्ली अच्छा राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ को हला जोटा आपनकर आरएसएस कहउछनी तार जो 100तम सेलिब्रेशन हला सेटा को आपनकर न्यू दिल्ली रे से एटा कोन करछन चीफ गेस्ट का जायछन न्यू दिल्ली एटा मन हेडक्वार्टर न्यू दिल्ली नेक्स्ट What percent of the national economy does agriculture currently contribute? 5.5%. According to the recently published NCRB report 2023, how many people died in the 24,678 railway accident in India in 2023? 21,803. Who replaced Lieutenant General Gurbir Pal Singh as the Director General of NCC 1st October 2009 लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल बीरेंद्र बैट्स अच्छा देखंतु के थिले गुरबीर पाल सिंह थिले हला सी एबे हिचंदी बीरेंद्र बैट्स अच्छा देखंतु गुरु थिले हला गुरुजी थिले हला गुरुजी थिले से पुनी एनसीसी थिले हला तेणु एनसीसी जो अपन देखिए गोटे अपन जिन देखिए गोटे सी और सी अच्छे तेणु एबे जे आसले सी भी आसले वीरेंद्र भट्ट एनसीसी सीसी ओके मन गला नेक्स्ट हु इनॉग्रेटेड एशिया's largest sewage treatment plant STP in Okla दिल्ली on September 30 2025 सी के करছে না অমিত শাহ করছন্তি ওটি এশিয়ার সিওয়েজ ট্রিটমেন্ট প্লান্ট এসটিপি जोटा ओकला दिल्ली रे से करचंती ओके नेक्स्ट याकू जदि हम करबा सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट को किछ मन किछ कोडिंग नाही मन के बडवे कि अमित शाह किछ प्रेयर करछनी ना मन करछन मन का पड़ो नेक्स्ट हु हैज रिसेंटली बीन अपॉइंटेड द न्यू चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ दिल्ली से होछन राजीव वर्मा अच्छा सेक्रेटरी अच्छा सेक्रेटरी कोन अपन को चीफ सेक्रेटरी से हिचन राजीव वर्मा ओके आगुर जे थ ता मन के पड़ो एबे जे मन के पड़ो नेक्स्ट शीतल देवी ओन द गोल्ड मेडल इन द आर्चरी पारा चैंपियनशिप हेल्ड इन व्हिच कंट्री सेटा आइछ गोडे अपन साउथ कोरिया शीतल देवी साउथ कोरिया ओके एस फॉर शीतल एस फॉर साउथ कोरिया नेक्स्ट approximately how many voters are included in the recently published final voter list of Bihar, 74.2 million. Next, where did PM Narendra Modi participate in the Durga Puja celebration at the चित्तरंजन पार्क से होची दिल्ली चित्तरंजन पार्क एठे दिल्ली तो चित्तरंजन बेले बेले टिके कंप्लीट कर दे अपन कोलकाता बेले नाही एटा अपन घर चित्तरंजन होची कोठी दिल्ली मन लगे when did the Indian European Free Trade Association Trade and Economic Partnership TPA agreement on it come into effect on it October 1st to okay next according to the Hunur India Rich List 2012 the combined wealth of the people of the list has increased how many lakhs crore rupees around 167 lakh crore as per the National Education Policy 2020 how many Kendriya Vidyalaya have been designed by the PM Sri Vidyalayas around 319 913 okay 913 okay next who recently assumed the charge of Director General of CHSL Parveer Ranjan कौन है Director General of CHSL ପାଇଁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି assume କରାଯାଇଛି ଦେଖିଆ ହେଇ ସାର ତ ପେତେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରିବା ହେଲା next the combined wealth of the 1 2 3 8 people on the Hunur India Rich Index 212 is approximately what percent of the country's GDP? Around 40%. Which state tourism department was recently awarded the Global Tourism Award 200? Andhra Pradesh. Our Pak state is Andhra Pradesh. One rakhibe okay, next. How many years the Pulses Self-Reliance Mission been announced for in the 2026 budget around 6 years 6 वर्ष हेगानी pulses self-reliance mission चलची next approximately how many central government employee and pensioners are there in country around 49.1 lakh and 68.72 lakh पहले माने employee अछंती कम pensioner अछंती बेसी okay next according to the Hunur India Rich List Rich List 200 who was became the world's richest actor rupees 12,490 crore okay Shahrukh Khan richest actor Shahrukh Khan okay next who recently became the first person to achieve a net worth of over 500 billion such as Elon Musk okay next the RBI has raised the India's GDP growth forecast for the fiscal year 2025-26 6.5% to what percentage? 6.8%. Which country was recently awarded the prestigious ISSA award 2025 for outstanding achievement in social security? India. Next, with which country will India join host the first women T20 Cricket World Cup for the blind? To be held from November 11 to 23 श्रीलंका रे हबडा अच्छा ब्लाइंड मन करबो T20 क्रिकेट हला T20 क्रिकेट तोडा कोठे माने आपण हमर इंडिया रो तळ देश होची श्रीलंका नेक्स्ट the RBI released its monetary policy report October 2025 after which meeting of the monetary policy committee held from September 29 to October 1 2025 57th India's social security coverage has increased from 19% in 2015 to what percent in 2025? 64.3%. The Prime Minister will launch the centrally sponsored scheme PM Setu with an investment of how many crore rupees? Around 60,000 crore rupees. Next, the National Critical Minerals Mission launched by the central government aims to obtain 1,000 patents by when? Around 2025. Next, India's current account deficit has been reduced to what percent of GDP in the first quarter of the fiscal year 2012? 0.2%. Which city has been become India's first slum-free city? सेटा होची चंडीगढ़. चंडीगढ़ होची city जोटा कि आपनकर first slum-free city. Next, according to the Asian Development Bank (ADB), India's GDP is projected to grow by what percent in 2026? 6.7%. Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change Bhupendra Yadav recently laid the foundation stone for Namo Van in the Manesar in which state? এটা হচ্ছে Manesar হচ্ছে Haryana. Okay, next. When did the Reserve Bank of India RBI announced a scheme for promptly returning inactive account and unclaimed funds? Around সেটা আপনাଙ୍କର 1st October 2025. What is the current per capita availability of the milk per day in India? সেটা হচ্ছে 471 grams per day. Next, where will the United Nations Conference of Heads of Troop contributing countries be hosted Indian Army from October 14 to 16? New Delhi. ଆଚ୍ଛା ଏଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର କ'ଣ ୟୁନାଇଟେଡ୍ ନେସନ୍ କନଫରେନ୍ସ ଯେଉଁଟା ହେବ ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ ପାଖାପାଖି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ୍ ଆର୍ମି ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀରେ ହିଁ ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ରିସେଣ୍ଟଲି ମିନିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅଫ୍ ମାଇନ୍ସ ଇସ୍ୟୁଡ୍ ଗାଇଡଲାଇନ୍ ଫର୍ ଦ କ୍ରିଟିକାଲ ମିନେରାଲ ରିସାଇକ୍ଲିଂ ପ୍ରମୋସନ୍ ସ୍କିମ୍ ୱର୍ଥ ହାଉ ମେନି କରୋଡ଼ ରୁପିଜ୍? ଆରାଉଣ୍ଡ 1500 crore रुपये। इन नंबर दिया है 9937193244 नंबर बता व्हाट्सएप कर फिर ओके। तापर आसला केर स्टामर हु विल बी visiting India from October 8 to 9 2025 is the Prime Minister of which country? So Britain, the Keir Starmer. Okay, Britain, the Prime Minister. Kenman Kada Keir Starmer. According to the Ministry of Labour and Employment in India is expected to increase from 475 million in 2017 to how many crore in 2023-24? Around 643.3 million. Around. Okay, next. Where did Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman launch the nationwide financial awareness campaign Your Capital Your Rights? Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Okay, next. Where does India rank in the world in terms of startups? Around 3rd person. Okay, next. The average daily wage of temporary worker has increased from 294 in July-September 2027 to how many rupees in April-June 2024? Around 433. 297 दिला 433 हेलानी। नेक्स्ट, इन व्हिच सिटी वाज द 11th वर्ल्ड ग्रीन इकोनॉमी समिट रिसेंटली हेल्ड? सेटा दुबई। अच्छा, दुबई। नेक्स्ट, इन व्हिच स्टेट डिड मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट श्रीपद नायक inaugurated IREDA 55 kilowatt solar CSR project for water supply? एटा होची गोवा रे करचंदी। नेक्स्ट, according to the Ministry of External Affairs, directs flight between India and which country will begin by the end of October 2025? That was China. India or China pun chaliba flight. Next, according to the Ministry of Labour, the female labor force participation rate LFPR is projected to increase from 23.3% in 2017 to 18 to how many percent in 2023 to 24? Around 41.7%. In light of the India's rapid expansion in digital payment, the RBI has established a payments regulatory board for how many members? Around 6 members. Next, in which district did Union Environment Minister Mr. Upendra Yadav inaugurated Rajasthan's first Namo Biodiversity Park? That was Alwar. Currently, how much percentage does India's dairy sector contribute to the country's economy? Around 5%. Tapare, which ministry launched the People's Plan campaign 2025-26 October to 2025? Around Minister Panchayat Raj. Okay, next. How much has the leprosy rate in India declined from 57.2 cases per 1,000 population in 1981 to 20.57 cases in 2025? 0.57. According to the Ministry, Labour and Employment, female workforce participation has increased how much percentage in 2024-25? 41.7%. Where will the Speaker of Lok Sabha lead the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference being held from October 5 to 12? Barbados रे किए से ओ मिले जाइतले। नेक्स्ट, Where has the establishment of the Nomo Semiconductor Laboratory has been approved to develop an indigenous chip manufacturing pool in India. So, IIT Bhubaneswar in Odisha perspective ରୁ ମନେ ରଖିବା ଏଇଟା. Next, where has the two-day international conference on the land administration and disaster management held? ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗର. ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ମାସରେ ଟିକେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗର ଗୁଜୁରାଟ, ତାପରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଟିକେ ଗୁଜୁରାଟ ରିଲେଟେଡ୍ ଟିକେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଇଛି ଆଉ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ରିଲେଟେଡ୍ ଜିନିଷ ହେଇଛି, ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ. ନେକ୍ସଟ, which city has been ranked as the safest city in India for the fourth consecutive time in the largest NCRB report? Around ସେଟା ହେଉଛି କ'ଣ, এটা ପୁଣି ରିପୋର୍ଟ ହେଉଛି 2023ର, ସେଟା କ'ଣ କୋଲକାତା ଦିଆଯାଇଛି. ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, where was the 9th edition of India Mobile Congress 2025, Asia's largest telecommunication media and technology event in our, সেটা হচ্ছে নিউ দিল্লি. নেক্সট, according to the Niti Aayog report, what percentage of India's GDP does the automotive industry contribute? 7.1%. Who recently inaugurated the Jananayak Karpuri Thakur Skill University? That is Narendra Modi. Next, where in India was the world's highest motorable road recently constructed? That is Ladakh motorable road. Where did Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi launch the PM Setu scheme? New Delhi. PM Setu scheme, New Delhi. Union Minister Sarbanand Sonowal launched India's first large gas carrier VLGC ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଏଇଟା କ'ଣ ଭେସେଲ, ଯୋଉଟା କ'ଣ ଶିବାଲିକ ଆଟ୍ ହ୍ୱିଚ୍ ପୋର୍ଟ, ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି ବିଶାଖାପଟ୍ଟନମ ପୋର୍ଟରେ କରିଛନ୍ତି କି ଏଇଟା ୟୁନିୟନ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ସର୍ବାନନ୍ଦ ସୋନୱାଲ. ନେକ୍ସଟ, which institution recently released the market study on artificial intelligence competition report? So the competition commission of India, जोटा कि CCI करछि AI रो, CCI काम करछि AI रो competition ଉପରେ report दबा. Okay, next, recently how many special train has the central government approved for the convenience of travelers on Diwali and Chhath Puja? Around 12,000 trains. Next, which country has launched a coral larva cryobank to conserve the endangered coral reefs? That is Philippines. Next, where was the 7th meeting of India-Brazil trade monitoring mechanism held on October 7, 2011? That is New Delhi. তারপরে আসলে approximately what percent of world's cotton cultivation area does India have? Around 40%. Which state recently officially launched its first private commercial coal mine, the Nampuk project? সেটা হচ্ছে অরুণাচল, নামপুক ହେଲା ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ. ତାକେ ନାମଚିକ୍ ନାମପୁକ ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସେମିତି ଦେଖିବେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କ'ଣ ସେଇ ଟାଇପ୍ର ଟିକେ ଲୋକମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଆସାମରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ମେଘାଳୟରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବଟ୍ ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ ହେଲା ସେଇ ଟାଇପ୍ର ନା ଟିକେ ନାଁ ଟିକେ ଅଲଗା ଅଛି, ତେଣୁ ମନେକି ଆପଣ ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ କରିପାରିବେ. ନେକ୍ସଟ, where was the 69th National School Game formally inaugurated recently? ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି ଶ୍ରୀନଗରରେ ହେଇଛି 69th National School Game. ତାପରେ by when does the central government aim to reach around $350 billion in the country's textile industry? 2030. Which ministry launched the People's Planning Campaign 2026 Sabki Yojana Sabka Vikas campaign on October 2, 2025? Around Minister Panchayat Raj. Okay, next, who recently inaugurated the first phase of the Navi Mumbai International Airport? Narendra Modi. Which session of the International Solar Alliance ISA Assembly will be held in the Delhi from 27 to 30 October? Upcoming actually important ISA hala 8th session. How many crore rupees did the Panchayat Raj institution of Andhra Pradesh received as the first installment of the 15th Financial Commission grant? Around 410 crore rupees. India's non-petroleum and gas gems and jewelry export increased to how many billion US dollar in April to August 2000? $146 billion. What anniversary did the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal recently celebrate? Around के आपन 84th anniversary. Okay, next तापर who inaugurated the unique tribal art exhibition silent conservation from the margins to the center New Delhi on October 9 2011 former president Sri Ramnath Kovind एटा बन रखिबे साइलेंट कंजर्वेशन काउंसिल के रामनाथ कोविंद. ओके आपण कंटेंट जदि भला निश्चय लाइक सब्सक्राइब करंतु और पीसीएस जदि डीटा हम पाक रिव्यू अछि 0 to 0 सहित स्मार्ट प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चन डिटेल्स पढंतु क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करके आपण नै परिबे. ओएसएससी रा एवं ओटीपीएस जदि इबो तक डिटेल्स पढंतु आपण माने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन नै परिबे. स्टिल किछ असुविधा अछि वीडियो चलछि त तळे आपनकर गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन अछि कमेंट सेक्शन में आपण लिंक गुडा पाइ जिबे आपण क्लिक करके ईबुक देख परिबे. ओके जदि आज कंटेंट भला निश्चय लाइक सब्सक्राइब करंतु स्टिल किछ असुविधा नै 9937193111 मते व्हाट्सएप करंतु. थैंक यू. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत. आज हम देखिबा 11 to 28 अक्टोबर मध्य जो सब बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर अवेलेबल अछि सेटा विषय में डिस्कशन करबा. एटा सब आपण मान को एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी एसएससी चेक कोनो एग्जाम किबा टीचिंग रो जो सब अपकमिंग रिक्रूटमेंट आसीबो तापर आपण मान को विभिन्न भाव रे हेल्प करबो. हला चलो स्टार्ट करबा. प्रथम देखो रिसेंटली मारिया कोरिना लीडर ऑफ व्हिच कंट्री वाज अवार्डेड द नोबेल पीस प्राइज 2025. यार कौन आंसर हम ना सी होचंदी जने वेनेजुएला. ओके वेनेजुएला जोठी आपण कोडिंग करिया पड़े म आपण कहि देबे. ओके देखंतु ये सेकंड हला जस्टिस सोमेन सेन वाज रिसेंटली सोन इन as the चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ व्हिच हाई कोर्ट. से होचने मेघालय रा हाई कोर्ट. अच्छा देखंतु देखंतु मो कोडिंग करछि एटा होछि एमएन सोमेन हला गोटे मेन माने कोन मेन हेले गोटे कोन एटा आपण मनकर कोन गोटे मेल कैरेक्टर अछि. एटी मेघा माने गोटे फीमेल कैरेक्टर अछि मेघालय हला तनो मेल फीमेल अछन ये मेल फीमेल तनो हम कोडिंग कर देली सोमेन सेन हेले मेघालय हाई कोर्ट कोन जी जस्ट आइडिया करबे आंसर. नेक्स्ट व्हिच कंट्री रिसेंटली सक्सेसफुली conducted the world's first live underwater interview so जी पलाव. ओके पलाव गोटे कंट्री से करछि हला सेठी कोन अब आपन को अंडर वाटर रेडा इंटरव्यू होइछ. नेक्स्ट हाउ मेनी आयुष प्रोडक्ट विल द द्रव्य पोर्टल an initiative of the Central Council for Research in Advanced Sciences list in the first page around 100 आयुष product. Okay then asla how many crore have the combined asset under the management of the National Pension Scheme NPS and Atal Pension Yojana APY reached by October 2025 around 16 lakh. And who recently organized a brainstorming session on providing all weather tap water in the high altitude areas of the Himalayas. एटा के करिवो ना नीति आयोग करिवो. नेक्स्ट what inspired the design of the Sabarmati HSR station on the Mumbai Ahmedabad bullet train corridor से होची महात्मा गांधी स्पिनिंग व्हील जो तांग थिला सेटा को नेकेरा करा जिवो. नेक्स्ट which state is organized a Swadeshi Mela to promote indigenous product. एटा होची उत्तर प्रदेश स्वदेशी मेला आउ जदि हम टिके स्वदेशी विषय जदि भाबिबा ताले एटी के अछंदी योगी आदित्यनाथ अछंदी से निजे जने हिंदू तेणु निश्चित भाव में यही सब काम स्वदेशी मेला स्वदेशी उपर बेसी प्रमोट करबा सब काम उत्तर प्रदेश के करछि. नेक्स्ट where was India's first commercial electric truck battery swapping and charging station established. एटा होची सोनीपत हेछि. अच्छा आकटी मो कोडिंग जदि करबी आपण मान कोन है इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक हला ट्रक गोटे जानथिबे आपण ट्रक प्रायतः अशोक लेलैंड आसुची आपणकर टाटा आसुची प्रायतः अशोक लेलैंड प्रायतः हरियाणा रे फैक्ट्री थाए हला तेणु इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक जेहेतु बैटरी स्वैपिंग जिनस आसे एटा आपण सही हरियाणा सोनीपत ई पाखा पाखी दिल्ली एरिया रे बुलिबडा हला हरियाणा एरिया रे बुलिबो दिल्ली एरिया रे बुलिबो तेणु एटा सोनीपत आंसर. ओके नेक्स्ट इन व्हिच सिटी डिड प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी रिसेंटली एड्रेस्ड अ ग्लोबल फिनटेक फेस्ट 2025. मुंबई रे करछन्दी तीन चारटा जगह मन रखिथिबे आपण माने गोटा हला न्यू दिल्ली मुंबई बेंगलुरु विशाखापट्टनम पुणे नले अपन महाराष्ट्र ये सब जिनस गुड़ा प्रायतः फ्रिक्वेंटली हुए तेणु आपको लिस्ट डाउन कर देबे आंसर अपन मन रख पड़ेबा हला. नेक्स्ट who recently launched the India's national red list roadmap at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi. ये होचनी मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह मन रखिबेडा काई ना मु क्वेश्चन नेची रिसेंटली एबे मु ओसीएस देखली आईयूसीएन ऊपर बहुत क्वेश्चन पड़ितला अपकमिंग ए सॉरी भी आसीबो त आपण मन मन रखिबेडा नेक्स्ट हु रिसेंटली लॉस्ट द प्रधानमंत्री धन ध्यान कृषि योजना विथ एन आउटले ऑफ ₹24,000 crore से होचनी प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी नेक्स्ट which new indigenous anti-drone system has been deployed by the Indian Army to detect and take enemy drones से होची सक्षम तना दिया है नेक्स्ट इन व्हिच कंट्री वाज G20 ट्रेड एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट मिनिस्टर मीटिंग रिसेंटली हेड सेटा गुएतमाला रे हिच देखो जी फॉर G20 जी फॉर गुएतमाला मन रहिबा सहजरे जी रे G20 ये ला गुएतमाला आ जदि आपण मीटिंग कथा कहबे ए देखो मिनिस्टर मानकर मीटिंग हेची एठी एम अछि एठी भी एम अछि तनो बेसी एम्फासिस एम रे जाउछि तनो को कंट्री रे मु खोजिबे जे एम अछि गुएतमाला रे अछि बुझिबेले नेक्स्ट हु won India's first Mrs Universe crown at the Global Beauty Pageant 2025 so Siri C. Okay, the joint military exercise in the 2025 was conducted between India and which country? Russia. Next, currently approximately what percentage of global GDP to G20 members represent? Around 85%. Who was announced Spark 4.0 to encourage young Ayurveda research in India? से होची Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences. एटा टिके कंफ्यूज है बिला माने आयुष मिनिस्ट्री भी मेरे मेरे भावते सेठी थाई एडिटर कंफ्यूज है तो एटा मन रखिबे Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences Spark 4.0. Okay, which country recently became a member of the International Union for Conservation of Nature IUCN? किए जने आर्मेनिया आइ जंते ओके मन रखिबेडा ए IUCN ऊपर बहुत क्वेश्चन से नंबर आछि तनो ऑब्वियसली विभिन्न एग्जाम रे पडिबो नेक्स्ट द कंबाइंड वेल्थ ऑफ द 1 2 3 8 people on the Hurun Indian Rich List 2025 is approximately what percentage of the country's GDP? Around 48%. Which actress has recently been appointed as the India's first mental health ambassador by the Indian Health Ministry? देखो मन कभी तो सब पतला के से होचने प्रायतः दीपिका पादुकोण आलिया भट्ट टिके मेरिट कर सारणी से टिके मोटा अछंती तापरे आपनकर कोन प्रियंका चोपड़ा भी टिके हेल्दी अछंती विद्या बालन तो ऑलरेडी हेल्दी तने दीपिका पादुकोण पूरा कोन कंटा वाला देखियो तने आपण माने टिके जदे मेंटल हेल्थ माने जो माने बेसी ये अछि कोन कहले एम्बेसडर जो माने हेबे समान को टिके बाची समान कथा जो माने पब्लिक स्पीकिंग रे भलो रहइबो आ मेंटल हेल्थ नगर भलो रहइबो तनो एटा रे दीपिका पादुकोण को से चूज करछंती ओके भाबिबे हला माने गोटे कन्सिडरेशन करिवे को माने केमती देखा जाउछन्ती काहे कि ताको नबा सन भाबिले आईडिया कला आंसर आसीबा थरे पढि देबे आंसर आसीबा नेक्स्ट रिसेंटली द कोंकण 25 exercise was conducted between the navies of India and which countries Britain India's first cheetah safari has been started in which national park Kuno national park okay Kuno national park the cheetah era already आपनकर विभिन्न लास्ट 3-4 मास पूर्वरु एटा टिके ये थिला कोन नेशनल अफेयर थिला बहुत एटा कोन नेशनल पार्क मैं रिसेंटली पुणे अफेयर न्यूज़ का मन रखल इजी हो नेक्स्ट व्हिच रीजन ऑफ इंडिया रिसेंटली गॉट्स इट्स फर्स्ट लाइवस्टॉक IVF लैबोरेटरी से होची नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया रे फर्स्ट कोन हिची ना लाइवस्टॉक IVF लैबोरेटरी एस्टैब्लिश हिच Next, at present, the production of honey in India has increased by how many times as compared to the 2014? Around 11 years ago, तेणु एबे केते परसेंट इंक्रीज है अराउंड 2 times एबे इंक्रीज है ओके केते टाइम्स पचास सेडा 2 times where was the IUCN World Conservation Congress 2020 recently held कोठी अबू धाबी रे एचना मन के अपन को हला IUCN अबू धाबी अच्छा देखंतु एबे भी को टेक्निक कोइ भी जदी IUCN यू असि आयु अबू उ अबू आयु पु आयु अबू हला IUCN को आयु अबू करेक्ट आंसर पाई परिबे नेक्स्ट Prime Minister Modi has launched two major agriculture schemes worth how many crore rupees? Around 35,440 crore rupees. Okay, next. Which country's writer Laszlo Karasnahorsky has been awarded the 2025 Nobel Prize in Literature? ସେ ହେଉଛି ହଙ୍ଗେରୀର ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ କି କେଉଁ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରି। ଯଦି ଆପଣ କୋଡ଼ିଂ କରିପାରିବେ ଆପଣମାନେ କୋଡ଼ିଂ କରନ୍ତୁ, ବଟ୍ ତାକୁ ଯଦି ମୁଁ କୋଡ଼ିଂ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁବି କେମିତି କରିବି ନା ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଲିଟରେଚରର ନୋବେଲ ପାଇଛନ୍ତି ହେଲା ଲାଜଲୋ। ଓକେ, ଲାଜଲୋରେ ଏଠି ମୁଁ କୋଡ଼ିଂ ଯଦି କରିବି ତାହେଲେ ମୋତେ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ମିଳୁଛି, କ'ଣ କହିଲେ ଏଠି ଆସୁଛି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ, ଏଠି ଗୋଟେ ହେଉଛି ହଙ୍ଗେରୀ ଯିଏ ହଙ୍ଗରୀ ଥିବ ହେଲା, ହଙ୍ଗରୀ ଥିବ ଯିଏ ଭୋକିଲା ଥିବ ହେଲା, ସିଏ ଯେମିତି ହେଲେ ବି କ'ଣ ଲାଜ କରିବନି, ସେ ଲାଜ କରିବନି, ଏଇଟା ଲାଜ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି। ସିଏ ଭୋକିଲା ଥିବ ସେ ଲାଜ କରିବନି, ସବୁ କାମ କରିପାରିବ, ସବୁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟତା କରିପାରିବ। ଯିଏ ହଙ୍ଗରୀ ଅଛି ସେ ଲାଜ କରିବନି, ସବୁ କାମ କରିପାରିବ, ତେଣୁ ସେ ନୋବେଲ ପ୍ରାଇଜ୍ ପାଇବା ପାଇଁ ଲିଟରେଚରରେ ଆୱାର୍ଡ଼ ହେଲେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, what percentage of India total production and export are contributed by micro, small and medium enterprises (MSMEs)? Around 40%. India's soil security coverage has increased from 19% in 2015 to what percentage 2025? Around 64.3%. Who has recently been appointed as the interim chief executive officer (CEO) by the board of the Castrol India company? So, Sugata Basurai. Okay, Sugata Basurai. Next, where has Bannerghatta Biological Park become India's first fully solar powered zoo? ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି ବେଙ୍ଗଲୁରୁରେ ହେଲା, ବେଙ୍ଗଲୁରୁରେ ଅଛି ହେଲା, ତେଣୁ ଇଏ ବି ହେଉଛି ବିରୁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ, ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ବାୟୋଲୋଜିକାଲ ପାର୍ଟଟା ବି ଦୁଇଟା ଅଛି ବେଙ୍ଗଲୁରୁ, ଏଠି ମଧ୍ୟ ବି ଅଛି, ଆପଣ ମନେ କରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, which state recently became the first in India to amend Wildlife Protection Act 1972? ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି କେରଲା କରୁଛି। ତେଣୁ ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ଜିନିଷ ଆପଣ କରେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର ପଢ଼ିଲା ବେଳକୁ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ, ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ କରିବେ କେରଲା ବହୁତ ଜିନିଷ କରିଥିବ। ଏବେ ଆସାମ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଆସିଲାଣି ହେଲା, ତେଣୁ ଏବେ ଅନ୍ୟ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ୟୁପି ଷ୍ଟେଟ୍ ହେଲା, ଏ ମାନେ ବହୁତ ଜିନିଷ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ବେଶୀ ଗାର୍ଲସ ମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ କିଏ ତେଲେଙ୍ଗାନା କରିଛି ହେଲା, ସେଟା ସବୁ ମନେ ରଖିଲେ ସିକ୍ୱେନ୍ସରେ ଆପଣ ମନେ ରହିଯିବ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ଡକ୍ଟର ପ୍ୟାଟ୍ରିକ୍ ହାର୍ମିନି was recently elected president of which country? ହେଉଛି CHSL। ସେ କ'ଣ ହେଇଛନ୍ତି? ପ୍ରେସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଛନ୍ତି। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, in Benseli village of which district of Rajasthan wheat has been grown for the first time on the desert land? desert landରେ କ'ଣ ହେଇଛି ନା ଗହମ ହେଇଛି, ତେଣୁ ସେଟା କେଉଁଠି ବେନ୍ସେଲି ଭିଲେଜ, କେଉଁ ରାଜସ୍ଥାନ କେଉଁ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ, ଯେଉଁ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟରେ ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଆଜମେର ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟରେ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, who has recently been appointed by the RBI as new executive director? ଏଠି ସୋନାଲି ସେନ ଗୁପ୍ତା ସିଏ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି କ'ଣ RBIର executive director। Next, in the year 2025-26, the Ministry of Defence has utilized over what percent of capital outlay by the end of September 2025? Around 50%. Which country has Maharashtra recently signed an agreement to establish a world-class convention center in Nagpur? ସେଟା ସ୍ପେନ୍ରେ ହେବ, world-class convention center ଗୋଟେ ହେବ ହେଲା, ଏଇଟା କ'ଣ ନା ସ୍ପେନ୍ ସେଟଅପ୍ କରାହେଇଛି। ନେକ୍ସଟ, where did Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav recently participate in the pre-COP30 ministerial round table? ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି ବ୍ରାସିଲିଆରେ ସିଏ କରିଛନ୍ତି, pre-COP30ରେ ସିଏ ପାର୍ଟିସିପେଟ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି। କିଏ? ଏନଭାୟରମେଣ୍ଟ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର କିଏ? ଭୂପେନ୍ଦ୍ର ସିଂ ଯାଦବ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, Israel has announced who will be awarded the prestigious Israeli President Medal? କିଏ ନା ଡୋନାଲ୍ଡ ଟ୍ରମ୍ପ। ତାଙ୍କୁ ତ ନୋବେଲ ମିଳିଲାନି, ତେଣୁ ଏଇଟା ଜଣେ ଆନାଉନ୍ସ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ଦେଶ ଇସ୍ରାଏଲ ବାଲା, ତେଣୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମିଳିଲା ଡୋନାଲ୍ଡ ଟ୍ରମ୍ପକୁ ପ୍ରେସିଡେନ୍ସିଆଲ ମେଡାଲ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, where was the semiconductor innovation museum recently inaugurated? ହାଇଦ୍ରାବାଦ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ କହିଛି ନା 3-4ଟା ସିଟି ବହୁତ ଫେମସ୍ ଥାଏ। ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ଗୋଟେ, ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମୁମ୍ବାଇ, ଆପଣଙ୍କର ବିଶାଖାପାଟଣା, ହାଇଦ୍ରାବାଦ, ବେଙ୍ଗଲୁରୁ, ଏଇସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ସିଟି, ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର प्राय तो बेसी मन रखिए सब बहुत फ्रिक्वेंटली जो सब विभिन्न कौन इनागुरेशन हुए इनोवेशन भी हुए। नेक्स्ट 5 beaches of which state recently received the international blue flag certification से होचे महाराष्ट्र ब्लू फ्लैग सर्टिफिकेशन विषय आप पढ़िबे पढ़ले आप जानि पारिबे कोन पाइ दिया जाय। नेक्स्ट what percent of the global production does India, the world's second largest fish producer, contribute to? 8%. What percent of the capital expenditure of the 159,768 crore was utilized by the Ministry of Defence in the last financial year? Around 100%. Which neighboring country of India recently received a 1.2 billion loan from IMF interest multiplier के पाइछि पाकिस्तान पाइछि हम रिसेंट पाक कंट्री मन के पड़े India's Power Planning Authority has prepared a transmission plan worth how many $billion to transfer more than 76 gigawatts of hydropower, around $77 billion. India's retail inflation fell to what percent in September 2025, the lowest since June 2017, around 1.54%. Which sector in India has seen its growth increase nearly sixfold from 1.9 lakh crore in the 2014-15 to 11.3 lakh crore in 2024-25? Around এটা হচ্ছে ইলেকট্রনিক প্রোডাকশন রে কেন মনে রাখতে পারা বড়টা। Which bank recently announced that it has been named Asia's safest bank by Global Finance? माने बहुत सेफ अच्छी बैंक रे एटा को आपण माने एशिया रो गोटे कोन ग्लोबल फाइनेंस रे एटा अनाउंस कराय छै। एटा होची डीबीएस बैंक। ओके डीबीएस बैंक मन रखबेडा। In which year will space technology company Galaxy Eye launch the world's first multi-sensor EO satellite? Around 2026. एटा मन रखबे Galaxy Eye विषय रे OPSC OSSC अराउंड गोटे ए टाइप रो गोटे क्वेश्चन पड़ी थिला बट एटा टिक डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन ता हला तण अपन मन रखिथिबे मे बी ए सो रिपीट करि पारे क्वेश्चन। नेक्स्ट हु रिलीज द बुक रेडी रिलेवेंट एंड रिजोरेंट टू शेपिंग ए फ्यूचर रेडी फोकस रिटन बाय सीडीएस अनिल चौहान ऑन 14 नवंबर 2001? एटा की इनागुरेट करछन ना डिफेंस मिनिस्टर राजनाथ सिंह। ओके then net direct tax collection has increased to how many lakh crore rupees in the current financial year? Around 11.89 lakh crore. What is India's rank in the Henley Passport Index 2025 with visa free travel to 57 countries, around 85th? Okay, India rank to kon achi Henley Passport Index 85th achi. Okay, next. Recently the central government extended the term of the 16th Finance Commission by how many months? Around 1 month. The first meeting of the Joint Defence Corporation JDC between India and which country was held in New Delhi on October 15, 2012? Ethiopia. Okay. Next. What is India's current rank among the world's largest mobile phone producers? Around second होची इंडिया मोबाइल फोन प्रोड्यूसन होची बेसी जनसंख्या बेसी लोकन को मोबाइल फोन आउटडेटेड हे गेले न्यू दरकार पड़छे तेणु नीड अछि। नेक्स्ट वेयर वाज एशिया's largest railway exhibition IREE 2012 held from October 15 to 17? न्यू दिल्ली जेटा पुणी मु आपण जहा कहि सेही सेम टेक्निक कहि न्यू दिल्ली बेंगलुरु मुंबई पुणे विशाखापट्टना ए सब कंट्री अपन को ए सब अपन को प्लेसेस बडा मन रखिबे ए सब जिंस बडा अपन प्रायत पडुची। नेक्स्ट फॉर व्हाट पीरियड हैज इंडिया रिसेंटली बीन इलेक्टेड टू द यूनाइटेड नेशन ह्यूमन राइट्स काउंसिल फॉर द 7th टाइम? कहते 2026 or 28 हला। नेक्स्ट who recently became the first Indian to win the Kentron R Miller Award? So सोनाली घोष। अच्छा एटा मु कोडिंग करिया पई चाहिबी फर्स्ट इंडियन से अछंदी केंटन आर मिलर आपन करछि देखंतु जत्ते बडे आर देखिबे ना आर एठी ए केंटन आर देखिबे आर पर कोन आसे एस आसे हला आर पर आपन को आर माने आपन को आर माने गोटे जो लेटर टा अछि तापरे एस आसे आपन जहां बे एस जदी सब जगह दैथबो ताले आपन कोन करिवे ना आपन मन रखिबे आम पाख स्टेट होचन किए पाख स्टेट होचन आपण वेस्ट बेंगल तेणु वेस्ट बेंगल जड़े जड़े पाई है सी होचन घोष टाइटल से सोनाली ओके आर प्रेस नेक्स्ट according to the government data the employees provident fund organization EPFO has approximately how many lakh crore rupees in funds around 28 lakh crore. According to the Ministry of Labour and Employment, the female labour force participation rate in India has increased to approximately how much percentage in 2023 to 24? Around 42%. In which city have Google, Adani Group and Airtel jointly announced plans to build India's largest AI hub and data center? Visakhapatnam Rabada. Google karibo, Adani karibo, Airtel karibo. तीन जन मिसी करछन एटा इंपोर्टेंट मन रखिबे. Next. Recently, what percent of India's GDP growth rate has the IMF projected for the year 2026 or 6.6%? The Presla. Which are three states that topped the recently published state mining preparedness index? Usually Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Gujarat. MP, Rajasthan, Gujarat. Okay, next. Which status was recently granted to Hindustan Shipyard Limited, Visakhapatnam? Mini Ratna Diastaku. Next. Who recently addressed the conference on the extradition of the fugitives challenge and strategy organized by CBI in New Delhi? Amit Shah. अमित शाह करछंदी पूछुरे तीन चार जन नाम मन रखे पड़े आपन को मोदी राजनाथ सिंह अमित शाह हला आपन को बेसी ना छछंदी एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री डा मन रखिबे बेसी चलछन से ना हला बहुत काम करछन एनवायरनमेंट ऊपर हला ए तीन चारटा लोक जो मन अछन तांको बसे बेसी हुजुरा पड़छ. नेक्स्ट. The Reserve Bank of India has allowed Indian banks to lend to customers in Indian rupees in which countries? Pakapaka country, Sri Lanka, Bhutan and Nepal मन रखे. Okay, next. Who recently became the first Indian to climb 9 peaks over 8,000 meter? So भारत थेमिनेनी हला एडा मन रखिबे भारत थेमिनेनी आपण जे तो फर्स्ट इंडियन से जने इंडियन द अर्थ मेनल से भारतीय तने भारत थेमिनेनी मन रहि परियो इंडियन से भारत थेमिनेनी. ओके, नेक्स्ट. Where is the 16th annual meeting of the WHO International Regulatory Corporation for Herbal Medicines being held? It was in Jakarta. Next. Which private company recently received the permission to build the Kedarnath ropeway project at a cost of 4,000 crore? Which is Adani Group करछि. Next. Renowned wildlife conservationist Vivek Menon has been elected the new president of which international organization? IUCN. मन रखिबे सबु IUCN विभिन्न एनवायरनमेंट रिलेटेड अपन कोप 30 सबु जगह मन रखिबे सब पढुछ परीक्षा रे ए सरे 100% पढियो. नेक्स्ट. By when has the central government approved the supply of fortified rice under welfare schemes? Around December 2020. हम के जल्दी जल्दी सारू जी काइना एबे मोर माइक रे बहुत कम चार्ज अच्छे झरी छिबो तेणु माइक बंद कले बेकार वीडियो भी आम पराओ. Which meeting of the network planning group NPG was held to evaluate road transport and highway infrastructure project? Around कते आपन को 100th. तापरे आसला आपन को the 5th edition of the Kho India University Games KIUG will be begin in which state on the November 24? It was Rajasthan. India's merchandise trade deficit has increased to approximately how much in September 2011? $32 billion. Who recently became the player of the most assisted in men's national football? Lionel Messi, most famous. Which country recently developed its first indigenous antibiotic naphthalomycin? India. On World Food Day 2005, FAO celebrated how many years of partnership in India? 80 years. 80 वर्ष होलानी partnership कोन food FAO हला मन के. Next. Approximately what percent of the ration cards at the national level have been linked with other numbers? Around 99.9%. Rice is currently the staple food for approximately what percent of India's population? Around 60%. Okay, आज हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 अक्टोबर रू 31 अक्टोबर पर्यंत बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर गुड़ा जोटा कि आपण मानकर ओएसएससी और ट्रिपल कि ओपीएससी एसएससी रेलवे टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम हेल्पफुल रहा जोटी मत दरकार पड़ो मेमोनिक्स यूज करने मुझे यूज करी ना डायरेक्ट आपको आंसर कहीदेवी आप मन रखा पड़ो। ओके चलो स्टार्ट करिया। Who recently launched the We-Rise initiative to empower women entrepreneurs? এটা কে করছে না নীতি আয়োগ। দেখন্তু এটা হেলা ওমেন মানকৰ ওমেন ମାନଙ୍କ ভিତରେ ହେଲା ଯଦି ଆପଣ क्वेश्चन ପଢିବ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ପଢିବେ ଟୋଟାଲ ସବୁ ଯାକ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମିନିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅଫ ଓମେନ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଚାଇଲ୍ଡ ଡେଭଲପमेंट ହେଲା ମିନିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅଫ ଏମଏସएमई ହେଲା स्टार्टअप इंडिया ए भितर गोटे लेडीज ना अछि नीति हैला नीति लेडीज ना एग्जांपल होछि नीति तो ओमेन को बुझी पारे तो नीति बुझी गला ओमेन मान को पई तो नीति कोन कला ओमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर को पई वी डाइज गोटे इनिशिएटिव कला टिके आईडिया कला आंसर देबे बट एटा बंद रखितबे ए क्वेश्चन रे ओमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट होबा नाही। ओके नेक्स्ट इंडिया surpassed which country to become the top smartphone exporter to the United States? काकना चाइना को ओवरटेक कर साना। ओके नेक्स्ट which country recently qualified for the AFC Under-17 Women's Asian Cup 2026 for the first time? And of India. Recently, the central government launched the Cotton Revolution Mission at a cost of how many crore rupees? 600 crore rupees. Who recently became the first Indian archer to win a medal in the women's individual compound event? ज्योति सुरेखा। देखिए बेटा किन मन रखिबे हमको सी कोन है जनी इंडियन आर्चर हला इंडियन आर्चर माने आर्चरी माने तीर चालना करछन्ती टिके कोडिंग करछी कोर्टे चालना करछन्ती से जण वुमेन अछन्ती। अच्छा जी आर्चरी करिवो तार आखिर जदी ज्योति भल थिबो निश्चित से भलरे करि परिबो तेनु जति ना अछि सबते आखिर ज्योति समते पजांदे कोडिंग कलिमो इंडियन आर्चर को ज्योति सहित ज्योति सुरेखा। नेक्स्ट in which city will the 11th edition of the International Science Festival be held in the December 2025? एटा होछि आपण चंडीगढ़ एटा मन रखिबे काहे ना आपण कहितले अगु दिल्ली मुंबई बेंगलुरु कोलकाता मैक्सिमम टाइम एटा सब पड़े बुझ पाइले इते चंडीगढ़ चेंज करा है चंडीगढ़ मन रखिबे। Next, Horst Sanghvi has recently been appointed Deputy Chief Minister of which state? होछि गुजरात हला हर्ष सांघवी मन के बेटा रिसेंटली एबे गुजरात समस्त जो जेति जण मिनिस्टर थिले समस्त इस्तीफा देथिले तापर से माने पुणी आउथरे जो माने सब रिसफल हेतला गवर्नमेंट हला मंत्रिमंडल रिसफल हेतला पुणी से भितरे एबे जण अपॉइंटमेंट हेचन डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर भाबरे हर्ष सांघवी। ओके नेक्स्ट how many times has mobile phone export from India increased from 15,000 crore in 2014 to 15 to 2 lakh crore in 2024-25 around 127 times हला बढ़िला 2014-15 जेतिकी देला एबे पाखापाखि जो आपणकर 2 लाख कोटी एबे ये हेची 24% पाखापाखि 127 times. Who was elected as the first woman president of the Indian Cricketers Association in October 2012? के जे संथा रंगस्वामी मनकन संथा रंगस्वामी आको इन करिबा एटी एटा होची इंडियन क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन नो वुमेन फर्स्ट वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट हला देखंतु एठी ये अछंती स्वामी अछंती स्वामी हला जे बना है जड़े भल लोक बना है सी मे भी ये कौन भल कम करेंगे स्वामी अच्छा सी पुणी संथा रंगस्वामी जन अच्छा रंगस्वामी है से जन प्रेसिडेंट प्रेसिडेंट सब उच्च लोक है तो रंगस्वामी नाटा कौन अच्छी टे हाई बड़ अच्छी आ बहुत भल लगुच माने लगुच नाटा तेणु से चूज कले रंगस्वामी की है प्रेसिडेंट बोली इंडियन क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन से फास्ट वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट तेणु आप मन रखिए रंगस्वामी है संता रंगस्वामी अन्न गुड़ा एलिमिनेशन कले छोट छोट ना गुड़ा तेणु यहाँ बड़ नाटा मन रखिदेवे नेक्स्ट What is the name of the mission launched by the Indian government to promote high-yield cotton cultivation? सेटा होची कपास क्रांति मिशन ओके कपा हला आपनकर कॉटन क्रांति मिशन हला जेतु टिके एरा कोन कराई जे हिंदी दिया जे कपास क्रांति मिशन बुझ पहले नेक्स्ट Which system was launched at Gift City to eliminate forex settlement delays? सेटा कौन होइछ ना रियल टाइम फॉरेन करेंसी सेटलमेंट सिस्टम टा कौन कराइछ ना लॉन्च करा जाइछ नेक्स्ट What major retail sales milestone was recorded in India during the 2025 festive season? 5.4 lakh crore. Operation Fire Tail aims to stop illegal smuggling of which item? Firecrackers. Operation Fire Trail aims. Operation Fire मन करिपारिबे कोन firecrackers. Next. The Graded Responsible Action Plan GRAP framework target which environmental issue? हटा होचे air pollution, environmental issue, air pollution हटा Graded Responsible Action Plan. Okay, next. Who is the Nobel laureate physicist that passed away in October 2000? She was Chen Ning Yang. Okay. Next is how many crimes cases were registered in India in 2023? 6.24 million. What was the crime rate for lakh pollution in India 2023? 444.83. Okay. What percent did cybercrime rise in India 2023? 31.2%. What is India's current global rank within a 4.3 share in global service export? 7th. How many special trains has India Railways successfully operated between 1 to 19 2025? 3960. Railway पढ़ी question टा. Where will President Draupadi Murmu unveil the statue of former President K.R. Narayana on October 23? तिरुवनंतपुरम जेहेतु के नारायण आपणकर के नारायण आपणकर तिरुवनंतपुरम थिले सेटु तिरुवनंतपुरम सेटा अनवेल कराइछ ओके नेक्स्ट हाउ मेनी पैसेंजर डिड इंडियन रेलवेज इंश्योर टू ट्रैवल अप थ्रू स्पेशल ट्रेन बिटवीन October 1 to 19 2022 around 1 crore. Cyber security incident in India increased from 10.29 lakhs in 2020. How many lakhs in 2000? Around कितने थिला 2022 रे 10.29 लाख थिला 2024 रे केते होछि ना 22.68 लाख 22.68 लाख अराउंड केते परसेंट बढ़ गेला अपन नीचे कैलकुलेट कर परिबे नेक्स्ट लॉस्ट ऑन अगस्त 15 2025 द फास्ट टैग एनुअल पास हैज क्रॉस्ड हाउ मेनी लाख यूजर्स विद इन 2 months 25 lakh. Approximately how many million mobile phones are produced in India annually? Around 330 million. Okay. एटा सब आपण मन रखिया पड़िबो कोनोसी OSSC एग्जाम रे जदि आपण को पचारला नै जदि एसे पढिला हला आपण लेखिया पे सुविधा होय सब डाटा मन रखिया पड़े आपण India Shipbuilding Development Scheme provides support to shipbuilders building cluster with an outlay of approximately how many crore rupees? Around 2000 crore rupees. The National Electronics Policy 2019 aims to achieve revenue of 4,000 billion by which year? 2025. 2019 policy 7 चाहउछन्ती 400 बिलियन केतळे बने 2025 रे ई वर्ष हला नेक्स्ट Currently how many mobile subscribers are there in India? Around 1.2 billion. तापरे who recently presented the formal insignia of the honorary rank of the laureate lieutenant colonel to golden boy नीरज चोपड़ा से होचे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर राजनाथ सिंह रा कोन करछन ताको ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି honorary rank नीरज चोपड़ा मन रखिबाडा मोदी राजनाथ सिंह अमित शाह द्रौपदी मुर्मू एतिकी जण जहा करिवे तापड़ा मन रखिया पड़ियो नेक्स्ट Which country recently declared a 30 days state of the emergency to deal with public protest and violence? रोजी पेरू अच्छा एटा मन रखिबे पब्लिक प्रोटेस्ट होची प्रोटेस्ट पड़ेला वायलेंस 30 days रो आपण मन रासे पड़ियो पेरू विल बी छोटो कंट्री ओके छोटा कंट्री पेरू नेक्स्ट Where will the 11th edition of the India's International Science Festival IISF be held in December? Chandigarh. Data भी पुणी Science Festival Chandigarh रहा मन रखता next. How many lakh lamps did the city of Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh light during the 9th Deepotshav, achieving a Guinness World Record around 26 lakh? Okay, next. Which country became the 90th member country of the International Union for Conservation of Nature IUCN in October 2025? तुवालु हैला 90तम मेंबर हैला IUCN रे एटा मन रखिबा आपनकर PCS रे एक थर पचारि पारे तुवालु मन रखिबा तुवालु हैला अच्छा मोटा टेक्निक को छी देखंदो IUCN को जदी मो ए जो आई टा अछि ताको टी लगे देबी टू हे जी परिबो ना टू तो आपण को जतले क्वेश्चन देखबे टी को ऊपर लगे देले टू भालू आपण करि परिबे आंसर बुझ पइले मेमोनिक्स ता कहि देली नेक्स्ट व्हिच वर्ल्ड फेमस प्लेयर recently won the 2025 MLS Golden Boot Award presented by OT season Lionel Messi okay हम मन रखिबे तापरे आसेले आपनकर which country has India launched the Ramanuja Junior Research Program named after mathematician Srinivasa Ramanuja ब्रिटेन कराइछि ओके रामानुजा ब्रिटेन कराइछि हम इंग्लिश माने कोन रामानुजा मानकर ये ऊपर ब्रिटेन करछन्ति नेक्स्ट how many lakh crore rupees worth of goods are traded in India from Navratri to Diwali 5.4 lakh crore after the year 2025 marks which anniversary of the India's Germany strategic partnership 25th okay according to the recently published report what is India's global rank in terms of forest area 9th and मन रखिबे geography related पचारिबा बहुत चांसेस अछि ना India's global rank total forest area रे 9th अछि ना next according to the latest data from the RBI India's gold reserve have exceeded how many $billion for the first time around $100 billion which Gulf country recently announced plans to abolish the kafala labor system Saudi Arabia kafala labor system को किए एबे कोन करबो abolish करबो kafala labor system एटा के Saudi Arabia which Indian state will be officially declared free from extremely poverty on 1st November 2025 केरला केरला प्राय तो सब बड़े इन सब पॉवर्टी एजुकेशन ऊपर ठीक है थाए जेटी मन पेपर पढते मन रही जीवो नेक्स्ट which city recently became the first to launch a real time flood forecasting system से चेन्नई करछि कारण चेन्नई पाखरे आपण मानकर कोन समुद्र अछि समुद्र थिबारो से माने कोन करछन गोटे लॉन्च करछन रियल टाइम फ्लोड फोरकास्टिंग सिस्टम एटा अपनी फर्स्ट टाइम हिच मन रखथिबे the number of airport in India has increased from 74 in 2014 to how many in 2025 माने 2014 थला 74 एबे हे कोन छडा 163 मन रखे बेटा next is now where did defense minister Sri Rajnath Singh release the defense procurement manual 2025 at a function held on October 23 2025 New Delhi रे हिचरा डिफेंस प्रोक्यूरमेंट मैनुअल के करछन डिफेंस मिनिस्टर करछन ला कोड ना न्यू दिल्ली नेक्स्ट व्हेन इज द अनमैन्ड गगनयान G1 mission expected to launch ଏଟା December 2025 ରେ ହବ। ଏଟା already ସ୍ପିଡି ବିଦ୍ୟୁତ ଆପଣ ବି ପଢି ସାରିଥିବେ। Next, which former Indian women's team captain was recently elected president of the Indian Cricketers Association ICA? ସେଉଛନ୍ତି ଶାନ୍ତା ରଙ୍ଗସ୍ୱାମୀ। ଅଲରେଡି କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ଥିଲା ପୁଣି ଆଉଥରେ ଆସିଗଲା। ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି ଆପଣ ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଏଟା। ମୁଁ ତ ଟେକ୍ନିକ୍ କହିଦେଇଥିଲି। ନେକ୍ସଟ, how many coal blocks have been ordered under the commercial coal block action on October 23, 2023? By October 2025, over how many crore documents have been verified on the blockchain platform? 34 crore. Okay, 34 crore blockchain platform. Then how many lakh people does India's aviation sector currently employ? 77 lakh. India is currently the third largest startup hub in the world. In how many lakh startup? 1.59 lakh. Where will the India International Rice Conference BIRC 2025 be held on October 30 to 35 30 to 31 sorry 2025 କୋଉଠି ହେବ ନା ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀରେ ହେବ। କ'ଣ ହେଲା? ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଇଣ୍ଟରନ୍ୟାସନାଲ ରାଇସ୍ କନଫରେନ୍ସ, ଭାରତ ମାନେ ରାଇସ୍ ଉପରେ ଗୋଟେ କନଫରେନ୍ସ ହେବ ହେଲା। ସେଟା କୋଉଠି ହେବ ନା ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀରେ ହେବ, ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଏଟା। Recently, the Defence Acquisition Council approved a proposal worth approximately how many crore rupees to enhance the capabilities of the armed force? 79,000 crore. Where the 14th Indian Bhutan Border Management and Security meeting recently held? Thimphu ହେଇଛି ଏଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର border Bhutan Border Management ଏଟା କୋଉଠି thimphu ହେଇଛି, ମନେ ରଖିଥିବେ ଏଟା। How many lakh rupees have been announced to be awarded to the writer for designing the logo of the green hydrogen mission? 1 lakh crore rupees ତାଙ୍କୁ କ'ଣ ଆୱାର୍ଡ ଦିଆଯିବ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଲୋଗୋ ବନେଇବେ ଗ୍ରୀନ୍ ହାଇଡ୍ରୋଜେନ ମିଶନ ପାଇଁ। ଓକେ, ମନେ ରଖିଥିବେ ଏଟା। 1 lakh ଦିଆଯିବ ତାଙ୍କୁ। By which year does the central government aim to increase the number of airport to 350 to 400 around 2047? ବହୁତ ଦୂରର ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଣ୍ଟ୍ରାଲ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, India's space economy has currently grown to over how many billion dollars? $8 billion. In the biomanufacturing sector, India ranked third in the Indo-Pacific region, and what is its global ranking? 12th. Among the world's largest rice producers, India supplies rice to how many countries? 172 countries. How many indigenously warship and submarines have Indian shipyard delivered to Navy from 2014 to 2025? 40. What date is celebrated every year as Jammu Kashmir Accession Day? 26 October. How many additional centers of excellence have recently been reorganized by the Ministry of Mines under the National Critical Mineral Mission? 2. According to the Deloitte, Indian Economy Outlook report, what percent of India's GDP is projected to grow in financial year 2026? 6.7 to 6.9. The National Biodiversity Authority has released rupees 18.3 lakh to the Biodiversity Management Committee of which state? Uttar Pradesh and Sikkim. It is very important. Uttar Pradesh and Sikkim. Next, currently more than what percent of the rural household are receiving clean tap water under the Jal Jeevan Mission? 81%. Where will President Srimati Draupadi Murmu inaugurate Yashoda Medicity on October 26, 2012? ଗାଜିଆବାଦରେ ୟଶୋଦା ମେଡିସିଟି ବୋଲି ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ହସ୍ପିଟାଲ ଇନୋଭେସନ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ's foreign exchange reserve reached by $4.5 billion to how many billion dollar in October 2025? ସେଟା 702 billion ବା 702 billion କୁ କ'ଣ ହେଇଛି increase ହେଇଛି। Next, India's 6G roadmap sets a target for this sector to contribute approximately 1.2 billion trillion to GDP by when? around 2035 को निया जायछि 6G रोड मैप। तापरे who recently became the first Indian to climb 9 peaks over 8,000 meter से होचने भारत थेमिनेनी एटा मन रखिबे से होचने फर्स्ट इंडियन पुणे 8,000 मीटर की होचने ताको नाम छै भारत थेमिनेनी। नेक्स्ट which ministry recently signed an MOU with 17 leading institutions under the Bharatam initiative सेटा होचे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर। The total port capacity has increased. The total port capacity has currently doubled from 1.4 billion metric tons to how many crore metric ton to 76 crore. Bharat Jain develop advanced text-to-text and text-to-speech translation models for how many scheduled language? 22. मन रखिबे एटा important मन रखिबे। The number of maritime workers in India has increased from 1.25 lakhs to how many lakh? 3 lakh. Next, which bank recently received the world's best consumer bank and best bank in India award for the year 2025? State Bank of India. Where was the 22nd Asian Indian Summit held on 26th October 2025? Kuala Lumpur है वो एशियन इंडियन समिट 26 अक्टोबर है चलानी एडा कोठी है ना कुआला लंपुर है मन रखिबे एडा कुआला लंपुर। ओके नेक्स्ट असला बीएम नरेंद्र मोदी कॉल्ड अपॉन citizens to participate in the run for unity to commemorate which birth anniversary of Sardar Patel सेडा 150 ओके 150तम ताकर बर्थ एनिवर्सरी पई रन फॉर यूनिटी गोटे करथले के पीएम मोदी। Which country recently became the 11th member of ASEAN? ASEAN 11th member केला Timor Leste ओके मन रखिबा एटा 11th country Timor Leste होला। नेक्स्ट असला आपनकर which year has been designated as the Asian Indian Year of Maritime Cooperation for a partnership in the blue economy 2026? Which episode of Man Ki Baat program did the Prime Minister recently address? 127th. Okay. Where is the India's first glass suspension bridge being built? राउचे ऋषिकेश संबंध केबे ग्लास रो गोटे कोन सस्पेंशन ब्रिज गोटे छि कोटे ना अपन ऋषिकेश रे। Which award has the government of India announced to promote excellence in science, technology and innovation? एटा होचे आपनकर नेशनल साइंस अवार्ड 2025 एटा टिके आपण मार्क करिवे शांति स्वरूप पटनागर पढिथिबा साइंस ऊपर अछि एटा डिलीट मारिवे एटा मनर सबड भाबिवे जदी एटा अब आंसर भूल हिजो एटा चेंज करिवे नेशनल साइंस अवार्ड 2025 एटा चैनल। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज हम देखिबा आर्यन स्टेट स्पेशल ओडिशा कैप्सूल जो थे कि कंप्लीट नोट्स ऑफ ओडिशा हिस्ट्री ज्योग्राफी पॉलिटी इकोनॉमिक हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर रही छी आपण को पई एटा जदी आपण माने जदी OSSC OSSSC OPSC OUSSC टीचिंग जे कोनोसी एग्जाम पे प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाबरे आपण मन को हेल्पफुल रहइबो। ता सहित आपण चैनल को प्रथमे सब्सक्राइब करि नियंतु काइना एमिति कंटेंट आपण को बहुत आपण को फ्री रे मिलु छी। चलो तो देखिबा ए बही रे गोटे भलो जिंस कोन अछि ना मेरिट बूस्टर कंटेंट से माने बनै चंदी प्रिपेयर करछन जो मान टॉपर एजुकेटर आ आपण को एथे भलो जिंस कोन ना टाइम सेविंग और रिवीजन बहुत भलो भाबरे हे परछि। ता सहित आपण को बार बार आ किछि मेटल किना पड़बो गोटे बही रे सब जिंस भलो अछि। आ ओडिशा कैप्सूल हैंड नोट रो गोटे फीचर्स चारटा फीचर इंपोर्टेंट कय गले आपण इमेजेस और इन्फोग्राफिक्स बहुत बढ़िया भाव में अच्छी जमती आप गोटे जहाँ गोटे इमेज रहा बहुत भल भाव से दर्शे आकुरेट फैक्ट्स अच्छी माने कौन पर केमती कौन आसला कौन पर केमती कौन आसला से बहुत भल भाव देइछंती। एग्जाम हॉल डिमांड कौन जो जिनस रखी सेठी एग्जाम हॉल ए जिनस बहुत थर पड़ी से माने गोटे सूची देइछन तथा हम बार बार तक रिवीजन करिवार अछि। तबरे मेमोरी बूस्टर माने आपनकर ए जो गोटे मानकर सेंसस गोटे डेमोग्राफिक पिक्चर देले सेतेरे कौन कौन पॉइंट इंपोर्टेंट बहुत जिन बाहर ताको हमको मन रखा पड़ो लाइक आप माइंड मैप बढ़िया से कर तेणु बहीटी बहुत बढ़िया अच्छी ता सहित आप ओएसएससी सिलेबस ओडिशा इकोनॉमी ओडिशा हिस्ट्री ओडिशा ज्योग्राफी ओडिशा हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देइछन्ते तेणु ए जिनस हम 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देइ देइछन्ते किंतु जो माने क्वेश्चन सेटअप करिवे से माने एक्चुअली टिके प्रोफेसर लेवल थांती हला से माने उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी रेवेन्सा यूनिवर्सिटी आपनकर बीजेपी कॉलेज एवडा टिके लेवल से लेक्चर माने बननांती हला तेणु से मुंड को जहाँ आसो से क्वेश्चन बनइबे न कि से देखिए 10th स्टैंडर्ड कौन आसो बोली है तेणु से बहुत जिन पचारि पाते क्वेश्चन तेणु आम जो देखा यार कंटेंट लिस्टा कह गले आप 34टा चैप्टर है डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल ओडिशा प्लस बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन को जब कहले 92 पेज टोटाल 35टा चैप्टर अवेलेबल अच्छी आ गोटे गोटे चैप्टर सब पूरा ठीक पशुची जमी सिलेबस आपंकर है सेकेंड कह गले आपंकर कौन ना मुझे को एक कंटेंट रू बहुत कंटेंट फ्री रे पढ़े देछि हला जेंति मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री ऑफ ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि नेशनल पार्क वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पढ़े देछि एनिमल हस्बेंडरी ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि कम्युनिकेशन इन सिनेमा ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोफाइल ऑफ ओडिशा पढ़ाई जाइए एजुकेशन हेल्थ सेक्टर इन ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई जाइए एवं ओडिशा बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन पढ़ी देछि आ जेति बाकी रहा कि चैप्टर सेटा सब पेड अच्छी माने कह गले सब जाक चैप्टर गुड़ा पाखापी 20 ରୁ 25 मिनट कि 40 मिनट भीतर बहुत चेष्टा कराई पूरा डिटेल बुझे सारी मैंने देखो ये पूरा आप जो देखिए टोटाल सब चैप्टर को मिसले 15 घंटार वीडियो माने 15 घंटे आपण पूरा चैप्टर सरजी पूरा मास्टर हो ओडिशा जिले कौन भी आप गोटे मार्क कटोनी है कहीं एत डिटेल से बड़े डिटेल देती सब जिन पैसा देती सेकेंड कथा करना आम पाखे सब चैप्टर वीडियो अवेलेबल अच्छी है तेणु आम कौन कर फ्री सर्विस भी देचु किसी पेड सर्विस भी आम रखीचु देखो जदि आप पेड सर्विस ना पाई जाऊँगी आप 50% आपन को एडवांस आपणकर ए रोचे एडवांस जो मैंने पेमेंट कर 50% डिस्काउंट रोचे समरी नोट माने अपन चैप्टर सरीबो जो दिन वीडियो देखिले अपन संगे संगे अपन समरी नोट मिल जाए पढ़ी देवे आप किसी पढ़ा दरकार नहीं डेली 12टा MCQ 35 डेज माने 420टा क्वेश्चन इंपोर्टेंट बेसिक क्वेश्चन जोटा पड़ुची परीक्षा से लेवल क्वेश्चन आम दौचु ओडिशा 360 डिग्री इ बुक गोटे फ्री आपन दौचु है सब जिन रही जोटार कि मार्केट कॉस्ट एक्चुअली कह गले 50 रुपीज बट एटा फ्री कॉस्ट मिलूँ 35 वीडियो प्राइवेट यूट्यूब चैनल रे आम आपन को अपलोड कर दौचु सेटा प्राइवेट रहिबो आपन को जो माने एटा परचेज करिवे सेही मान को मेल आईडी ही एक्सेस करि परिबो हला जो माने परचेज करिवे से मान को मेल आईडी ही से वीडियो एक्सेस कर परिबो फ्री वाला करें नहीं तापर प्राइवेट टेलीग्राम चैनल आपको मिले ना व्हाट्सएप चैनल मिले से आपको क्विज डिस्कशन कर टोटाल प्राइस हूँ 35 टंका है 35 टंका माने गोटे छोट छुआ अफोर्ड करमती बहुत बड़ जिन नुह सेकेंड कथा 35 टंका नहीं मुझे बहुत बड़ लोक होनी कहीं एति परिश्रम करा पड़ू से बहीटा फोटो उठाए पीडीएफ बना पीडीएफ बना पारे विभिन्न सफ्टवेयर यूज करके बुझेब जड़े है बाकी रहा आप बुझे सारापर आपको क्विज दब एत जिन जन करुच्ची है तेनाली भावतु आप भावी नि 35 चैप्टर आपको जदि आप मिलगला आप वीडियो मिलगला तो गोटे वीडियो प्राइस के पड़ा टंका तो आप अपलोड करेंगे है तेणु मुझे बहुत जिन किसी कहूनी है देखो ये आपंकर पाखापाखि जोटा मुझे 7 घंटार वीडियो छाड़ी बहुत गुड़िए फ्री चैप्टर भी अच्छी पेड चैप्टर भी अच्छी जो मैंने नहीं पेड चैप्टर पेड फ्री सब देख पार्टी है आपण चाहिए निश्चित भाव को एक्सेस करेंगे मात्र 35 टंका आपण भावतु आपल ओएसएससी जिले कम आसो अपकमिंग जी रिक्रुटमेंट आसो गवर्नमेंट सब जगह ओडिशा निश्चित भाव पड़ो 35 टंका इज नॉट ए वेरी बिग डील आप गोटे एवं बाहर मोमो खाई कि गुपचुप खाई कि जहाँ खाई आप 35 टंकार भी अधिक खर्च हो तेणु 35 टंका इज नॉट ए बिग डील आप क्यूआर कोड स्कान करके मत 99371932 नंबर मत व्हाट्सएप करेंगे व्हाट्सएप कले मुझे डिटेल्स क्रॉस चेक कला परे आपण मानकु आपण मेल आईडी मागी आपण को वीडियो एक्सेस दे देबी ओके आज वीडियो जदि आपण भल लागला निश्चित नंबर आपण माने मते कमेंट सेक्शन जणबे आपण मतामत कोन थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज हम देखिबा फर्स्ट नवेम्बर रु 10th नवेम्बर पर्यंत बेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स ऑल कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स जमती आपनकर एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओट्रिपल टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम पे आपनको हेल्पफुल रहइबो। प्रथम क्वेश्चन व्हिच स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लॉन्च्ड द सेकंड फेज ऑफ द चीफ मिनिस्टर्स पिलग्रिमेज स्कीम सेटा होची पंजाब हला एटे केमते मन रखिबे देखो पिलग्रिमेज हला पिलग्रिमेज होची कोन आपनकर तीर्थयात्री तेणु यार इंग्लीश होची पी रो आरंभ तेणु पी पर पंजाब पी पर पिलग्रिमेज मन रख परिबे। नेक्स्ट फ्रॉम वेयर विल इंडियाज हाईएस्ट कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट CMS 03 will be launched on 2nd November 2025 एटा होची आपनकर श्रीहरिकोटा देमकिन मन रखिबे देखंतु CMS चीफ मिनिस्टर्स हला चीफ मिनिस्टर एस फॉर होची स्पेशल चीफ मिनिस्टर हला स्पेशल चीफ मिनिस्टर तेणु एक्स जदि अच्छे ना आपन देखिदेवे सेटा श्रीहरिकोटा को होइथिबो सतीश धवन स्पेस सेंटर हला एस मन रखिदेले आपन ऑटोमेटिक श्रीहरिकोटा आखि पड़ेबो। नेक्स्ट where was the first regional meeting of urban development minister of southern state and UTs held Bangalore Rajada who was honored as the top agri food pioneer by 2025 by the World Food Prize फाउंडेशन से होचन चीफ संजीव कुमार एटा मन रखिदा आपण रणवीर बरार भी अछंती से बहुत भलो ये ऋतु लालमी हम अछन विकास करना अछन बट एठी जेहेतु 2025 रे आपण सान्न बेळु मो कहूची सान्न बेळु माने आपण 90s भी कथा कहंतु कि आपणकर 2000 कथा भी कहंतु आपण मैक्सिमम टाइम देखिबे संजीव कपूर ए सब फूड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करंती आ प्राइज भी पाते हला मैक्सिमम टू मैक्सिमम संजीव कपूर ही थांते आप सब आके बुझी के मारिबे। नेक्स्ट इन व्हिच कंट्री डिड द वर्ल्ड्स ओल्डेस्ट प्रेसिडेंट पाउल भैया एजुम ऑफिस ऑफ द 8 टाइम से होची कैमरन रो से होजने कोन oldest president. Okay, next actually, who was appointed chairperson of the 8th Central Pay Commission? रंजना देसाई मन रखिबे अच्छा एटा किन मन रखिबे आपण कोन लिखि जे ना पे कमीशन पे हला देखंदो पे माने होची कोन प्राप्य हला प्राप्य रंजना हला अच्छा आपणकर धन अर्जन करिबा हला अर्जन हला नले कोन धन आहरण करिबा हला ताले सेठी सेंट्रल पे तोला अर्जन करिबा सेठी रंजना ही थिबे हला अर्जन करिया पे रंजना ही रहिबे तेणु देसाई आछने रंजना देसाई। ओके नेक्स्ट फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमण विल विजिट व्हिच कंट्री फ्रॉम 30th October to 2nd November 2026 भूटान जीवे मन रखा पड़ेगा। Where did the Union Agriculture Minister lost the National APO Conclave 2025? Delhi. Okay, next. Which company recently became the world first to reach the market value of $5 trillion? Nvidia. SEBI has proposed geotagging rule exemptions for which category? NRIs, non-resident industry. Which state police launched the cyber Jaco program for students in government school at Punjab police करछि। आपण को टेक्निक कहितली मैक्सिमम जिंस गोटे गोटे वीकनेस माने हाइलाइटेड थाते एबे पंजाब अछि या पूर्व थिला तेलंगाना ता पूर्व थिला केरला हला से बाटी के आपण मन रखले आइडिया करके मंथ हला जिंस आपण मन रख परिबे। नेक्स्ट वेयर वाज द थर्ड एडिशन ऑफ प्रवासी परिचय organized by the Indian Embassy from 20th October to 3rd November Saudi Arabia. Next, which state archaeologist Professor Ravindra Kori Settar was selected for a Rajyotsava Award? So the Karnataka. Okay. एठी मन रखे आपण से तांकर ये रो पाइचंती कारी सेट्टार जो लिखा है के पर कर्नाटक मन रखते हला। नेक्स्ट सॉरी वेयर वाज द आदर्श युवा ग्राम सभा इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च रिसेंटली? न्यू दिल्ली प्राय तो न्यू दिल्ली में न्यूज रहउची हला। NVIDIA recently unveiled an AI chip order worth how many billion dollar? Around $500 billion. How many crime cases were registered in India 2023? 6.2 per million. What is the denomination of special commemorative coin used for Sardar Vallabh Patel's 150th birth anniversary? 150 rupees. How many crore tons of cargo were handled through the India's major port by Peninsula 2024-25? 85.5 crore. What is India's rank in the global pharmaceutical industry in terms of production value? 14. Which Indian city was recently recognized as a UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy? ଅଛି ଲକ୍ଷ୍ନୌ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ ଏଇଟା ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ ଯେଉଁ ହେଲା ଗ୍ୟାଷ୍ଟ୍ରୋନୋମି ଦେଇଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ ଅଛି। ତେଣୁ ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ ହେଉଛି ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ଟା ଯେଉଁଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଅଛି ହେଲା, ଆପଣ ସେଇଟା କ'ଣ ଯେଉଁ ଆପଣ ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ ୟୁଜ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ହେଲା, ସେଇଟା ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ନାଓ। ଆପଣ ଯେଉଁଟା ଘରେ ୟୁଜ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସିଲିଣ୍ଡର, ସେଇଟା ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ଏବେ ୟୁଜ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ନାଓ। ତେଣୁ ସେଇଟା ସବୁବେଳେ ଚାଲିବା ପାଇଁ ଲକ୍ ଥିବାର ଅଛି ହେଲା। ଲକ୍ଷ୍ନୌ ପାଇଁ ଗ୍ୟାସ୍ ଦେଇଛି ହେଲା। ନେକ୍ସଟ, what is India's current global honey exporting rank? Second. How many Guinness World Record has been achieved under the Healthy Women Strong Families campaign? 3. Where was the 8th regional consultation marketing on facility in R&D held? Thiruvananthapuram. Which country successfully launched the Jo-21 crewed spacecraft recently? China. Who is celebrating the Tribal Pride Year fortnight from November 1 to 15, 2025? Minister of Tribal Affairs. India's shipbuilding development scheme provides support to shipbuilding cluster with an outlay of approximately how many crore rupees? 20,000 crore rupees. The National Electronics Policy 2029 aims to achieve the revenue of $400 billion by which year? 2025. Currently, how many mobile subscribers are there in India? 1.2 billion. Where will India host 3 major international maritime events in February 2026? Visakhapatnam. Who launched the Indian Navy GSAT-7R CMS 0.3 communication satellite in second number? ISRO करतेला. Okay. How many tons of natural honey worth $177.55 million did India export financial 2024? 1.7 lakh metric tons. Who won the ICC Women's ODI World Cup? India, defeated by South Africa by 52 runs. Who was named player of the match and player of the series in the 2025 Women ODI World Cup final? She was the player of the match on Sepali Verma. Player of the series was Dipti Sharma. She was Sepali, he was Dipti. Okay. सी होचन वर्मा, ये होचन शर्मा। या को भी चेंज कर दे पारे ऑप्शन दे मन क्लिक करिवे। Which prominent New Zealand cricketer recently announced his retirement from T20 international? Kane Wilson. Okay. तो पहला, which advanced communication satellite India's highest to date did in ISRO launch for the Indian Navy on November 2nd, 2025? GSAT-7R CMS 003. Which launch vehicle was used to launch the GSAT-7R satellite? LVM-3 launch vehicle Mark 3. Okay, next. The year 2025 marks which anniversary of the Indian-Germany strategic partnership? 25th. According to a recently published report, what is India's global rank in terms of total forest area? 9th. But according to the largest data from RBI, India's gold reserve have exceeded how many $billion for the first time? $100 billion. But according to the recent ICMR study, what percent of the patients tested in India were found to be suffering from an infectious disease pathogen? 11.1%. How much prize money was announced by BCCI to the Indian women's cricket team for winning the World Cup 51 crore. तापरे who was the head coach of the 2025 World Cup winning Indian women's cricket team? Amol Majumdar. Next, what is the name of the parent company of the stockbroking firm Grow, whose IPO was launched recently? ସେ ହେଉଛି ବିଲିନୋ ବ୍ରିନ୍ସ ଗ୍ରେଜ୍ ଭେଞ୍ଚର ଲିମିଟେଡ୍. Next ଆସିଲା what was the India's manufacturing PMI recorded at October 2025 59.2. President Draupadi Murmu praised which state for implementing the Uniform Civil Code UCC in accordance with the spirit of Article 44 of the Constitution. उत्तराखंड एटा ऑलरेडी उत्तराखंड ହେଇଥିଲା ବଟ୍ ଏଟା କ'ଣ କରିଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରେଜ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି କି ଦ୍ରୌପଦୀ ମୁର୍ମୁ. Next, which wing of the Home Ministry is responsible for dealing with cyber crime like digital arrest? ସେ ହେଉଛି Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center I4C. Okay. The SAR 2.0 process has been launched in how many states and union territory covering around 51 crore voters? 9 states and 3 union territory. मन रखिथांतु एटा श्योर OPSC UPSC किंवा आपनकर OSSC एग्जाम आसीबो. Next, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met the Foreign Minister किए Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Jayani of which Gulf country? Bahrain. Next, which book will be released in hockey centenary celebration 100 years of Indian hockey? Which state has been declared India's first extreme poverty free state? Kerala. Which state has become the first state in India to partner with Elon Musk company Starlink for satellite broadband? Maharashtra. Which roadmap has been recently launched by the Niti Aayog to promote agri-tech innovation? Regimening agriculture, a roadmap for frontier technology-led transformation. The Employees Provident Fund Organization EPFO has signed a memorandum of understanding MOU with which bank to provide doorstep life certificate JPC facility for EPS 95 pensioners. Indian Post Payment Bank. Which famous football legend has recently been honored with the title of Sir? David Beckham. Okay. Where will International Conference on Green Hydrogen ICGS 2025 be held? New Delhi. Which player has become the number 1 batsman in the latest ICC Women's ODI ranking? She was Laura Waldet. She was in South Africa. Next, in the biomanufacturing sector, India ranks third in the Indo-Pacific region. And what is its global ranking? 12th. Among the world's largest rice producer, India supplies rice to how many countries? 172. How many indigenous warships and submarines have Indian shipyards delivered to the Navy from 2014 to 2025? 40. What is the name of the joint NASA-ISRO satellite recently declared operational, which will scan the entire Earth every 12 days? NISAR. Which country has overtaken India in terms of the highest number of universities in the ranking according to the QS World University Ranking Asia 2026? So it's in China. Okay. Which Indian agency was praised by the Financial Action Task Force FATF for its role in asset recovery? Enforcement Directorate ED. Which National Biodiversity Authority has released the 18.3 lakh rupees to the Biodiversity Management Committee of which state? It was Uttar Pradesh and Sikkim. Who has been appointed as the test vice captain for upcoming series against South Africa? Rishabh Pant. The reserve job work policy being considered by the government is related to special economic zone and gems and jewelry industry. Okay, what is the name of the new survey vessel that was recently formally commissioned into service by the Indian Navy at the Kochi Naval Base? ଇସକ୍ ମନେ ରଖିବାଟା ହେଲା ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ପଡ଼ିବ ପରୀକ୍ଷାରେ। The Marathon Expo is being organized by which of the following as part of the preparedness for the Jammu BSF Marathon 2025? ହେଉଛି border security force Jammu frontier headquarter। ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା which Indian cooperative have secured the top 2% as per ICA World Cooperative Monitor 2025 report? ସେ ହେଉଛି Amul ranked first and IFFCO ranked second। ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା according to the QS World University Ranking 2026 which Indian institute is ranked top in the country? IIT Delhi। The total port capacity has recently doubled from 1.4 billion metric ton to how many crore metric ton? 276 crore। President Draupadi Murmu is going on a 6-day visit to which country? Which two countries? Dita country ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି। Which will be the first visit by any Indian head of the state to those countries? ହେଉଛି ଆଙ୍ଗୋଲା ଆଉ ବୋତ୍ସୁଆନା। ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା what is the name of the two new mobile application launched for testing phase of the India's first digital census 2027? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି digital layout map DLM and census 2027 house list app। okay, ମନେ ରଖିବାଟା ପଡ଼ିବାର damn sure question। Recently who has created history by becoming the first Indian para athlete to be selected for the able bodies national junior athletics team? ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଶୀତଲ ଦେବୀ। ମନେ ରଖିବାଟା important। Which state became the first in India to approve 1 day of paid menstrual leave per month for all women employees covering both government and private sector? ଏଟା ହେଉଛି କର୍ଣ୍ଣାଟକ। ଏଟା ମନେ ରଖିବା ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ। ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଅଲରେଡ଼ି ଛୁଟି ଦେବା ପ୍ରଦାନ କରିଛି, ଇଏ କିନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କର ଏବେ ପେଡ୍ ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି, ପଇସା ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି। ଏଇଟା ମନେ ରଖିଥିବାଟା। Which stadium has been shortlisted to host the final of the ICC T20 World Cup 2026? The 9 Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad। Okay. What is the name of the new app launched by the Postal Department for services like parcel tracking, receipt and complaining filing? Tax Seva 2.0। In which district of Uttar Pradesh a 65 million year old fossil was discovered which has been identified as the nasal horn of the Triceratops dinosaur? and ହେଉଛି Saharanpur near the Saharanshar river। ତାପରେ what are the route of the 4 new Vande Bharat Express train recently inaugurated by the Prime Minister? ମନେ ରଖିବେ बनारस to Khajuraho, Lucknow to Saharanpur, Firozpur to Delhi and Ernakulam to Bengaluru। ମନେ ରଖିବାଟା important। According to the recent CHSL report, the price of vegetation thali decreased by how much % in October 2025 as compared to the previous year? 17%। After Kochi, which 3 cities in Uttar Pradesh are planning water metro services? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ବାରାଣସୀ, ଅଯୋଧ୍ୟା and ପ୍ରୟାଗରାଜ। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ସ୍ୱାଗତ। ଆଜି ଆମେ ଦେଖିବା 11 ରୁ 28 ନଭେମ୍ବର 2025ର ବେଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ବେଷ୍ଟ କରେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର ଗୁଡ଼ାକ ହେଲା। ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବା। Which payload of India's Aditya L1 mission recently made the first spectroscopic observation of a coronal mass ejection CME in the visible wavelength range? The answer of a visible emission line coronagraphy। okay, VELC मन रखिएगा। Next, recently the cabinet of which state has approved a bill banning polygamy which proposes stringent punishment of 7 years. Assam. Which cricketer from Meghalaya recently created a new record for the fastest first-class half-century in just 11 balls? Akash Kumar Chaudhary, who won the silver medal in the men's 25-meter rapid-fire pistol event at the ISSF World Championship held in Cairo, Egypt. Answer होची अनीस बनवाला. In the e-Tatkal ticket scam recently exposed by the Railway Police Force to the RPF, some gangs were found using boot software named which to book ticket in second. That was Brahmos, Tesla, Dr. Dom and the Avengers. Okay, next. The central government has allowed the export of how much sugar for the 2025-26 season? 15 lakh tons. What is the name of the joint military exercise between India and Sri Lanka that is scheduled to be held in Belagavi, Karnataka? Mitra Sati, who set a new Guinness World Record for the most push-up 847 in an hour while carrying a 27 kg backpack. Rohtas Chaudhary. In a major operation, Jammu and Kashmir police boosted an interstate white-collar terror model linked to which terror group, recovering around 2900 kg of explosives? Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind. Which 1020 megawatt hydropower project built with Indian collaboration was inaugurated during the Prime Minister Narendra Modi visit to Bhutan in November 2012? Answer Punath Sanguchu 2 hydraulic project. Which constitutional amendment act provide for 33% reservation for women in Lok Sabha and state legislative assembly, which was recently discussed in the Supreme Court? 106th constitutional amendment. The Union Health Ministry recently amended the rules to promote cornea donation by removing the mandatory requirement of which equipment of transplant center? Clinical spectacular equipment. The Madhya Pradesh government has recently approved increasing the monthly allowance under the Ladli Behna scheme to how much amount? 1500 per month. What is the name of the two new mobile applications launched by the Union Minister of Corporation to enable digital payment and loan for urban cooperative bank? Sahakar DigiPay and Sahakar DigiLoan. Which recently inaugurated international airport in Maldives was renovated with the corporation and financial assistance of India? Hani Matho International Airport. What is the theme of the 44th India International Trade Fair IITF 2025? Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat. Where is the annual border talk between the security forces of India and Nepal, SSB and APF being held? New Delhi. India's Indigo Airlines has signed an agreement for code-share partnership with which Chinese airlines? China Southern Airlines. Who has been appointed as the new trustee of Tata Group's Doravji Tata Trust? STTT जोड़ा सेटा होची नाविल टाटा and Bhaskar Bhatt. Where is Adani Group setting up India's largest battery energy storage system BESS facility with capacity of 1126 megawatt? Khabda Gujarat ଅଛି. Next, in which country has Tata Power announced the purchase of 40% stake in the 1125 megawatt Darjeeling hydropower project? Bhutan. Which author has won the prestigious Booker Prize for year 2025? Chosen David Saizela for the Nobel Prize. According to the recently released India Skill Report 2026, what is the total employability of India? 56.35%. Which state received the Best State Award at the 6th National Water Awards? Maharashtra. What was India's retail inflation in October 2025, which is at a 10-year low as per National Statistical Office NSO data? 0.25%. The Union Cabinet has approved a new export promotion mission (EPM) with a total outlay of how much for 6 years? 25,060 crore rupees. The Union Cabinet approved new royalty rate for which important mineral including graphite and zirconium? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଗ୍ରାଫାଇଟ୍ 4%, ସିଜିଏମ୍ ହେଉଛି 2%, ରୁବିଡ଼ିୟମ୍ ହେଉଛି 2% and zirconium ହେଉଛି 1%. Which state government has been ranked as top achiever state in ease of doing business? Business Reforms Action Plan 2024 Haryana ହେଇଛି ନା. The government has reduced the application fee for the geographical indication CHSL to what amount? 1,000 from 5,000. Okay, 5,000 to ଏବେ ହେଇଛି 1,000. Okay, next, which company's parent Billion Brains Garage Ventures became India's most valued listed broker with a market capital near 80,000 crore rupees upon its market debut. Growth. Next, the Janajatiya Gaurav Varsha is being celebrated to the mark of 158th birth anniversary of which tribal icon Birsa Munda? Which state government is planning to introduce a disturbed areas act on the line of the Gujarat to prevent communal polarization? Rajasthan. To mark the release of the installment of PM Kisan Samman Nidhi by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare has decided to celebrate November 19 as which day? Kisan Utsav. Which prominent New Zealand cricketer recently announced his retirement from T20 internationals? Carney Wilson. Okay. The Supreme Court has recently directed the Jharkhand government to declare 31,468.25 hectares of which forest as a wildlife sanctuary? Saranda Forest. Which state government has approved a policy to provide government job on compensate grounds to the dependents of the victim of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots? Delhi. The Assam government has decided to make public the Tewari Commission report related to which massacre in the assembly season of November 25, 1983 Naile massacre. What is the name of the new credit guarantee scheme launched by the Center to facilitate credit for exporters? Credit Guarantee Scheme for Exports (CGSC). What is the estimated economic growth rate of India by Modi's rating by 2027? 6.5%. Indraprastha Gas Limited (IGL) has signed an agreement with a construction company of which country to develop natural gas network in industrial cities there? Saudi Arabia. Next, What is the name of the new data privacy rules recently notified by the central government? Digital Personal Data Protection (DPDP) Rules 2025. Who are the participating states in 4014 in India International Trade Fair? Bihar, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh. Where is the 7th NSN level meeting of the Colombo Security Conference being held? New Delhi. Who has been named the new CEO of Walmart in the place of Doug Macmillan? Se John Purner. Next, which country recently seized the oil tanker named Talara in the Strait of Hormuz? Iran. Which three Indian state-owned refineries have signed the past long-term agreement with um, Chevron, Phillips 66 and Total Energies to import US LPG? Rauji, IOC, BPCL and HPCL. Which city in was the 30th edition of CII Partnership Summit 2025 organized by the Confederation of Indian Council CII? Who is Visakhapatnam? Which e-commerce company recently launched the zero commission model for product valued under 1000? Flipkart. The Indian Army has planned to induct women soldiers in the past time in which unit? Territorial Army. ICMR scientists discovered which genetic switch that helps embryo implantation? HOXA10 and twist. Assam government is signing an agreement with British Museum to bring back which historical textile? Rauji, Brindavani Vistra. Who became the second Indian and fourth all-rounder to score 4,000 runs and take 300 wickets in Test? Ravindra Jadeja. Who will chair the 32nd meeting of the Northern Zonal Council? Amit Shah. Which edition of the bilateral air exercise in Garuda 25 is being held? 8. Who received the Monorama Newsmaker Award 2024? Suresh Gopi. Where was the 4th National EMRS Sports Competition organized? Rourkela Birsa Munda Athletic Stadium. What is the name of the operation launched by the Tamil Nadu Police against Myanmar-based cyber scam? Operation Blue Triangle. Which cafe was inaugurated to provide employment to former Maoist in Naxal-affected Chhattisgarh? Savji, Bandung Cafe. The new military station of Dhubri, Assam, is named after which warrior? Lachit Boraphu. ISRO planned to launch the Chandrayaan-4 sample return mission in which year? 2028. A powerful CME was detected using the Loeffler telescope on which red dwarf star? STKM 1-1262. Which government portal for resolving consumer complaint has reached 1.36 cases? E-Jagriti. Who was honored with the icon of Indian cinema at the Jagrana Film Festival 2025? Ramesh Sippy. Pratik Gandhi Best Actor, the Patra Lekha Best Actress won JFF 2025 for which film? Phule. India state-owned oil companies signed a 2.2 million ton LPG import deal with which country? America. Which country's International Crimes Tribunal sentences former PM Sheikh Hasina to death? Bangladesh. Which country signed an agreement with France to purchase 100 Rafale fighter jets? Ukraine. Who is the chairman of 16th Financial Commission? Arvind Pangaria. India's trade deficit climbed to record high of how much in October 2025? $41.68 billion. Who launched the India's first intelligent power platform on a chip? Arca GKT1 ସେ ହେଉଛି Azimuth AI and Sagent Semiconductors. Who won the ATP Finals 2025 title? Jannik Sinner. Who has been awarded the Indira Gandhi Prize for Peace, Discernment and Development 2024? Michelle Bachelet. Which player has been selected for the International Tennis Hall of Fame? Roger Federer. Which country has been designated as a major non-NATO ally by the US recently? Saudi Arabia. Which is the smallest country by population to qualify for the FIFA World Cup 2026? Curacao. How many new entities has RBI added to its alert list of unauthorized forex trading platforms? 7. NVIDIA will use which type of chips to reduce AI server cost? LPDDR. ISRO successfully tested the bootstrap model of which cryogenic engine for LBM-3 rocket CE-20. The Supreme Court recently struck down key provisions of which Act of Unconstitutional Tribunal Reform Act 2021. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपको बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 टू 30 नवेम्बर पर्यंत जो सब करंट अफेयर गुड़ा अच्छी बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट गुड़ा सब देखा कल टू पुणी आपंकर आर्यांतर क्लास नोट सीरीज चलो ना। चलो स्टार्ट करिए। बेसी लेट करें कहीं वीडियो बहुत लंबा हो मो पे प्रोब्लेम हो लैपटॉप स्पेस रोनी। चलो स्टार्ट करिए। नीतीश कुमार विल टेक ओवर द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ बिहार फॉर व्हिच टाइम? 10th. Which countries will host the 2026 Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup? Zimbabwe and Namibia. Which West Indies batsman holds the record for the scoring century against 12 international teams? Say Hope. Then which ministry launched the Our Toilet Our Future campaign on the World Toilet Day 2025? Minister of Jal Shakti. Which actress has been appointed UNICEF India's new celebrity advocate for child rights and mental health? Kirti Suresh. Which state cabinet has approved the right to seat proposal for employees? Uttar Pradesh. The US has approved the sale of which missile system worth $93 billion to India? Javelin anti-tank missile in Excalibur artillery projectiles. India has signed the TOR for an FTA with which country to increase the bilateral trade tenfold by 2032? Israel. Which country was included as a full member in the 7th NSA level Colombo Security Conclave? CHSL. What is the name of the cheetah that gave birth to 5 cubs in Kuno National Park? Mukhi. Indian Railway will run special train to which place to mark the 350th Manitrodom of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, Sri Anandpur Sahib. Who won the title of Miss Universe 2025? Fatima Post. Which country has banned the use of Chinese developed artificial intelligence system? Taiwan. Which security force recently celebrated its Diamond Jubilee? Border Security Force BSF. Where is the Ministry of Minority Affairs organizing the National Hajj Conference? Mumbai. What is the name of the simplified registration facility launched under the SIMS for small importers? Saral SIMS. Which Indian Air Force aircraft crashed during the Dubai Air Show 2025 Tejas? Which force has been appointed by the central government as the security regulator for all 250 plus seaport CHSL? What is the name of the IAF wing commander who died in Dubai Air Show accident? Wing Commander Namans CHSL. RBI has signed an agreement with ECB to link UPI with which European Instant Payment System TIPS target instant payment settlement. What is the proposed base year for the new GTP series to be released in February 2026? 2022-23. What is the theme of the G20 Summit 2025 held in South Africa? Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. India has announced the launch of air cargo service with which country? Afghanistan. How many central labor laws have been merged into the new 4th labor codes? 29. Who has been named as the 53rd Chief Justice of India? Justice Suryakant. Where did President Draupadi Murmu inaugurated the second edition of Bharatiya Kala Mahotsav, Secunderabad Rashtrapati Nilayam? With which country has India announced a technology and innovation partnership? Australia and Canada. The government has listed a bill to bring which union territory under the Article 240 of the Constitution. Chandigarh. Who will lead the Constitution Day celebration in the Central Hall of the Old Parliament House on November 26? President Draupadi Murmu. The Uttar Pradesh government has directed the set of what in every district for identifying and deploying infiltrators, temporary detention centers. Which Indian industrialist has been awarded for a honorary doctorate by the University of London? Kumar Mangalam Birla. Which Indian shooter won the gold in the Deep Olympics held in Tokyo? Mohit Sandhu. Which country won the Blind Women's T20 World Cup 2025? Indian Women's Cricket Team. Which country did the India defeat in the final of the Blind Women's T20 World Cup 2025? Nepal. Where will the second WHO Global Traditional Medicine Summit be held? New Delhi. The president of which country recently spoke to the Vladimir Putin to restart the Ukraine peace effort in Black Sea deal? Turkey. Leaders of which three countries participated in the IBSA meeting during the G20 summit? India, Brazil, South Africa. Which Indian Navy ship arrived at Port Victoria, Seychelles for Indian Ocean Surveillance? INS Sami 3. Which Indian player won the men's single title at the Australian Open Badminton 2025? Lakshya Sen. Who has been appointed as the new chairman of the Indian Trainer Promotion Organization ITPO? Javed Ashraf. The Central Empowered Committee ECC has recommended the creation of a new tiger reserve in which state? Goa. Eruption of the Haleli Gobi volcano of which country may affect air travel in India? Ethiopia. India and Canada have agreed to restart the negotiation on which agreement? is on a CEPA, a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Gavi and UNICEF have signed an agreement to increase the availability of the vaccine for which disease? Malaria R21 matrix M vaccine. What is S&P Global Rating estimated GDP growth rate in India for financial year 2026? 6.5. Which Indian defense PSU has signed an agreement with France Safran to manufacture Hammer missile? Bharat Electronics Limited B. According to Crib high mark. What is the share of public sector bank in home loan market? 50%. SEBI has approved IPO of which Indian AI solution company? Fractal Analytics. What is in India's INDRS estimated of India's GDP growth rate for financial 2025-26? 7%. Who has been appointed as the brand ambassador of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026? Rohit Sharma. Which stadium is the final of T20 World Cup 2026 supposed to be played? Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad. Where was the Samudra Utkarsha seminar of Indian Navy held? New Delhi. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi paid tribute to the martyrs of the which operation at the National War Memorial, Operation Pavan, 1987 Sri Lanka. What was released by PM Narendra Modi on the 350th Martyrdom Day of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji? Special coin and commemorative stamp. Which state introduced a bill to ban polygamy? Assam. According to CREA, which is the most polluted state or UT in India, PM 2.0 concentration was in Delhi. Which Indian city has been formally named as the host for the 2030 Commonwealth Games? Ahmedabad. CBSE has made skill education compulsory from which class to which class 2025-26? 6 to 8. On Constitution Day, President Draupadi Murmu addressed the function of the central hall of the which building? Constitution House, Old Parliamentary House. RIL plus Book 5 plus Digital Reality will build a GW data center in which state? And Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam. What educational qualification has SEBI approved for becoming an investment advisor for research analyst? Graduation in any subject. A 3.5 billion year old crater on Mars has been named after which Indian geologist? M.S. Krishnan. Which NASA rover discovered evidence of the electrical activity in the Martian atmosphere? Perseverance rover. After how many years has South Africa won a test in India? 25 years. India's first private orbital rocket unveiled by PM Modi is Vikram 1. IAU has named crater on Mars after which place in India? Valiamala, Thumba, Mikkel, Baskar and Periyar. Anti-mosquito detergent has been developed by which institute? IIT Delhi. Talks between India and Indonesia have been advanced on which missile did? BrahMos. The disputed map on new 100 rupees note was printed by which country? Nepal. IMF has given what credit to India's national account statistics? C. The government of India approved which scheme for textile sector innovation? Tax ramps. Tesla opened its first all-in-one center in India, Gurugram. What is the GDP growth rate in India in quarter 2, July to September, financial year 25-26? 8.2%. How many consolidated master direction has RBI issued recently? 244. How much amount has government announced for modernizing the semiconductor laboratory SCL? 4500 crore. Which operation has India lost to help Sri Lanka affected by cyclone Ditwa? Operation Sagar Bindu. Which police station has been declared as the best police station in India at the DGP-IGP conference in Raipur? Gazipur Police Station, Delhi. With which country has India signed a 7995 crore deal for MH-60R Seahawk helicopter maintenance? America, USA. What is India's rank in the Asia Power Index 2025? Third. Where will the Indian Navy conduct the International Fleet Review in February 2026? Visakhapatnam. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज हमें देखिबा आर्यन स्टेट स्पेशल ओडिशा कैप्सूल जोथे कि कंप्लीट नोट्स ऑफ ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमिक, हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर रही आपण को पई एटा जदी आपण माने जदी OSSC, OSSSC, OPSC, OUSSC टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम पे प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाबरे आपण मान को हेल्पफुल रहइबो। ता सहित आपण चैनल को प्रथमे सब्सक्राइब कर नियंतु काइना एमिटी कंटेंट आपण को बहुत बहुत आपण को फ्री रे मिलुची। चलंतु देखिबा ए बहिरे गोटे भल जिनस कोन अछि ना मेरिट बूस्टर कंटेंट से माने बनैचंती प्रिपेयर करछने जो मान टॉपर एजुकेटर आ आपण को एथे भल जिनस कोन ना टाइम सेविंग और रिवीजन बहुत भल भाबरे हे परछि। ता सहित आपण को बार बार आ किछि मेटल किना पड़िबोनी गोटे बहिरे सब जिनस भल अछि। आ ओडिशा कैप्सूल हैंड नोट रो गोटे फीचर्स चारटा फीचर इंपोर्टेंट कया गले आपण इमेजेस और इन्फोग्राफिक्स बहुत बढ़िया भाव में अच्छी जमती आपंकर गोटे जहाँ गोटे इमेज रहा बहुत भल भाव से दर्शे गोटे आकुरेट फैक्ट्स अच्छी माने कौन पर केमती कौन आसला कौन पर केमती कौन आसला से बहुत भल भाव देइछंती। एग्जाम हॉल डिमांड कौन जो जिनस रखी से एग्जाम हॉल ये जिन बहुत थर पड़ी से गोटे सूची देते हम बार बार तो रिविजन करार अच्छी। मेमोरी बूस्टर माने आपंकर ये जो गोटे मनकर सेंसस गोटे डेमोग्राफिक पिक्चर देले से कौन कौन पॉइंट बहुत जिन बाहर हमको मन रखा पड़ो लाइक आप माइंड मैप बढ़िया से तेणु बहीटी बहुत बढ़िया अच्छी। सहित आप OSSC सिलेबस ओडिशा इकोनॉमी, ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ओडिशा ज्योग्राफी, ओडिशा हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देइछन्ते। तेणु ये जिनस हम 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड दे देइछन्ते किंतु जो माने क्वेश्चन सेटअप करिवे से माने एक्चुअली टिके प्रोफेसर लेवल लो थांती हला से माने उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी, रेवेन्सा यूनिवर्सिटी, आपनकर बीजेपी कॉलेज एवडा टिके लेवल से लेक्चर माने बननांती हला। तेणु से मुंड को जहाँ आसो से क्वेश्चन बनइबे न कि से देखिए 10th स्टैंडर्ड कौन आसो बोली हला। तेणु से बहुत जिन पचारि पाते क्वेश्चन। तेणु आम जो देखा यार कंटेंट लिस्टा कह गला आप 34टा चैप्टर है डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल ओडिशा प्लस बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन को जब कहले 92 पेज टोटल 35टा चैप्टर अवेलेबल अच्छी। आ गोटे गोटे चैप्टर सब पूरा ठीक पशुची जमी सिलेबस आपंकर है। सेकेंड कह गले आपंकर कौन ना मु आपन को एक कंटेंट बहुत कंटेंट फ्री रे पढ़े देछि हला। जेंति मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री ऑफ ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि, नेशनल पार्क वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पढ़े देछि, एनिमल हस्बेंडरी ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि, कम्युनिकेशन इन सिनेमा ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई छि, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोफाइल ऑफ ओडिशा पढ़ाई जाई छि, एजुकेशन हेल्थ सेक्टर इन ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई जाई छि एवं ओडिशा बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन पढ़े देछि। आ जेति कि बाकी रहला कि चैप्टर सेटा सब पेड अछि माने कया गले सब जाक चैप्टर गुडा पाखाबे 20 ରୁ 25 मिनट की 40 मिनट भीतर बहुत चेष्टा कराई कि ताको पूरा डिटेल रे बुझाई सारची माने हला। देखो ये पूरा आप जो देखिए टोटाल सब चैप्टर को मिसले 15 घंटार वीडियो माने 15 घंटे आपन को पूरा चैप्टर सर आप पूरा मास्टर हो ओडिशा जिकर कौन भी आप गोटे मार्क कटबनी है कहीं एत डिटेल से बरे डिटेल देछि सब जिन पैक्सा देछि। सेकंड कथा करना आम पाखे सब चैप्टर वीडियो अवेलेबल अच्छी है। तेणु आम कौन कर फ्री सर्विस भी देचु किछि पेड सर्विस भी आम रखीचु। देखो जदि आप पेड सर्विस ना पाई जाउछनी आपण 50% आपन को एडवांस आपनकर एबे रहउची एडवांस जो मन पेमेंट करजनी 50% डिस्काउंट रहउची। समरी नोट माने अपन चैप्टर सरीबो जो दिन वीडियो देखिले अपन संगे संगे अपन समरी नोट मिल जिवो ताको पढि देबे आपन बेस किछ पढिया दरकार नै। डेली 12टा MCQ 35 डेज माने 420 टा क्वेश्चन इंपोर्टेंट बेसिक क्वेश्चन जोटा पढुची परीक्षा रे से लेवल क्वेश्चन हम दोचु। ओडिशा 360 डिग्री ई बुक गोटे फ्री आपन दोचु हला सेते आपनकर सेते सब जिंस रहिछि जोटार कि मार्केट कॉस्ट एक्चुअली कहया गले 50 रुपीस बट एटा फ्री पोस्ट मिलछि। 35 वीडियो प्राइवेट यूट्यूब चैनल रे हम आपन को अपलोड कर दोचु सेटा प्राइवेट रहबो आपन को जो माने एटा परचेज करिवे सेही मान को मेल आईडी ही एक्सेस करि परिबो हला। जो माने परचेज करिवे से मान को मेल आईडी ही से वीडियो एक्सेस कर परिबो फ्री वाला करि परिबे नाही। तापर प्राइवेट टेलीग्राम चैनल आपन को मिलिबो न व्हाट्सएप चैनल मिलिबो सेटा आपन क्विज डिस्कशन करा जिवो। ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଟୋଟାल प्राइस होची 35 टंका है 35 टंका माने गोटे छोट छुआ मध्य एटा अफोर्ड कर परिबो एमती बहुत बड़ जिंस नुह सेकंड कथा 35 टंका नै कि मु बहुत बड़ लोक हो जिबिनी काने एती परिश्रम करिया पडुचे से बहिटा फोटो उठाओ फोटो उठाइला पर तापर ताको पीडीएफ बना जीवो पीडीएफ बना पले विभिन्न सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करके ताको बुझेइबो जणे हैला तापर बाकी रहला तापन बुझे साइला पर आपन को क्विज दबो एते जिंस जणा करूची हैला त भाबंतु आपन भाबिनो तो 35 चैप्टर रो आपन को जति आपन मिली गला आपन वीडियो मिली गला तो गोटे वीडियो रो प्राइस केते पइला टंकाटे तो आपन अपलोड कर परिबे हैला तनो मु बहुत जिंस किसी कहूनी हैला देखंतु एठी आपनकर पाखापाखि जोटा मो 7 घंटा वीडियो छाड़ी से बहुत गुड़िए फ्री चैप्टर भी अच्छी पेड चैप्टर भी अच्छी जो मैंने नहीं से मैंने पेड चैप्टर पेड फ्री सब देख पार्चंदी हैला आउ आपण मन जो चाहे निश्चित भाव एटा को एक्सेस करि परिबे मात्र 35 टंका आपण भाबंतु जे एटा आपण कले ओएसएससी जिले काम रे आसीबो अपकमिंग जति रिक्वायरमेंट आसीबो गवर्नमेंट रो सब जगह रे आपण ओडिसा निश्चित भाव पड़िबो 35 टंका इज नॉट अ वेरी बिग डील आपण गोटे एबे जाय कि बाहर मोमो खाइले कि गुपचुप खाइले कि जा खाइले मोटे आपण 35 टंका रो भी अधिक खर्च होस तनो 35 टंका इज नॉट अ बिग डील आपण माने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करि मते 8993719011 नंबर मते व्हाट्सएप करिवे व्हाट्सएप करले मु आपण मान को डिटेल्स क्रॉस चेक कला पर आपण मान को आपण मेल आईडी मागी आपण को वीडियो एक्सेस दे देबी ओके आज रो वीडियो जति आपण भल लागला निश्चित नंबर आपण माने मते कमेंट सेक्शन जणिबे आपण मतामत कोन थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज हमें देखिबा 1 टू 10 दिसंबर 2025 रो बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट करंट अफेयर जोटा कि इंडिया और इंटरनेशनल रहबा काली हमें जोटा डिस्कशन करथिले सेटा होचे आपनकर ओडिसा रिलेवेंट आ किछि इंडिया रिलेवेंट बट आज हमें पूरा इंडिया इंटरनेशनल पर डिस्कशन करिबा आपण जति एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जे कोन एग्जाम पे प्रिपेयर करचंडी आपण मान को निश्चित भाव में हेल्पफुल रहइबो चलो स्टार्ट करिबा आ गोटे गुड न्यूज आपनकर ओएसएससी सीजीएल रो 1500 समथिंग वैकेंसी पड़ी आसी तले आपण माने आगो को जानिबे आ विषय के भी डिस्कशन कर देबे देखंतु हु हैज बीन अपॉइंटेड एज द न्यू चेयरमैन ऑफ सीपीआईसी जोटे के सेंट्रल बोर्ड ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स एंड कस्टम्स होचने विवेक चतुर्वेदी नेक्स्ट हला हु हैज बीन अपॉइंटेड एज द न्यू प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ फिक्की जोटे के फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया चैम्बर्स एंड कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री for 25-26 होचनी अनंत गोयंका व्हाट इज द नेम ऑफ द फोर्थ प्रोजेक्ट 17A on सिल्क ब्रिज हैंडेड ओवर टू द इंडियन नेवी सेटा होची आईएनएस तारागिरी नेक्स्ट CSIR NAL लॉस्ट द प्रोडक्शन वर्जन ऑफ व्हिच एयरक्राफ्ट से होची हंसा 3NG नेक्स्ट असला वेयर विल द फोर्थ एडिशन ऑफ काशी तमिल संगमम be held from 2nd December 2025 से होची वाराणसी राव तब राजभवन अब व्हिच स्टेट हैज बीन रीनेम्ड एज लोक भवन सेटा होची ओडिसा एटा मुख्यतः काल डिस्कशन करथिली हाउ मेनी प्रोडक्ट ऑफ उत्तराखंड रिसेंटली रिसीव्ड जीआई टैग से होची 18 India has been re-elected to the Council of which international organization पर 26-27 होची International Maritime Organization जोटा के IMO which cyclone affected Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry and Sri Lanka recently सेटा होची दित्वा तापर असला who recently broke Sachin Tendulkar's record for most international centuries होची विराट कोहली which Indian player broke Shahid Afridi's record for most ODI success होचन रोहित शर्मा who won the Sultan Aljalan Shah Cup by defeating India in the final से होचे बेल्जियम who won the women's doubles title at Said Modi India International 2025 से होचन दी त्रिशा जोली and गायत्री गोपीचंद which organization gave India's national account statistics a C grade rating से होची International Monetary Fund जोड़ा के IMF where was the 12th CII Big Picture Summit 2025 held से होची मुंबई तापर where was the Saras Ajivika Mela inaugurated by the Shivraj Singh Chauhan New Delhi where has the 14th edition of Indian Maldives joint military exercise Ibu Rain began ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ତିରୁବନନ୍ତପୁରମ୍ କେରଲା DOT କ'ଣ has made it mandatory to pre-install which security app on all smartphones ହେଉଛି संचार साथी which agency has been tested by the Supreme Court to investigate digital arrest scam nationwide ହେଉଛି Central Bureau of Investigation CBI S. Jaishankar addresses a conference on the 15th anniversary of which treaty ହେଉଛି Biological Weapon Convention who has been awarded the Polyusmart Gorgeous Award 2025 Dr. Tessie Thomas which word has been selected as Oxford Word of the Year 2010 ସେ ହେଉଛି Rage Bait ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା India will sell its 6% stake in which public sector bank ସେ ହେଉଛି Bank of Maharashtra which legendary Italian tennis player and Davis Cup record holder pass away at 92 ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି Nicola Pietrangeli ହେଲା ये ଗୋଟେ updated news important OSSC chill ପାଇଁ what is the name of the new PMO complex being constructed ସେ ହେଉଛି Sevatirth ତାପରେ which government ride hailing app will be launched in 2025 Bharat Taxi ତାପରେ where has the Indian Army launched its first community radio station जोटाकि रेडियो दिरांग ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ where on what is the name of the giant spiral galaxy discovered by Pune researchers ସେ ହେଉଛି Alaknanda which IIT developed the smart polymer gel for automatic building temperature control IIT Bhilai DRDO successfully tested which system for fighter pilot safety fighter jet escape system who became the youngest player जोटाकि 14 years to score a century in Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy से होची Vaibhav Suryavanshi who has been elected unopposed as the new Speaker of Bihar Assembly Dr. Prem Kumar India has withdrawn the order for mandatory pre-installation of which mobile security app सेटा संचार साथी okay which country blocked immigration applications from 19 nations including Afghanistan and Somalia America USA which steel company announced a 50-50 joint venture with Japan's JSW Steel the reusable rocket Juku 3 that failed its landing test belongs to which country China which Indian cricketer recently announced the retirement from all format Mohit Sharma the legendary badminton player known as Queen of Deception who confirmed retirement is Taiju in Chinese Taipei which 3-year-old from Madhya Pradesh became the world's youngest rated chess player Saragya Singh Kushwaha who recently resigned as the chairman of Prasar Bharati Navneet Kumar Sehgal next exam Suraj Khosla former governor of which state passed away recently Mizoram Union Minister Annapurna Devi launched how many days awareness campaign for child marriage free India 100 days तापर Parliament passed which bill to levy duty on the tobacco product after GST compensation chase ends सेटा होची Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 which state has banned radical and jihadi literature linked to the banned terror groups सेटा होची Assam BNHS Bombay Natural History Society will release 6 critical endangered vulture in which state in January 2026 Assam तापर where is 23rd Indian Russian Annual Summit being held सेटा होची New Delhi तापर the largest bank of which country तापर Sear Bank announced expansion of branches in India से होची Russia रेडा Sear Bank रेडा next asla who won the Jerusalem Master Chess Tournament 2025? Arjun Irigasi. তারপরে India and Russia have set the target of $100 billion bilateral trade by which year? 2030. তারপরে লোকসভা passed which bill to impose the special cess on pan masala product? সেটা হচ্ছে হেলথ সিকিউরিটি ন্যাশনাল সিকিউরিটি cess bill 2025. Which chief minister was recognized by World Book of the Record London for taking oath for the 10th time? So Nitish Kumar, Bihar. Next, how many agreements were signed during the Vladimir Putin's interview? 16 agreement. Which university became the overall campaign in Khelo India University Game KIUG 2025? Chandigarh University, 67 medals, 42 golds. Okay, next. Who has been awarded FIFA's first Peace Prize? Donald Trump, US President. The 11th Indian International Science Festival IISF is being held in Panchkula, Haryana. What is the theme of the Year Summit 2025-26? Empowering rural innovation for global change. Okay, এটা মনে রাখলে important. তারপরে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কন্যা বিবাহ যোজনা 51,000 assistant has been launched by which state? Odisha. এটা ମୁଁ କାଲି discussion କରିଥିଲି. As per SERA, ଯୋଉଟାକି Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air report, which was India's most polluted city in November 2025? ସେ ହେଉଛି ଗାଜିଆବାଦ. Where was the Quad Center Tourism Working Group meeting held? ସେ ହେଉଛି ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ. ତାପରେ who won gold in women's 10-meter air pistol at ISSF World Cup finale? जोटाकि दोहारे ହେଇଛି ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ସୁରୁଚି ସିଂ. India defeated which country in 2-1 to win the ODI series recently? South Africa. Who won gold in women's 25-meter pistol at ISSF World Cup final in Doha? ସେ ହେଉଛି Simranpreet Kaur Brar. ତାପରେ which country is hosting the 20th UNESCO ICH Governmental Committee session December 2025? ସେ ହେଉଛି India. ତାପରେ the theme of the International Civil Aviation Day 2025 7 December ହେଇଥିଲା ଏଟା sustainable future together for the next 80 years. Then ଆସିଲା the 920-meter long Seoul tunnel was inaugurated in which state? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଲଦାଖ. ତାପରେ who won the 2025 Formula 1 Drivers' Championship? Lando Norris. Which country defeated India in the semi-final for the FIH Junior Men's Hockey World Cup 2025? Germany. ତାପରେ which team won the Indian Pickleball League title? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ମୁମ୍ବାଇ ସମସେର୍ସ. ତାପରେ discussion in parliament was held on the 150th anniversary of which national song? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ବନ୍ଦେ ମାତରମ୍. Objective of the Tiger Outside project? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି move tigers from the buffer zones to core zones. Okay. Which country hosted the 4th annual Quad HADR जोटाकि Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Response meeting? सेटा ହେଉଛି USA. Under the operation of Sagar Bandhu, which country received 300 metric ton emergency relief supply? से ହେଉଛି श्रीलंका. तापर which country will launch an online visa application system for Indian from 22nd December 2025? से होची China. New MRO facility for C-130J Super Hercules aircraft will be established at Bengaluru. तापर EC has recognized political party to submit updated party constitution within 30 days. Application for the inclusion UNESCO ICH Intangible Cultural Heritage जोटाके list is under review for which Indian festival? सेटा होची Diwali. Venue of its first T20I between international between India and South Africa? सेटा होची Katak. Which country is hosting Global AI Show 2025? से होची UAE Abu Dhabi. Silp Guru Award 2024 metal craft was awarded to Subhash Arora. तापर last question, 7th season of the United Nations Environment Assembly is being held at Nairobi, Kenya. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मानको बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 11 तो आरंभ करके 28 डिसेंबर 2025 रो बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट टॉप करंट अफेयर। जदि आपण एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग और जेकोसी एग्जाम में प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाव में आपण मानको हेल्पफुल होबो। चलो स्टार्ट करिया। प्रथम क्वेश्चन हला व्हिच कंट्री इम्प्लीमेंटेड द वर्ल्ड्स फर्स्ट लॉ बैनिंग सोशल मीडिया फॉर चिल्ड्रन अंडर 16? आंसर हला ऑस्ट्रेलिया। यूएस प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रंप threatened to impose tariff on which Indian import rice. Microsoft announced how much investment for cloud and AI infrastructure in India, $17.5 billion. Which airlines has been ordered to cut flights by 10% by MOCA? Indigo. Next is Indian Solar Observatory that played key role in May 2024 solar storm discovery. Aditya L1. Next is which Indian festival was included UNESCO ICH list? Diwali. India is deploying which indigenous system to protect NCR from aerial threats? Multi-layer integrated air defense weapon system IADWS. Next is who received the Global Humanitarian Award for Animal Welfare? Anand Ambani. Government campaign for retrieval of financial assets? Your money, your right. Madras High Court judge facing impeachment notice Justice G.R. Swaminathan. Which state cabinet approved creation of Youth Higher Education Civil Aviation Department? Bihar. Which state government recently introduced the Hate Speech and Hate Crime Prevention Bill 2025 in the State Assembly? Karnataka. Which state government has announced that it will withdraw criminal cases filed against surrendered Maoist? Chhattisgarh. Which e-commerce giant has announced an investment of rupees $35 billion in India by 2030? Amazon. Which team did India defeat to win the bronze medal at the Men's Junior Hockey World Cup 2025? Argentina. Who won the Major League Soccer MLS Most Valuable Player award for the second consecutive time? Lionel Messi. Which Indian player secured the first position in the latest ICC ODI betting rankings? Rohit Sharma. Which Indian player secured the second position in the latest ICC ODI betting ranking? Virat Kohli. What percentage of open cleared the civil service examination in 2023 as per Ministry of Personal Data? 35%. Which Indian IT company signed an agreement to acquire the American firm Coastal Cloud for $700 million? Tata Consultancy Service or TCS. Which country will host the first Commonwealth Kho Championship in March 2026? India. With which country's Olympic Committee has the Indian Olympic Association IOA signed an MOU for Sports Corporation? Italy. Which state government issued a policy to provide contractual government jobs to families affected by 1984 anti-Sikh riots? Haryana and which country's Senate approved increasing import tariff by 50% on goods from India and other Asian countries starting from January 2026? Mexico. The Delhi cabinet increased the number of revenue districts from 11 to how many to improve the administrative efficiency? 13. 11 13. According to the National Crime Record Bureau NCRB, the rate of student suicide has increased by approximately what percent over the past 12 years? 65%. According to the NABARD survey, what percent of rural household monthly income is now being spent on consumption? 67.3%. The American satellite Bluebird will fly abroad which ISRO rocket? LBM-3. What is the name of the AI based framework developed by the Indian researchers to study cancer cell growth and predict behavior? সেটা হচ্ছে অঙ্কোমার্ক। তারপরে taekwondo player রূপা বেয়র who reached the 8th place in the largest world rankings belongs to which Indian state? সে হচ্ছে অরুণাচল প্রদেশ কে রূপা বেয়র। Next, with two cricketers have had stands unveiled in their names at the Maharaja Yadavendra Singh International Cricket Stadium, New Chandigarh. সেটা হচ্ছে युवराज सिंह and Harmanpreet Kaur. Next, from which Indian station was the e-bike rental service launched to provide last mile connectivity in Kerala? से होची Kozhikode railway station. Where was the third General Assembly meeting of the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management held New Delhi? Where is the 30th International Film Festival of Kerala being held? Thiruvananthapuram. Which country has jointly launched 7D carbonization project with India in the steel and cement sectors? Which is Sweden. Which Indian origin fintech innovator was included in the Forbes under 30 list in December 2020? Arkin Gupta. Where was the Statue of Freedom fighter Minang Dabadar Savarkar unveiled recently? से होची बीजापुरम earlier पोर्ट प्लेयर जोटा है पोर्ट प्लेयर को ना को चेंज कराके बीजापुरम कराई छी. Okay. How much money has the Union Cabinet approved for the census 2027? 11,718.24 crore. Okay, मन रखते बेटा important पढ़ी में पढ़ी जाए. Which bill proposes the formation of a single regulatory body to replace UGC and AICT for higher education? सेटा जे विकसित भारत शिक्षित अधीक्षण बिल है विकसित भारत शिक्षित अधीक्षण बिल है सेटा UGC AICT में इना लागू होबा है मन रखते बेटा. Which new window has been approved for the seamless and transparent use of coal also allowing coal exports? सेटा होची coal सेतु के हमें. Which bill allows private sector participation in the nuclear energy sector? से होची शांति बिल. Next, the Union Cabinet approved the increasing the FDI limit in the insurance sector from 74% to what percentage? सेटा 100% नहीं वाला 100% ला 100% नहीं. तापरे which US led strategic alliance on critical minerals and semiconductor supply chain does not include India? सेटा होची पैक्स सिलिका. तापरे what minimum support price जोटा के MSP कहउछंती has been set for mining copra for the 2026 session? सेटा होची 12,027 per quintal kg हला per quintal rupees हला. Next asla, which former Lok Sabha speaker and Union Home Minister passed away at the age of 90? से होचंती शिवराज पाटिल कांग्रेस होचंती. Next, the CACM formed an expert committee to reduce vehicle pollution under whose chairmanship? से होचंती प्रोफेसर अशोक झुनझुनवाला IIT Madras से. Okay. Which Argentinian footballer legend started his visit to India under the Good India Tour 2020? Lionel Messi. Who won the gold medal in the women's 55 kg category at the Senior National Wrestling Championship? से होची अंतिम पनगल. Which Indian wrestler announced a return after 16 months targeting the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics? से होची Venus Pogott. तापर असले दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी approved the renaming its faculty of the arts auditorium as which hall? सेटा होची वंदे मातरम hall. According to an Oxford University study, approximately how many species are at the risk of the extinction by the end of this century? सेटा होची about 8,000 species. Preparedness were reviewed for which annual USR of Kajwa Sahib in Najim? सेटा होची 14th URS. तापरे who has been awarded the SIAS and National Excellence Award पब्लिक लीडरशिप से होचंदी हिमंत विश्व शर्मा SIES नेशनल एक्सलेंट अवार्ड पे ये ना हिमंत विश्व शर्मा तापरे which senior storyteller has been selected for the IPCO साहित्य सम्मान 2012 से होचंदी मैत्रेयी पुष्पा next for the first time after Sanskrit courses have been started in the University of which city in Pakistan such as Lahore. Which country recently released several political prisoners including Nobel Peace Prize winner as Bailikaskai Belarus. By which year has the Union Home Minister set the target to make India completely free from nationalism and myojim? March 2026. Panduru Khadi, which recently received a GI tag, belonging to which state? Andhra Pradesh. According to the NTPC data, which state recorded the highest number of tiger deaths in 2020? Madhya Pradesh. Who won the gold medal in the women's skate event at 68th National Scouting Championship? Reja Dhillon. In which border district of Jammu and Kashmir did the Indian Army lay the foundation stone for a 105 feet national flag? Poonch. Boston Olympics 2025, in which surrendered nationalist also participated, was organized Mr. Roger Chhattisgarh. Who has been appointed as the new Chief Information Commission of India? Rajkumar Goyal. Which state government announced a complete ban on students bringing mobile phone to the school from the next academic year? Himachal Pradesh पूरा ban कर दे चले. Next. Which initiative has launched by the Maharashtra government to nurture football talent which participation from Lionel Messi? Project Mahadev. In which city is the Global Chess League being organized? Mumbai. Which state has claimed to record zero stubborn incident during the winter season of 2025? Delhi. Who has the Bharatiya Janata Party BJP recently appointed as national working president? Nitin Nabin. Important data. Which country did the India defeat to win the Squash World Cup for first time? Hong Kong. Who won the women's and men's single title at the Odisha Masters Badminton Tournament 2025? Unnati Huda and Kiran George. Which Indian Navy sailing vessel will travel to Oman to explore ancient maritime trade routes? NS Kondinya. Okay. Which tiger reserve of Madhya Pradesh has been approved as the third cheetah habitat in the state? Virangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve, Nouran Dehi re अछि. Next. Chief Minister of which Indian state will attend the World Economic Forum WEF meeting in the Davos next month? Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Madhya Pradesh. Next asila. Which robot is planned to be sent into space by the ISRO under the Gaganyaan mission? Biomitra. Which state has announced the launch of snow leopard tourism based on the Ladakh model? Uttarakhand. Which new MH-60R helicopter squadron will be commissioned by the Indian Navy on 17 December 2012? INS T-35 OSSC. Okay, next. Prime Minister Narendra Modi began a visit to which three countries from 15 December? Jordan, Ethiopia and Madam already actually. Next. In the honor of which Tamil Emperor did the Vice President release a commemorative postage stamp? Peru Midyugu Mathura Yar 2. Okay. Difficult time. Next. Which African country has started legalizing and regulating cannabis farming after decades of the illegal cultivation. Morocco. Last question. Under the proposed GRMG bill, how many days of the statutory employment guarantee will rural families receive annually? 125. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मानक बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 डिसेम्बर आरंभ करके 31 डिसेम्बर पर्यंत बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स जोटा कि आपण मानक एसएससी, रेलवे, ओपीएससी, ओएसएससी, ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम पे हम प्रिपेयर करछनी निश्चित भाव आपण मानक हेल्पफुल रहिबो। चलंतो स्टार्ट करबा। चाइना रिसेंटली filed a complaint at the WTO against which country regarding the tariff on ICT product and solar subsidies? Answer होची India. Which annual defense bill was recently signed by the US President emphasizing Quad and strategic partnership with India? NDDA 2026. Who has been appointed as the new UN High Commissioner for Refugees succeeding Pippo Grandi? Brahman Salih. तापरे the Union Home Minister increased the reservation for ex-Agnivir Group C post in CAPF's form 10% to what percentage? 50%. Which initiative was launched by IN Space to establish space technology laboratory in Indian education institution? Antariksha Prayogশালা. India recently defected which country to win the 4-match T20 series 3-1? South Africa. Which country won the Arab Cup football tournament by defeating Jordan? Morocco. Where will the second edition of the Khelo India Beach Game be held from January 5th? Blue Flag Gogla Beach Dew. Which football club became the first Indian women's club to win the SAP Women's Club Championship? East Bengal FC. Who is the vice captain of India for the upcoming T20 World Cup? Akshar Patel. Which electoral trust was the biggest donor to political party in 2024-25? Prudent Electoral Trust. Which Indian regulation was mentioned in the US NDAA for alignment with global standards? Nuclear liability norms. India's first forest university will be opened in which city? Gorakhpur. Which global bank will set up Asia's largest GCC in Mumbai? JP Morgan. Which festival was inaugurated in Mysore on 21st December 2025? Flower Show. Who won the World Tennis League WTL 2025? Axis Mavericks Kites. The Shanti Bill Nuclear Energy Bill 2025 allows the private participation in which sector? Civil nuclear sector. IN Space was proposed to set up space laboratory in how many educational institutions? 7. Who won the Amateur Golf Championship of India 2025 held in Noida? Sukhman Singh. Who won the women's and men's title at the CCI Western Indian Squash Champion 2025? Josna Chinappa and Veer Chhotrani. Which smartphone operating system scored the highest for AI-powered protection as per Counterpoint Research? Android. The Rashtra Prerna Sthal is located in which city? Lucknow. Which Indian startup will launch satellite for the missile tracking from space? Digantara. Indian Railways increase ordinary class fare by how much for journey above 215 km from 26 December 2025, 1 paisa per kilometer. Who has been given additional charge as chairman of AICTE, Professor Yogesh Singh. Which anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft was handed over to the Indian Navy by GRAC INS Ajandeep. India Optel Limited signed a pact with Safran of which country? France. Which aviation startup began ground testing of its electric flying taxi in Bengaluru? Sarla Aviation. Which team won the Under-19 Cricket Asia Cup by defeating India in final? Pakistan. Who won the gold medal in men's 10-meter air rifle at the 68th National Shooting Championship? Kiran Ankush Yadav. Which country finished 2025 as the number 1 team in FIFA's men world ranking? Spain. What was the growth rate of India's 8 crore industry in November 2025? 1.8%. Where is India's first zero waste model e-waste park being established? Holambhi, Kalan, Delhi. Which organization launched a new sustainable energy policy on National Energy Conservation Day? DMRC. Vinod Kumar Shukla, who passed away recently, was associated with which field? Literature. Which country replaced the H-1B visa lottery system with a wage and skill-based priority system? United States. Which Indian cricketer became number 1 bowler in ICC Women's T20I ranking December 2025? Deepti Sharma. Who has been appointed captain of Delhi Capitals for WPL 2026? Jai Maha Rodriguez. Which team won the 3rd edition of the Global Chess League GCL? Okay. Alpine SG's Piper. Okay. Next. Which IIT developed the AI agent ILA for the atomic force microscopy research? IIT Delhi. Who became the fastest batter to score 16,000 runs in List A cricket, breaking Sachin Tendulkar's record? Virat Kohli. Which state team created a world record by scoring 574 upon 6, the highest List A total ever? Bihar. Who has been recommended for the Major Dhyanchand Khel Ratna Award 2025? Hardik Singh. Who set a Guinness World Record by throwing 490 full extension punches in 1 minute? Dipankar Yadav. What position did India secure in the medal tally at the Asian Youth Para Games Dubai 2025? 7th. In which state has the newspaper reading has been made mandatory in school assembly for class 6 to 12? Uttar Pradesh. Where were 100 Atal containers launched offering meals at 5 rupees on Good Governance Day? Delhi. Who has been appointed as the first female Chief Secretary of Odisha? Anu Garg. The Constitution of India was recently released in which language using the OY Chiki script? Santali. India's first tsunami-ready village are being developed mainly in which state? Odisha. Which AI-based tool has NatGrid developed for facial recognition and data analysis to fight terrorism? Gandhi. Who has been elected as the new president of Honduras? Nasari Sapura. In which city did Amit Shah inaugurate the NIA Anti-Terrorism Conference, New Delhi? According to GTRI, India's exports in financial year 2025-6 are estimated to reach $850 billion. Who became the youngest player 14 years to score a least century? Vaibhav Suryavanshi. Which disease caused the highest number of deaths, 36.4% in India as per MCQs 2023 report? Circulatory disease. Which young cricketer from Bihar received the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar 2025? Vaibhav Suryavanshi. How many children were conferenced with the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar recently? 20. Who was awarded the honorary fellowship by the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland? RCSI. Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma. Which PSU won 8 national awards from the Public Relations Society of India? PRSI. SAIL. Who won the gold medal in senior men's 25-meter rapid fire pistol for the National Shooting Championship? Suraj Sharma. In which state was the presence of a tiger confirmed after 36 years, making it home to the lions, leopard and tigers? Gujarat. From which naval port will President Draupadi Murmu undertake a submarine sea sortie on 28 December? Karwar. Who authored the book Evolution of Temple Architecture in Tamil Nadu? J. Ramanan and Brinda Ramanan. Which country became the first in the world to officially recognize Somaliland as an independent nation? Israel. Thailand recently signed a ceasefire agreement with which neighboring country to end border fighting? Cambodia. Which country successfully tested a superconducting maglev train targeting speed of 1000 km per hour in vacuum tubes? China. Which special operation was launched by Delhi police against organized crime? Operation Agahat 3.0. Scientists developed a broad-spectrum antivenom using antibodies from which animals? Camels and lambs. BIS has notified India's first standard for which product? Agarbattis. Who won the 2025 World Athlete of the Year Men's Award? Armand Duplantis. President Draupadi Murmu undertook a sea voyage in which cavalry class submarine? INS Bhagasir. Who won the women's singles title at 87th Senior National Badminton Championships in 2025 held in Vijayawada? Surya Charishma Tamiri. Who won the men's single title at 87th Senior National Badminton Championship 2025? Ritvik Sanjeevi. Which Indian chess player won the bronze medal at the World Rapid Chess Championship 2025 in Doha? Koneru Humphrey. Which Indian female cricketer recently completed 10,000 runs in international cricket? Smriti Mandhana. In which country was the International Kettlebell Marathon Championship held, where India won 25 medals? Hungary. Who won the Veda Fired Rapid Ratings Chess Tournament held in Greater Noida. Jagriti Mishra. In which state did India successfully conduct the first test of Pinaka Long Range Guided Rocket LRGR-120? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଓଡ଼ିଶା। Next, the Defense Acquisition Council DAC recently approved procurement proposal worth how many crore for the armed forces? 79,000 crore rupees. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज हमें देखिबा आर्यन स्टेट स्पेशल ओडिशा कैप्सूल जोथे कि कंप्लीट नोट्स ऑफ ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमिक, हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर रही छी। आपनको पई एडा जदी आपण माने जदी OSSC, OSSSC, OPSC, OUSSC टीचिंग जे कोनोसी एग्जाम पे प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाबरे आपण मान को हेल्पफुल रहइबो। ता सहित आपण चैनल को प्रथमे सब्सक्राइब कर नियंतु, काइना एमिति कंटेंट आपण को बहुत बहुत आपण को फ्री रे मिलुची। चलो देखिबा ए बही रे गोटे भलो जिंस कोन अछि ना, मेरिट बूस्टर कंटेंट से माने बनै छथि, प्रिपेयर करछन जो मान टॉपर एजुकेटर आ आपण को एथे भलो जिंस कोन ना टाइम सेविंग और रिवीजन बहुत भलो भाबरे हे परछि। ता सहित आपण को बार बार आ किछि मेटल किना पड़िबो, गोटे बही रे सब जिंस भलो अछि। आ ओडिशा कैप्सूल हैंड नोट रो गोटे फीचर्स, चारटा फीचर इंपोर्टेंट कहया गले आपण इमेजेस और इन्फोग्राफिक्स बहुत बढ़िया भाबरे अछि। जेमति आपण गोटे जहा गोटे इमेज रहला ताको बहुत भलो भाबे से दर्शाई छथि। से गोटे एक्यूरेट फैक्ट्स अछि, माने कोन पर केमति कोन आसला, कोन पर केमति कोन आसला, से बहुत भलो भाबे दी छथि। एग्जाम हॉल डिमांड कोन जो जिंस रखी छथि सेठी एग्जाम हॉल ए जिंस बहुत थोर पडितबल से माने गोटे सूची दी छथि। ता हम बार बार तो रिवीजन करिवार अछि। तबरे मेमोरी बूस्टर माने आपनकर एई जो गोटे मनकर सेंसस गोटे डेमोग्राफिक पिक्चर देले सेतेरे कोन कोन पॉइंट बहुत जिन बाहर हमको मन रखा पड़ो, लाइक आप माइंड मैप बढ़िया से कर तेणु बहीटी बहुत बढ़िया अच्छी। सहित आप OSSC सिलेबस ओडिशा इकोनॉमी, ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ओडिशा ज्योग्राफी, ओडिशा हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देइछन। तेणु ये जिनस हम 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड दे देइछन, किंतु जो माने क्वेश्चन सेटअप करिवे से माने एक्चुअली टिके प्रोफेसर लेवल थांती हला, से माने उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी, रेवेन्सा यूनिवर्सिटी, आपनकर बीजेपी कॉलेज एवडा टिके लेवल से लेक्चर माने बननांती हला। तेणु से मन को जहाँ आसो से क्वेश्चन बनइबे न कि से देखिए जे 10th स्टैंडर्ड कौन आसो बोली हला। तेणु से बहुत जिन पचारि पाते क्वेश्चन। तेणु आम जो देखा यार कंटेंट लिस्टा कह गले आप 34टा चैप्टर है, डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल ओडिशा प्लस बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन को जब कहले 92 पेज टोटल 35टा चैप्टर अवेलेबल अच्छी। आ गोटे गोटे चैप्टर सब पूरा ठीक पशुची जेमती सिलेबस आपनकर देइची हला। सेकंड कहया को गले आपनकर कोन ना, मु आपनको एक कंटेंट रो बहुत कंटेंट फ्री रे पढ़े देइची हला। जेमती मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री ऑफ ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देइची, नेशनल पार्क वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पढ़े देइची, एनिमल हस्बेंडरी ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देइची, कम्युनिकेशन इन सिनेमा ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई छी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोफाइल ओडिशा पढ़ाई जाई छी, एजुकेशन हेल्थ सेक्टर इन ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई जाई छी एवं ओडिशा बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन पढ़ाई देई छी। आ जेति कि बाकी रो लखि चैप्टर सेटा सब पेड अछि, माने कहया गले सब जाक चैप्टर उडा पाखाबे 20 रो 25 मिनिट कि 40 मिनिट भीतर बहुत चेष्टा कराई कि ताको पूरा डिटेल रे बुझे कि सारची माने हला। देखंतो एटी पूरा आपण जो देखिबे टोटल सब चैप्टर को मिसले 15 घंटा रो वीडियो, माने 15 घंटा रे आपण को पूरा चैप्टर सर जीव, आपण पूरा मास्टर हे जिवे ओडिसा जिकर कोनोसी भी आपण गोटे मार्क कटिबनी हला। काई ना एते डिटेल से बरे डिटेल देइची, सब जिंस पैक्सा देइची। सेकंड कथा करना हम बाखरे सब चैप्टर रो वीडियो अवेलेबल अछि हला। तेणु आम कौन कर फ्री सर्विस भी देचु, किसी पेड सर्विस भी आम रखीचु। देखो जदि आप पेड सर्विस ना पाई जाऊँगी आप 50% आपन को एडवांस आपणकर रोचे, एडवांस जो मैंने पेमेंट कर 50% डिस्काउंट रोचे। समरी नोट माने अपन चैप्टर सरीबो जो दिन वीडियो देखिले अपन संगे संगे अपन समरी नोट मिल जिवो, ताको पढ़ी देबे, आपन बेस किछ पढ़िया दरकार नै। डेली 12टा MCQ 35 डेज माने 420टा क्वेश्चन इंपोर्टेंट बेसिक क्वेश्चन जोटा पढुची परीक्षा रे से लेवल रो क्वेश्चन हम दोचु। ओडिशा 360 डिग्री ई बुक गोटे फ्री रे आपन दोचु ହେଲା ସେଥିରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ସେତେ ସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ରହିଛି ଯୋଉଟାର କି ମାର୍କେଟ କଷ୍ଟ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି କହିବାକୁ ଗଲେ 50 rupees ବଟ୍ ଏଟା ଫ୍ରି କଷ୍ଟ ମିଳୁଛି 35 ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ପ୍ରାଇଭେଟ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲରେ ଆମେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅପଲୋଡ଼ କରି ଦେଉଛୁ ସେଟା ପ୍ରାଇଭେଟ ରହିବ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଏଇଟା ପରଚେଜ୍ କରିବେ ସେଇମାନଙ୍କ ମେଲ୍ ଆଇ ଡ଼ି ହିଁ ଆକ୍ସେସ୍ କରିପାରିବ ହେଲା ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପରଚେଜ୍ କରିବେ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ମେଲ୍ ଆଇ ଡ଼ି ହିଁ ସେ ଭିଡ଼ିଓଟା ଆକ୍ସେସ୍ କରିପାରିବ फ्री वाला करें ना तापर प्राइवेट टेलीग्राम चैनल आपको मिले ना व्हाट्सएप चैनल मिले से आप क्विज डिस्कसन कर टोटाल प्राइस हूँ 35 टंका है 35 टंका माने गोटे छोट छुआ अफोर्ड करमती बहुत बड़ जिनस नुह सेकेंड कथा 35 टंका नहीं कि मुझे बहुत बड़ लोक होनी कहीं एति परिश्रम करा पड़ू से बईटा फोटो उठाओ फोटो उठाई पीडीएफ बना पीडीएफ बना पारे विभिन्न सफ्टवेयर यूज करके बुझेब जड़े है बाकी रहा आपको बुझे सारापर आपको क्विज दब एत जिन जड़े करुच्ची है तेणु भावतु आप भावी नि 35 चैप्टर जदि आप मिलगला आप वीडियो मिलगला तो गोटे वीडियो प्राइस के पड़ा टंका पड़ा टंका तो आप अपलोड करेंगे है तेणु मुझे बहुत जिन कहूनी है देखो ये आपंकर पाखापाखि जोटा मुझे 7 घंटार वीडियो छाड़ी बहुत गुड़िए फ्री चैप्टर भी अच्छी पेड चैप्टर भी अच्छी जो मैंने नहीं पेड चैप्टर पेड फ्री सब देख पार्टी है आपण मैंने जो चाहिए निश्चित भाव एटा एक्सेस करेंगे मात्र 35 टंका आपण भावतु जे ओएसएससी काम आसो अपकमिंग जी रिक्वायरमेंट आसो गवर्नमेंट सब जगह निश्चित भाव पड़ो 35 टंका इज नॉट ए वेरी बिग डील आप गोटे एवं बाहर मोमो खाई कि गुपचुप खाई कि जहाँ खाई आप 35 टंकार भी अधिक खर्च हो तेणु 35 टंका इज नॉट ए बिग डील आपने क्यूआर कोड स्कान करके 8993719044 नंबर मत व्हाट्सएप करेंगे व्हाट्सएप कले मुझे डिटेल्स क्रॉस चेक कलापर आपण मेल आईडी मांगी आपको वीडियो एक्सेस देदेवी ओके आज वीडियो जब आप भल लगे निश्चित भाव आप मत कमेंट सेक्शन जन आप मतामत कौन थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आप बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज आम देखा 11 टू आरंभ करके 28 पर्यंत 20 जनवरी पर्यंत बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट 80 करंट अफेयर्स जोटा कि आपण कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम जेकोसी एग्जाम दौरान आप एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी और ट्रिपलएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम दौरान आपंपाई हेल्पफुल रहा चलो स्टार्ट करें एक नंबर क्वेश्चन यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह इनागुरेटेड NIDMS in New Delhi. What is the problem NIDMS? National Improvised Explosive Device Data Management System. Next, the Indian Railways has decided to discontinue which attire as its official formal dress code, जोटा कि black coat और बंदगला. Next, which new platform has been launched by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting on DD News to promote digital Creators Corner? Who won the Rapid Open title at the Tata Steel Chess India 2026 tournament? Nihal Sarin. Who won the women's title at Tata Steel Chess India 2026 tournament? Katerina Lagno. Which city is hosting the final of the second Women's Hockey Indian League? Ranchi. Where was the 70th Distinguished Railway Service Award 2025 ceremony held? New Delhi. In which city is the 50th Senior National Kho-Kho Championship being organized? Kajipet, that is in Telangana. Next, which 3 countries have decided to collaborate on the building an energy exchange by laying underwater power cables? India, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is on his first bilateral visit to India. Which 2 Indian cities will he visit? Ahmedabad and Bengaluru. Which state government has launched a clean water campaign using robotic technology and GIS mapping to monitor drinking water pipelines? Madhya Pradesh. Who won the gold medal in the men's 60 kg category at the National Boxing Championship? Mohammedan Hasamuddin. Which cough syrup was banned by the Telangana Drug Control Administration due to the ethylene glycol contamination? Almond kid syrup. Which state's chief electoral officer launched the book A Call facility for voter to directly speak with booth level officer? BLOs. Uttar Pradesh. Which country will host the BRICS summit in 2026? India. Pakistan and United States recently started which joint anti-terrorism exercise in Punjab province inspired Gambit 2026. Which cricketer has become the fastest player to score 20,000 runs in international cricket? Virat Kohli, who won the women's single title at the Brisbane International Tennis Tournament 2026. Aryan Sabalenka. What is the name of the ISRO's first mission of the year 2026 to launch the Earth Observation Satellite EOSN-1 PSLV 62? Prashant Tamang, who passed away recently, was the winner of which reality show? Indian Idol Season 3? Who is the author of the biography The Life and the Legacy of Arun Jaitley? Sumant Batra. Which state government has decided the year 2026 as Krishak Kalyan Varsh? Madhya Pradesh. Under proposed telecom scrutiny requirements, the central government asked smartphone companies to provide access to what for testing in Indian labs? Source code. Which missile with high-level attack capability on moving target was recently tested by DRDO? Man Probable Anti-Tank Guided Missile MPATGM. Pax Silica recently in the news is a strategic alliance led by which country for cooperation on semiconductors, critical minerals in AI? United States of America. Which state election commission stopped the advanced disbursal of the Ladki Bahin scheme, citing in the model code of conduct? Maharashtra. As per the SBI report, what is the credit deposit CD ratio in Indian banks as of December 2025? 82%. Which Indian city is hosting the Yonex Sunrise India Open Super 750 badminton tournament in January 2026? New Delhi. What new facility has Germany announced for the Indian passport holders? Visa-free transit. A satyagraha rally against the policies of the centre was recently organized by the Chief Minister of which state? Kerala. Which state military civilian integration exercise was conducted by the Indian Army under the Southern Command? Sanjay Shakti. Which Indian Airlines has recently become a member of the International Air Transport Association IATA? Akash Air. Which major lunar mission does NASA plan to launch in February 2026 with 4-member crew? Artemis 2. Which state government or UT government has approved a carbon credit monetization framework to generate revenue from the green initiatives? That is Delhi. The Bihar government announced cashless treatment up to what amount for victim of road accident on highway and rural roads? 1.5 lakh rupees. Which central ministry prohibited quick commerce platform from using the 10-minute delivery claim? Ministry of Labour and Employment. Who launched the drug-free campus campaign at Delhi University? Vice President C.P. Radhakrishnan. Okay. The Bihar government launched home-based property re-registration for senior citizens above which age? 80 years. Who has been appointed as the head coach of the Indian men's boxing team for a third stint? C.A. Kuttappa. Which university has been granted the status of the Center of Excellence in Disability Education by the Rehabilitation Council of India? Jamia Millia Islamia. Okay. आपण जदि कंटेंट भल लाଗୁଛି निश्चित भाव चैनल को लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करंतु ता सहित आपण जदि 16टा ई-बुक रो आपण जदी गोटे गोटे सिंगल ई-बुक रो गोटे सिस्टम रे नवा पाई चाहछन ताले आपण माने ओएसएससी किमा ओ ट्रिपल एसएस जे कोन से गोटे कोर्स आपण माने कौन करेंगे परचेज करें आमठू है आपंकर लाटेस्ट सिलेबस अनुजाई आम सब डिजाइन करूँ आपको फुल गाइडेंस मिल टेलीग्राम ग्रुप मिल आपको वीडियो कोर्सेस भी मिल एवरीथिंग अवेलेबल अच्छे आपड़ केमती पाइपर ये कोर्स गुड़ाक देखो ये मनकर आम वीडियो देखते तलू तलू आपने पलैबे पढ़ला आपको ये गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन देखा सब आम लिंक गुड़ाक आपको आप क्लिक करेंगे पाइबे विभिन्न एग्जाम गुड़ा भी आप फ्री अच्छे आपने ट्राए करेंगे ओके नेक्स्ट who has been appointed as the new Director General DG of the Border Security Force BSF, Praveen Kumar, which traditional Indian street chief recently completed a voyage from the Porbandar, Gujarat to Muscat, Oman, INSP Kaninya. Next, which two countries are hosting the ICC U-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026, Zimbabwe and Namibia? Which state government announced the Mukhyamantri Sehat Yojana to provide cashless treatment up to 10 lakh? Punjab. Who has been appointed as the Director General of National Investigation Agency NIA, that is Rakesh Agarwal, who is the newly appointed Chief of the Indo-Tibetan Border Police ITBP, Satyajit Singh Kapoor. In which city was the main parade of the 78th Army Day held? Jaipur. Who has been appointed as the Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court, Justice Sujoy Paul? Which team won the men's and women's title respectively at the 50th Senior National Kho-Kho Championship 2026? Railways men and Maharashtra women. Where did Union Home Minister Amit Shah lay the foundation stone for the India's first state-funded BSL for Biotechnology Research Center? Nagar, Gujarat. MS Dhoni has been appointed as the brand ambassador of which cycling event? Bajaj Pune Grand Tour. Who won the gold medal in the women's long jump at the 85th All India Inter-University Athletic Championship in Mangaluru? Mubasina Muhammad. Pritam Singh, an Indian origin leader, was removed as the leader of the opposition in which country's parliament? Singapore. Which state launched the second phase of the Pidane de Pehdar scheme to curb drug trafficking? Punjab. Due to the medical emergency, astronauts of which NASA mission were called back to Earth prematurely? Crew 11. The Asola Bhatti Wildlife Sanctuary is located in which state or UT? Delhi. Who has been appointed as the new Vigilance Commission in the Central Vigilance Commission? Praveen Vasishtha. Where is the world's largest green ammonia plant being developed in India? Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh. Which state's sports university will host the first season of the Kabaddi Championship League starting from January 2026? Haryana Sports University of Haryana. Next. The central government celebrated the 10th anniversary of which initiative on 16 January 2026? Startup India. Who is the author of the book Tourism and the Soft Power Diplomacy, Reflection of India's G20 Presidency? Dr. Aishwarya Singh Raikwar. Venezuela opposition leader Maria Corina Machado presented her Nobel Peace Prize medal to whom? Donald Trump. India announced to rupees $60 million aid for renovation of the Kansikanthurai port of which country? Sri Lanka. Former President Yono Sungelo sentenced to 5 years in the prison in the martial law case belongs to which country? South Korea. Where will Biennial Aviation Exhibition Wing India 2026 be held? Begumpet Airport, Hyderabad. Next, who became the first Indian woman to win a medal at the World Karate Series A? Alisha Chaudhary, bronze medal. Which newly raised commander battalion will be showcased for the first time in the Republic Day Parade 2026? Bhairab Battalion. The joint military exercise inspired Gambit 2006 was conducted between the United States and which country? Pakistan. Pulses and legumes imported from which country to have been subjected to 30% import duty by India, United States of America? Which Indian origin leader has been appointed as the US-led Gaza Border of Peace? Ajay Banga. Who has been re-elected as the president of Uganda for the 7th consecutive term? Yoweri Museveni. Who is the author of the Odar Mohan? Amrita Saha. Which state government announced the Semoji Ikakia Viruddha Classical Language Literature Award for the best worker in non-Hindi languages? Tamil Nadu. Which team won the Vijay Hazare Trophy 2025-26 for the first time? Vidarbha. Who won the men's single title at the India Open Super 750 Badminton Tournament 2026? Li Junyi, Chinese Taipei. Where did Defense Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated a medium caliber ammunition manufacturing facility? Nagpur. Where is the name of the anti-terrorist operation launched by the Indian Army in Kishtwar district of Jammu Kashmir? Operation Tasti 1. Which state will launch a mass quantum skilling course in collaboration with IIT Madras and IIM Andhra Pradesh? In which city is the 86th All India Presiding Officers Conference AIPOC being held? Lucknow. Who won the women's single title at the Indian Open Super 750 Badminton Tournament 2026? And Seiyong.
हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा टॉप बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर जोटा कि आम 21 रु आरंभ करके 31 जनवरी 2024 पर्यंत आपड़ जदि एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम में प्रिपेयर कर निश्चित भाव आपण मान हेल्पफुल रहा। चलते स्टार्ट करवा। Which Indian city hosted the country's first UCI 2.2 multi-stage cycling race, the Bajaj Pune Grand Tour 2026? Answer होची पुणे। Where will India's Energy Week 2026 be held? Answer होची गोवा। With which group is India about to sign a comprehensive trade agreement known as the mother of all deals? Answer होची आपनकर यूरोपियन यूनियन EU. Which neighboring country has extended the ban on the use of its airspace for Indian flights until February 2026? Pakistan. Which fintech company has recently received a SEBI approved to launch an IPO? PhonePe. Type 096 Tang class ballistic missile submarine belongs to which country? China. Which state police force has launched an operation Prahar to dismantle youngster networks? Punjab police. Which union territory recently declared the striped tiger butterfly as state butterfly? Chandigarh. In which city was the Indian Army annual artillery firing exercise Tapchi 2026 held? Nasik, Maharashtra. Which country has assumed the chair of the International Institute of the Democracy and Electoral Assistance International IDA for the 2026? India. Who will replace Dipender Goyal as the CEO of the Eternal Limited parent company of Zomato and Blinkit from February? Sivajani Albinder Dinadesa. Okay. Next Asla, who became the first tennis player to win 100 plus matches in 3 different Grand Slam tournament? Novak Djokovic. Delhi police has partnered with which company to develop smart glass for identifying criminal in crowds? यहाँ होची अंजिया लेंस तापर आसला इंडिया विल सेलिब्रेट द ईयर 2026 as the year of the culture tourism and AI which country Spain which country will host the BRICS summit in 2026 India who who has been appointed as the DIG of the CRPF such Ravi Shankar Chavi which new system will be the introduced for the attendance of the MPs from the Lok Sabha budget session 2026 digital attendance system. Japan recently started a reactor at which of the world's largest nuclear power plant সেটা হচ্ছে কাশিবাজাকি কারিবা. Which new scheme was launched by the Union Minister Amit Shah to promote traditional food of district in Uttar Pradesh? সেটা হচ্ছে one district one cuisine. তারপরে which hypersonic missile will DRDO showcase for the first time at the 77 Republic Day parade? সেটা হচ্ছে long range anti-ship hypersonic missile LRASHM. তারপরে under which operation did security forces eliminate 15 Bangladesh in Jharkhand Saran the border? সেটা হচ্ছে operation Meghbur. তারপরে which country replaced Bangladesh in the T20 World Cup 2020 after its withdrawal? Scotland. Kamla and Pusa DST are new genome edited variety of which crop? Paddy. How many questions will be asked to the citizen in the first page of census 2027-33? Which institution was selected for the Subhash Chandra Bose Disaster Management Award 2026? Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority. Who received the Subhash Chandra Bose Who received the Subhash Chandra Bose Disaster Management Award 2026 in the individual category? Lieutenant Colonel Sita Ossak Silke. Then world's oldest rock art was discovered on the Munna Island on which country? Indonesia. Which AI-based robot has been deployed by the East Coast Railway at the Visakhapatnam station for the security surveillance? SSC Arjun. From which city did PM Narendra Modi launch the PM Sannidhi credit card for street vendor? Thiruvananthapuram. Which institution successfully performed India's first laparoscopic Pulse surgery? AIIMS New Delhi. Researchers from the which institution created the first 3D map of magnetic field inside the sun? IIT Kanpur. What was the theme of the Uttar Pradesh Day celebrated from January 24 to 26, 2026? Viksit Bharat, Viksit Uttar Pradesh. Which tennis player set a world record by the winning age 400 Grand Slam match at the Australian Open? Novak Djokovic. Who was honored with the Ati Visist Rail Seva Puraskar 2025 for rescuing over 1,500 children from the human trafficking? Chandana Sinha. Okay, next. In which state has the Sardar Patel Industrial Area Scheme launched to establish employment zone in every district? Uttar Pradesh. Which indigenous stock breeding of the Indian Army be included in the Republic Day Parade 2026 for the first time? Mudhul Hundo, Rampur Hundo, Chipaparai, Komamrai and Rajapalayam. Okay, next. What is the official name of the National Voters Day 2026? My India, My Vote. Which writer from the West Bengal will receive the Padma Shri 2026 for contribution Santali in literature? Rabilal Tudu. Which two Indian cricketers have been selected for the Padma Shri Award 2026? Rohit Sharma and Harmanpreet Kaur. Which coach was posthumously awarded for the Padma Shri 2026 for contribution to sports? Vladimir Mestevich. Okay. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଅଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସୋଲ୍ଟା ଦେଖାଉଛି ଆପଣ ଏତେ ନ ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣ ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଯେଉଁ OSSC OSSSCର ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଆମ ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଅଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ସେଟାକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଚାଲୁଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ସେଠୁ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଆପଣ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ଟିକେ ତଳୁ ଖସିଯିବେ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ ସେଠି ଆପଣଙ୍କର କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ବୁକ୍ର ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇଏ ଅଛି ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ଅଛି ଆପଣ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିବେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିକି ଆପଣମାନେ डाउनलोड करके लिख पारे। ओके नेक्स्ट चलो देखा ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିରିଜ୍ ବି ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ବି ଦେଇପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ୱାଜ୍ ଦ ଥିମ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦ 77 ରିପବ୍ଲିକ୍ ଡେ ପ୍ୟାରେଡ୍ 2026? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି 150 years of ବନ୍ଦେ ମାତରମ୍। ତାପରେ ହ୍ୱିଚ୍ ଫର୍ମର ଚିଫ୍ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ଅଫ୍ କେରଳ ୱାଜ୍ ଆୱାର୍ଡେଡ୍ ଦ ପଦ୍ମଶ୍ରୀ ପଦ୍ମବିଭୂଷଣ ପୋଷ୍ଟମର୍ଟମ ସେଟା ହେଉଛନ୍ତି B.S. ଅଚ୍ୟୁତାନନ୍ଦନନ୍। ନେକ୍ସଟ Which Indian tennis legend received the Padma Bhushan in 2026? से होचंदी विजय अमृतराज. Mark Tully, who passed away at the age of 90, was associated with which profession? से होचंदी journalism. Okay, former PBC bureau chief थे. तापरे which Indian hockey goalkeeper was awarded the Padma Shri in 2026? Sabita Punia. And which international organization had two of his top leaders attended Republic Day Parade 2026 as chief guest for the first time? European Union. तापरे which two women officer of the Indian Navy were awarded for the Surya Chakra? Lieutenant Colonel Dylan K and Lieutenant Colonel Rupa A. Okay, next is which AI model released by the NASA confirmed 370 new expo planets? Exo Minor++. Which team won the Hockey India League HIL 2026 title? Kalinga Lancers. Which ministry's tableau showcased the theme 150 years of Vande Mataram at the Republic Day Parade? Ministry of Culture. तापरे Hemilyxium indicum recently discovered in the Indian Himalaya region is related to which category? Mushroom. तापरे which state officially declared the Bacillus tabacis as the state microorganism? Kerala. तापरे which corps of the Indian Army represent its animal contingent during the Republic Day Parade? Remote and veterinary corps. Which historic Mir Alam reservoir is located in the which city? Hyderabad. तापरे Sepa Hiljat Wildlife Sanctuary is located in which of the state? Tripura. तापरे which is the IUCN red list status for the pygmy hog? Critically endangered. तापरे which foreign military contingent participated in the past time in the 77th Republic Day Parade? European Union. तापरे India recently concluded a negotiation for a historic free trade agreement called the mother of all deal with which union? European Union. तापरे which state celebrated the first anniversary of the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code IUCC on 2007 January 26 Uttarakhand. तापरे what is the unique feature on the census 2026 regarding the data collection past digital census? Professor B. Kamakoti recently awarded the Padma Shri in the director of which institute? IIT Madras. Hindalco Industry announced a $3.2 billion expansion project for an aluminum smelter in the West State, Odisha. The Delhi government signed an MOU with which entity to provide collateral-free loans up to 10 crore for MSMEs? CGT MSc. After which school won the first prize in the National Model Youth Gram Sabha Award in JNB category? JNB UNA Himachal Pradesh. तापरे which school won the first prize in the EMRS category of the Model of the Youth Gram Sabha Award? EMRS Kusambadura, Chhattisgarh. तापरे Mir Haji Kasam recently awarded the Padma Shri is associated with which musical instrument? Dholak. According to the All India Football Federation, the I-League will be renamed as Indian Football League IFL. Which new mobile app was launched by the UIE for age verification without sharing excessive personal data? Aadhaar app. Which state launched India's first dedicated menopause clinic in government hospital? Maharashtra. Who was appointed as the Supreme Court as the mediator for the 120-year-old Sri Devaraj Swamy temple dispute in Tamil Nadu? Justice Sanjay Kisan Kaul, retired General. Which new rules were notified to replace the decade-old waste management regime? Solid Waste Management SWM Rules 2026. According to the Economic Survey 2025-26, what is the projected real GDP growth rate for India for financial year 2026-27? 6.8 to 7.2%. Who is the Chief Economic Advisor SEA of India under whose supervision Economic Survey 25-26 was prepared? B. Ananta Nageswaran. Tapre who has been elected as the new mayor of the Chandigarh Municipal Corporation? Saurabh Joshi. Tapre which two states signed an MOU to supply Yamuna River water underground pipelines? Haryana and Rajasthan. Uh, Michael Knopps, who recently passed away, was the former head coach of which Indian national team men's hockey team? Which new UGC rules designated to prevent caste-based discrimination were recently stated by the Supreme Court? UGC Promotion of Equity in Higher Education Institution Regulation 2026. Which Indian Manipuri film was nominated in the Best Children and Best Film category for BAFTA Film Awards 2026? Bong. Which new health-linked pension scheme was B.Ed recently launched NTPC स्वास्थ्य पेंशन स्कीम?
हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा फास्ट रु आरंभ करिए 10 जनवरी 2024 रो बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर देखा। जदि आपण माने एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओट्रिपलएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम में प्रिपेयर कर निश्चित भाव आपको हेल्पफुल रहबो। चलो स्टार्ट करबा। According to the latest government data, which country has India surpassed to become the world's fourth largest economy? Japan. From January 14, 2026, how much discount will be given on booking unreserved ticket via the Rail One app? 3%. The IPCO Youth Literature Award will be presented to whom for the work or a kisan? Ankita Jain. HAL has successfully conducted the maiden flight of which new civil helicopter in Bengaluru? Dhruv NG. Who won the gold medal in junior women's trap at the National Shooting Championship? Ade Katayal. Where was the valedictory function of Kasi Tamil Sangamam 4.0 held, attended by the Vice President Rameswaram? Where will the Developed India Young Leaders Dialogue 2.0 with PM Modi be held on National Youth Day? Bharat Mandap, New Delhi. Khalija Jia, who passed away recently at the age of 80, was the first female prime minister of which country? Bangladesh. Which indigenous quasi-ballistic missile was successfully test fired twice from the Abdul Kalam Island, Odisha by DRDO? Pralay. ISRO successfully conducted the static test of which stage of the small satellite launch vehicle SSLV at Sriharikota? Third stage, SS3. What is the strike range of the Pralay missile tested by DRDO? 150 to 500 km. Who has been appointed as the new Director General Police DGP of Haryana? Ajay Singhal. Who took over as the first woman Chief Secretary of West Bengal? Nandini Chakravarti. Which Indian cricketer became the leading wicket taker in women's T20 cricket after the series against Sri Lanka? Dipti Sharma. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired which milestone meeting of the Pragati platform recently? 50th meeting. According to the RBI's Financial Stability Report, what is the projected GNPA ratio for scheduled commercial bank by March 2027? 1.9%. Who has assumed charge as the Director General of the Border Roads Organization, that is BRO? Lieutenant General Harpal Singh. Who has been sworn in as the 112th Mayor of the New York City, become the first South Asian to hold the post? Joharan Mamdani. Who has been appointed as the chairperson of National Pension Scheme NPS Trust Board? Dinesh Kumar Khara. India's first Vande Bharat sleeper train will run between which two stations? Guwahati to Kolkata, Howrah. Which country became the 21st member of the Eurozone by adopting the euro currency on January 1st, 2026. Bulgaria, which ambitious air defense initiative was highlighted by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh on DRDO 68th Foundation Day. Sudarshan Chakra. On January 1st, 2026, India and Pakistan accessed the list of the nuclear installation for the dash consecutive year. 35th. Which city will host the AI Impact Summit in February 26, New Delhi? Who has been appointed as the new Chief Justice of Jharkhand High Court? Justice Mohesh Shraddha Chandra Sunak. Who has taken charge as the Director General of Doordarshan News DD News? Mamta Verma. Who has been reappointed as the Chief Coach of the Indian Women's Hockey Team? Soder Marjane, Netherlands. In which city will the Army Day Parade 2026 be held on January 15? Jaipur, Rajasthan. Where did CDS General Anil Chauhan inaugurated the upgraded runway for the Indian Air Force? Car Nicobar Air Base, Andaman Nicobar Island. Which mobile app will replace the UTS mobile app for unreserved ticket booking from March 1st, 2026? Rail One app. Which edition of the Indian Pharmacopoeia IP 2026 released by the Indian Minister J.P. Nadda? 10th edition. Researchers have presumed the galaxy Frog to be extinct in which region due to terrorism? Western Ghat. Where will the Khelo India Beach Games 2026 be organized starting from January 5th, 2026? Gohala Beach DU. Who became the most expensive player in the auction of the 2026 edition of the Pro Wrestling League? Yui Susaki. Who won the gold medal in the men's 10-meter air pistol event at the 68th National Shooting Championship? Ajay Kumar, Army. Jonathan Gavin Attorney, who was in the news recently, is associated with sports shooting. Which state government announced the launch of the assured pension scheme? Tamil Nadu. Which state assembly passed a bill to remove the two-child norm for consenting local body election? Telangana. The Kalai 2 hydroelectric project recently in the news due to environmental concern is located in which river? Lohit River, Arunachal Pradesh. Which 14-year-old girl from Assam was selected for the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar for the innovation in the waste management? Asisi Bora. ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ୍ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି कंटेंट भल लगे निश्चय लाइक सब्सक्राइब करूँ ता सहित कम्पिटेटिव इ बुक बंडल आम पाखे आवेलेबल अच्छी ये 16टा जाक बुक आपड़ जदि तार सामरी चाहते आपण मैंने OSSC और SSSC जेकोसी गोटे इ बुक आपड़ जब परचेज कर फ्री मिलूँ एते आपनकर OSSC जेमिति हमर लेटेस्ट सिलेबस अछि से सब अवेलेबल अछि OSSC जेमिति लेटेस्ट सिलेबस से सब अवेलेबल अछि विभिन्न फीचर्स अछि इ बुक रे आपण माने पढि परिबे केमति बुक डाउनलोड करिवे देखंतु हम माने जेकोन गोटे वीडियो देखुछन्ती हला त तळको आपण जिवे तळको गले कमेंट सेक्शन रे विभिन्न लिंक्स गुडा अवेलेबल अछि लिंक्स से क्लिक करिवे आपण इ बुक पाइ परिबे ओके ता सहित विभिन्न एग्जाम लिंक मध्ये अवेलेबल कर दै छै आपण देख परिबे ओके नेक्स्ट देखिबा which is the first indigenously built population control vessel of the Indian Coast Guard commissioned in Goa. Samudra Pratap. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi departed on the two-day official visit to which country to enhance military cooperation? United Arab Emirates UAE. How many years has the Tejas light combat aircraft completed since its successful maiden flight? 25 years. Which country has India surpassed to become the world's largest rice producing country? in terms of total production, China. How many new high yielding super seed variety of 25 crops were released by the Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan? 184. Who has been appointed as the new captain of the UP Warriors of the Women's Premier League 2026 season? Meg Lanning. Which young Indian table tennis player won the under-17 title at the WTT Youth Contender 2026? Cinderella Das. Which cricket board requested the ICC to shift its T20 World Cup matches from India to Sri Lanka due to security concerns? Bangladesh Cricket Board. Who will be the chief guest at the India 77 Republic celebration on January 26, 2026? Ursula von der Leyen and Antonio Costa. Okay. What is the name of the German Chancellor who will visit India on January 12, 2026 for his first bilateral visit to an Asian country? Friedrich March. Who has become the youngest Indian to reach the South Pole? Kamaya Karthikeyan, 18 years old. Which former world billiards champion and former head coach of the Indian team recently passed away? Manoj Kothari. Which country has recently banned the broadcasting of the Indian Premier League (IPL)? Bangladesh. Which national job creation initiative was launched by industry leaders including NASCOM co-founder Harish Mehta? 100 billion jobs, 10 million jobs around. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan released 55 rare literary works in 5 classical languages published by which institution? Central Institute of Indian Languages. The Mimba effect, recently studied using the supercomputer-based stimulation by the Indian scientists, report to which phenomenon? Hot water freezing faster than cold water. Who won the men's and women's double trap title respectively at the National Shooting Championship? Mohammad Ashraf and Anushka Singh Bhatti. According to Niti Aayog's Trade Watch quarterly report, which sector recorded a 47% year-on-year growth in export? Electronics. Where was India's first PM Vishwakarma store inaugurated under the One Station, One Product scheme? New Delhi railway station. Which two states are the theme state for the 39th Suraj Kund Mela? Uttar Pradesh and Meghalaya. Which state or union territory won the Vijay Merchant Trophy under 16 cricket for the first time recently? Jammu and Kashmir. Indian player Anahat Singh, who reached the under-19 final of the British Junior Open, is assured which sports? Squash. What GDP growth rate has India Rating and Research projected for India financial year 2026-27? 6.9%. On which route is the trial run of the India's first hydrogen-powered train being conducted? Jind to Sonipat, Haryana. According to the first advanced estimated FAE released by the NSO, what is India's estimated real GDP growth rate for financial year 2026? 7.4%. Which countries has become the first in the world to develop bio-bitumen technology from the stubble prali for the commercial road construction? India. Which launched vehicle will ISRO use for the EOS N1 Earth observation satellite mission scheduled for January 12, 2026? PSLV C-62. Which two countries will co-host the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in February-March 2026? Sri Lanka and India. Who has been nominated as the new US ambassador to India by the US President Donald Trump? Sergio Gore. Where will the International Conference on the Democratic and Election Management IIICDEM be organized in January 26, Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi? In which ocean region did the US seize the Russian flagged of tanker Mariana, formerly Belawan, North Atlantic Ocean? Where will the 53rd World Book Fair 10 to 18 January be organized? Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. Madhav Gadgil, who passed away recently, was a renowned expert in which field? Ecology and environment. Madhav Gadgil. In which city will the Sports Governor Conclave be organized to unveil India's 10-year medal strategy? Ahmedabad. Which city are hosting the 4th edition of the Women's Premier League WPL 2026? Navi Mumbai in Vadodara. Who will lead the 18-member Indian team as the 12th Asian Indoor Athletics Championship in Tianjin, China? Taijendra Singh Tour. Which ministry has signed MOU with 15 states under the tax ramps scheme to promote the startup and research? Ministry of Textile. In which state is India's first PM Mitra Bagh being established? Madhya Pradesh. The Munger gun factory is being revived under the Defense Corridor project are located in which state? Bihar. Recently, the US announced its withdrawal from the how many international organizations, including the International Solar Alliance ISA 66? हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मानक बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा आर्यन स्टेट स्पेशल ओडिशा कैप्सूल जो थे कि कंप्लीट नोट्स ऑफ ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, पॉलिटी, इकोनॉमिक, हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर रही आपणों एटा जदि आपण माने जदि OSSC, OSSSC, OPSC, OUSSC टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम पे प्रिपेयर कर निश्चित भाव आपण मानक हेल्पफुल रहिबो। ता सहित आपण चैनल को प्रथमे सब्सक्राइब कर नियंतु काइना एमिति कंटेंट आपनको बहुत बहुत आपनको फ्री रे मिलुची। चलନ୍ତୁ देखिबा ए बहिर गोटे भल जिंस कोन अछि ना मेरिट बूस्टर कंटेंट से माने बनै प्रिपेयर करछने जो मान टॉपर एजुकेटर आ आपनकर एथे भल जिंस कोन ना टाइम सेविंग और रिवीजन बहुत भल भाबरे हे परछि। ता सहित आपनको बार बार आ किछि मेटल किना पड़िबो गोटे बहिरे सब जिंस भल अछि। आ ओडिशा कैप्सूल हैंड नोट रो गोटे फीचर्स चारटा फीचर इंपोर्टेंट कया गले आपण इमेजेस और इन्फोग्राफिक्स बहुत बढ़िया भाव में अच्छी जमी आप गोटे जहाँ गोटे इमेज रहा बहुत भल भाव से दर्शे गोटे आकुरेट फैक्ट्स अच्छी माने कौन पर केमती कौन आसला कौन पर केमती कौन आसला से बहुत भल भाव देइछंती। एग्जाम हॉल डिमांड कौन जो जिनस रखी से एग्जाम हॉल ये जिन बहुत थर पड़ी से गोटे सोचे देते बार बार रिविजन करार अच्छी। मेमोरी बुस्टर माने आपनकर ए जो गोटे मनकर सेंसस गोटे डेमोग्राफिक पिक्चर देले से कौन कौन पॉइंट बहुत जिन बाहर हमको मन रखा पड़ो लाइक आप माइंड मैप बढ़िया से तेणु बहीटी बहुत बढ़िया अच्छी। सहित आप OSSC सिलेबस ओडिशा इकोनॉमी, ओडिशा हिस्ट्री, ओडिशा ज्योग्राफी, ओडिशा हेरिटेज एंड कल्चर 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देते। तेणु ये जिनस 10th क्लास स्टैंडर्ड देते किंतु जो मैंने क्वेश्चन सेटअप करेंगे से एक्चुअली टे प्रोफेसर लेवल था उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी, रेवेन्सा यूनिवर्सिटी, आपणकर बीजेपी कॉलेज एवडा लेवल से लेक्चर माने बनाती है। तेणु से मन को जहाँ आसो से क्वेश्चन बनइबे न कि देखिए 10th स्टैंडर्ड कौन आसो बोली है। तेणु से बहुत जिन पचारि पाते क्वेश्चन। तेणु आम जो देखा यार कंटेंट लिस्टा कह गले आप 34टा चैप्टर है डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल ओडिशा प्लस बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन को जब कहले 92 पेज टोटल 35टा चैप्टर अवेलेबल अच्छी। आ गोटे गोटे चैप्टर सब पूरा ठीक पशुची जमी सिलेबस आपंकर है। सेकेंड कह गले आपंकर कौन ना मुझको ये कंटेंट रू बहुत कंटेंट फ्री रे पढ़े देछि है। जमी मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री ऑफ ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि, नेशनल पार्क वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी पढ़े देछि, एनिमल हजबेंडरी ओडिशा एटा पढ़े देछि, कम्युनिकेशन इन सिनेमा ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोफाइल ऑफ ओडिशा पढ़ाई, एजुकेशन हेल्थ सेक्टर इन ओडिशा एटा पढ़ाई एवं ओडिशा बेसिक इनफॉरमेशन पढ़ी देछि। आ जेतिकी बाकी रहला कि चैप्टर सेटा सब पेड रे अछि माने कया गले सब जाक चैप्टर गुडा पाखाबे 20 ରୁ 25 मिनिट कि 40 मिनिट भीतर बहुत चेष्टा कराई ताको पूरा डिटेल रे बुझे सारी माने हला देखो ये पूरा आप देखिए टोटाल सब चैप्टर को मिसले 15 घंटार वीडियो माने 15 घंटे आपन पूरा चैप्टर सर आप पूरा मास्टर हो ओडिशा जिके कौन भी आपन गोटे मार्क कटबनी है कहीं एत डिटेल से बरे डिटेल देछि सब जिन पैसा देछि सेकंड कथा करना आम पाखे सब चैप्टर वीडियो अवेलेबल अच्छी है तेणु आम कौन कर फ्री सर्विस भी देचु किसी पेड सर्विस भी आम रखीचु देखो जदि आप पेड सर्विस ना पाई जाऊँगी आप 50% आपन को आडभांस आपणकर ए रोचे आडभांस जो मैंने पेमेंट कर 50% डिस्काउंट रोचे समरी नोट माने अपन चैप्टर सरीबो जो दिन वीडियो देखिले अपन संगे संगे अपन समरी नोट मिल जिवो ताको पढि देबे अपन बेस किछ पढिया दरकार नै डेली 12 टा MCQ फॉर 35 डेज माने 420 टा क्वेश्चन इंपोर्टेंट बेसिक क्वेश्चन जोटा पढुची परीक्षा रे से लेवल क्वेश्चन हम दोचु ओडिसा 360 डिग्री ई बुक गोटे फ्री आपन दोचु हला सेते आपनकर सेते सब जिंस रहिची जोटार कि मार्केट कॉस्ट एक्चुअली कहया गले 50 रुपीस पर डेटा फ्री कॉस्ट मिलुची 35 वीडियो प्राइवेट यूट्यूब चैनल रे हम आपन को अपलोड कर दोचु सेटा प्राइवेट रहइबो आपन को जो माने एटा परचेज करिवे सेही मान को मेल आईडी ही एक्सेस करि परिबो हला जो माने परचेज करिवे से मान को मेल आईडी ही से वीडियो एक्सेस कर परिबो फ्री वाला करि परिबे नाही तापर प्राइवेट टेलीग्राम चैनल आपन को मिलिबो न व्हाट्सएप चैनल मिलिबो सेटा आपन क्विज डिस्कशन करा जिवो आपन को टोटल प्राइस होची 35 टंका हला 35 टंका माने गोटे छोट छुआ मध्य एटा अफोर्ड करि परिबो एमिति बहुत बड़ जिंस नो सेकंड कथा 35 टंका नै कि मु बहुत बड़ लोक हो जिबिनी काने एति परिश्रम करिया पडुचे से बईटा फोटो उठाई हला पर तापर ताको पीडीएफ बना जिवो पीडीएफ बना पले विभिन्न सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करिके ताको बुझेबो जणे हला तापर बाकी रहला तापन बुझी साइला पर आपन को क्विज दबो एते जिंस जणा करूची हला त भाबंतु आपन भाबिनो तो 35 चैप्टर रो आपन को जति आपन मिली गला आपन वीडियो मिली गला त गोटे वीडियो रो प्राइस केते पइला टंकाटे त आपन अपलोड कर परिबे हला तनो मु बहुत जिंस किसी कहूनी हला देखंतु एठी आपनकर पका पके जोडा मु 7 घंटा वीडियो जडी से बहुत गुडी फ्री चैप्टर भी अछि पेड चैप्टर भी अछि जो माने नै छै से माने पेड चैप्टर पेड फ्री सब देख परचंदी हला आ आपण मान जो चाहे निश्चित भाव एटा को एक्सेस करि परिबे मात्र 35 टंका आपण भाबंतु जे एटा आपण कले ओएसएससी जिले काम रे आसीबो अपकमिंग जति रिक्वायरमेंट आसीबो गवर्नमेंट रो सब जगह रे आपण ओडिसा निश्चित भाव पड़िबो 35 टंका इज नॉट अ वेरी बिग डील आपण गोटे एबे जाय कि बाहर मोमो खाइले कि गुपचुप खाइले कि जा खाइले मोंडा आपण 35 टंका रो भी अधिक खर्च होस तनो 35 टंका इज नॉट अ बिग डील आपण माने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करि मते 8993719011 नंबर मते व्हाट्सएप करिवे व्हाट्सएप करले मु आपण मान को डिटेल्स क्रॉस चेक कला पर आपण मान को आपण मेल आईडी मागी आपण को वीडियो एक्सेस दे देबी ओके आज रो वीडियो जति आपण भल लागला निश्चित नंबर आपण माने मते कमेंट सेक्शन जणिबे आपण मतामत कोन थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज हम देखिबा फर्स्ट टू आरंभ करिकी 10 फेब्रुआरी 2024 रो टॉप बेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स चैनल तो स्टार्ट करिबा जदि आपण एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओपीएससी टीचिंग और जे कोन से एग्जाम में प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाव आपण मान को हेल्पफुल रहइबो चैनल तो स्टार्ट करिया Question number 1. Which country's museum decided to return 3 ancient bronze sculptures, including Shiva Nataraj to India? That is USA. Hala, आपण माने स्क्रीन लिखा है तो बना दे को बंद कर देबे. Next, who has been nominated as the next chairman of US Federal Reserve? Kevin Watts. Digital food coupons pilot project has been launched in which regions? Chandigarh, Puducherry and 3 districts of Gujarat. Who became the first woman deputy chief minister of Maharashtra? Sunetra Pawar. Which team won 72 senior national women's kabaddi championships? Haryana. Which airport was named Best Airport of the Year at Wings India 2026? Indira Gandhi International Airport, Delhi. Who won the women's single title at the Australian Open 2026? Elena Rybakina. Which anniversary of the Indian Coast Guard was celebrated on 1st February 2026? 50th. Which physical deficit target was set in the Union Budget 2026-27? 4.3% of GDP. When was the Union Budget 2026-7 presented in Parliament? 1st February 2026. Which bank launched Chakra to finance sunrise sector? State Bank of India. Who became the first player to score a century in Women's Premier League? Ned Skipper Punt. What is the total allocation for the defense sector in budget 26-27? 7.85 lakh crore rupees. Where was the India's first Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Advocate Training and Research Center B.Ed inaugurated? Taloja, Navi, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Who assumed charge as the new Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of Eastern Air Command, Air Marshal Inderpal Singh Walia? What nominal GDP growth rate has been projected for 25-26? 8%. What is the estimated real GDP growth rate for Indian 2026 as per Ministry of Finance? 7.4%. Adampur Airport in Jalandhar, Punjab has been renamed as Sri Guru Ravidas Ji Airport. Katam Kanjivaram Sari is associated with which state? Tamil Nadu. SAIL signed an MOU with which Navratna company for diesel locomotives? Trades Limited. Which river water dispute will have a tribunal as directed by the Supreme Court? Pennayar River. Which initiative was launched to help youth understand the budget? Union Budget. My Bharat Budget Quest 2026. How many new high-speed rail corridors were announced as growth connector? 7. How many university townships are proposed near industrial corridors? 5. What was the theme of World Wetland Day 2026? Wetland and Traditional Knowledge celebrating cultural heritage. How much allocation was made to the Ministry of Education budget 26-27? 139,289.48 crore rupees. Who chaired the 43rd meeting of the Central Zoo Authority CHSL? Bhupendra Yadav. Who has assumed charge as Director General of Naval Armaments? Sri Divakar Jayant. Which defense PSU has been granted Mini Ratna Category 1 status? Yantra India Limited. Patrick Hermione, who recently visited India, is the president of which country? Seychelles. The 61st La Biennale de Venezia International Art Exhibition is being held in which country? Italy. The book 4 Star of Destiny is the memoir of which former Army Chief General M.M. Naravane. Dolapur Karauli Tiger Reserve is located in which state? Rajasthan. Diclipetrak Pakalikal, a new flowering plant species, was discovered in which state? Telangana. Which state launched the voice-based accounting app Pillow AI? Andhra Pradesh. Who was sworn as the Chief Minister of Manipur on 4th February 2026? Yamanam Khemchand Singh. How many archaeological sites are proposed to develop as vibrant cultural sites in the Union Budget? 15. The 13th edition of Joint Military Exercise Khanjar is been Panjshir is being between India and which country? Kazakhstan. Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, the president of which country? Brazil. The Debini relics of Lord Buddha were sent to which country for an international exhibition? Sri Lanka. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ତା ସହିତ ଆପଣ ଯଦି এই କମ୍ପିଟେଟିଭ୍ ବୁକ୍ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଏଇଠି କୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ ତା'ର ସମରି ବୁକ୍ସ ଗୁଡ଼ା ବି ନେଇପାରିବେ। ସେମିତି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ OSSC OSSC ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ଆପଣମାନେ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ପଜ୍ କରିକି ଆପଣ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିପାରିବେ। ଯେମିତି OSSCରେ ଆରିଥମେଟିକ୍, TI, ମେଣ୍ଟାଲ ରିଜନିଂ, ଆପଣଙ୍କର କରେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର, କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର, ଓଡ଼ିଶା ସ୍ପେଶାଲ ସବୁ ଯାକ ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ଗୋଟେ ମୁଁ 360 ଡିଗ୍ରୀ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ କରିଛି ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ଭିଡ଼ିଓରେ ପୁରା ଏ ଟୁ ଜେଡ୍ ଆପଣମାନେ ବୁଝିପାରିବେ। ସେଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ହିଡେନ୍ ଅଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିପାରିବେନି। ଯେଉଁମାନେ କୋର୍ସ ପରଚେଜ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି କିମ୍ବା ଇ ବୁକ୍ ନେଉଛନ୍ତି ସେଇମାନେ ହିଁ ଏଇଟା ଜାଣିପାରିବେ। ଗୋଟେ ଭିଡ଼ିଓରେ ଏ ଟୁ ଜେଡ୍ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ନଲେଜ୍ ୱିଥ୍ 5000 MCQ ସେଠି ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ତା ସହିତ OSSCର ଯଦି ଆପଣମାନେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଆପଣମାନେ ପଢ଼ିପାରିବେ। ସବୁ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। କେମିତି ପାଇବେ ଇ ବୁକ୍? ଆପଣମାନେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନେ କ'ଣ କରିବେ ନା ଭିଡ଼ିଓଟାକୁ ଟିକେ ସ୍କ୍ରୋଲ୍ କରିବେ। ତାପରେ ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଅଛି, ସେଠି ଆପଣ ସବୁ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ପାଇବେ। ତା ସହିତ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ମକ୍ ଟେଷ୍ଟର ଫ୍ରି ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ବି ପାଇଯାଇପାରିବେ। ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି, ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଯିବା ନେକ୍ସଟ। What was the code name of the anti-terror operation conducting by the Indian Army in Basantgarh, Udhampur, Jammu Kashmir? Operation Kriya. Which team did India defeat to reach the Under-19 Cricket World Cup final for the 10th time? Afghanistan. The Boxam Elite International Boxing Tournament 26 is being held in which country? Spain. From which country will a cheetah be brought to the Madhya Pradesh in February 26? Botswana. What is the name of the India's first cooperative-based ride-hailing platform inaugurated by the Amit Shah? Bharat Taxi. Similipad Tiger Reserve visited by President Draupadi Murmu is located in which state? Odisha. Which festival was inaugurated by the President Draupadi Murmu in the Bastar region of Chhattisgarh? Bastar Padum 2026. Where is the Plastindia 2026 exhibition being held? New Delhi. Which Indian teacher and social activist recently won the prestigious Global Teacher Prize? Robel Neki. Which team won Women's Premier League WPL 2026 title by defeating Delhi Capital Royal Challengers Bengaluru (RCB)? Which Indian sports legend was selected as the torchbearer for the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics? Abhinav Binda. What is the theme of the World Defense Show 2026? The future of defense integration. In which city is the World Defense Show 2026 being organized? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Power Finance Corporation approved a mega merger with which company? REC Limited. At what rate did RBI maintain the repo rate at its February 26 monetary policy review? 5.25%. Who won gold at the 26th National Weightlifting Championship by setting 3 national records? Mirabai Channu. Who won the men's and women's double trap title respectively at the National Shooting Championship? Mohammad Asam and Anushka Singh Bhatti. Which campaign was launched by Delhi police to curb weapon display and criminal fear on social media? Operation Shastra. Who was elected as the first female IOC member from Iran? Soraya Agahi. From which state did the Union Agriculture Minister launch the nationwide pulses revolution? Madhya Pradesh. From where did DRDO recently conducted a successful test of Agni 3 ballistic missile? Abdul Kalam Island, Odisha. Who won the both the man of the match in the EU under 19 World Cup 2026 final and man of the series award by web suitability. The New START Treaty is a strategic arms reduction agreement between which two countries, US and Russia, in which city was the foundation stone of India's quantum Valley recently led Amravati, Andhra Pradesh, who has been elected as the new president of the Catholic Bishops Conference of India (CBCI), passed the lead to hold post. Cardinal Palo Antony, who won the gold in men's 65 category at the National Weightlifting Championship 26 M Raja, Tamil Nadu, which Indian shooter won the gold and bronze respectively in 10-meter rappel Asian Championship New Delhi. Ileveni Ballarivan gold and Meghana Sajnar bronze. In which national park did Namibian cheetah Asa give birth 5 cubes, bringing Indian total cheetah to 35? Kuno National Park, Madhya Pradesh. In which official US map were Jammu and Kashmir and Aksai Chin shown as the integral part of India for the first time? USTR map. With whom did the Airports Authority of India sign an MOU to launch regular passenger-friendly cab services by taxi? Which Indian port became the first major port to deploy an advanced anti-drone system? B.O. Chidambaram Port. Which new initiative was announced in the Union Budget 26-27 to empower Khadi, handloom and handicraft sector? Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj Initiative (MGGSI). India signed 11 agreements including digital payment and semiconductor with which country during PM Modi's visit? Malaysia. Nikos Dendias visiting India is the defense minister of which country? Greece. US invited India to join which strategic initiative for a secure silicon supply chain? Pax Silica. Gold medal in 10-meter air rifle mixed team at Asian Rifle Pistol Championship 26. 11 Valerian and Arjun Babuta. Country hosting Buxom Elite International Boxing Tournament where India won 9 gold medals. Spain. Black Swan Summit India 2026 organized in Bhubaneswar. India's rank in Global Firepower Index 2026 fourth. First state in India to achieve 100% insurance coverage, Alwar, Rajasthan. Hello dear friends, business helpline channel बहुत सारा 11th नौकरी 2020 पर्यंत 2026 ର ବେଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ ବେଷ୍ଟ କରେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର ଗୁଡ଼ା ଦେଖିବା। ଯଦି ଆପଣ OPSC OSSC OPSC ଟିଚିଂ ଯେକୌଣସି ଏକ୍ଜାମ ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ହେଲ୍ପଫୁଲ ରହିବ। ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଦେଖିବା। The Indian Army has handed over 50 special military vehicles to which country? Nepal. Who has been appointed as the new Chief Electoral Officer CEO of Delhi? Ashok Kumar IAS. Leiothemis caellensis discovered in Kerala is a new species of which insect? Dragonfly. Mission Shakti Abhiyan is a major initiative of which state government? Uttar Pradesh. Which country received the Country of the Year award Biopac 2026? India. What is India's total renewable energy capacity as recently rated in Rajya Sabha? 272 gigawatt. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced a $175 million special economic package for which country? CHSL. The Indian Army signed an MOU with which bank to provide specialized banking service to military personnel? IDFC First Bank. What is India's rank in the Corruption Perception Index 2025? 91st. Which state UT has launched the Lakpati Bitiya Yojana, replacing the old Ladli scheme? Delhi. The central government has granted ex-serviceman status to officers of which service? Military Nursing Service (MNS). In which state was the first ever economic survey presented in the Legislative Assembly? Uttar Pradesh. Who has been appointed as the Northeast Advisor to the Union Ministry of Home Affairs? Ajit Lal, retired IPS. Which team set a record 175 run partnership in T20 World Cup history? New Zealand. The IT Ministry directed a social media platform to remove objectionable AI generated content within how many hours? 3 hours. Bhaskar Burman Setu is built on which river? Brahmaputra. Which new base year has been adopted for Consumer Price Index CPI inflation data 2024? Which song must be sung before the national anthem of official event as per new guidelines? Mande Mataram, all 6 verses. Then what is the name of India's first national container shipping line? Bharat Container Shipping Line, जोड़ा कि BCSL. Where will the Indian Air Force conduct exercise Vayu Shakti 2026? Pokhran, Rajasthan. In which country were accident Brahmi inscriptions discovered in Valley of the Kings, Egypt? Which city inaugurated India's first musical road that plays Joy Ho? Mumbai. Which government-owned company won the ICC Green Urja and Energy Efficiency Award 2026? REC Limited. In which city is the India AI Impact Summit 2026 being held? New Delhi. The Defence Acquisition Council approved the purchase of 114 Rafale fighter jet from which country? France. As per RBI guideline, debt recovery agent can contact customers during which time period? 8 am to 7 pm. Seba Tirtha is a new name given to which government complex? Prime Minister Office PMO. Which administrative building were inaugurated along with the new PMO? Kartavya Bhavan 1 and 2. Which indigenous dog breed were inducted into the Assam Rafale Dog Squad? Thankelu, Hui and Kombai. Where was the special national program on World Radio Day organized by All India Radio and UNESCO? Raipur. IMACC 2026 is being organized for the first time by which organization? Indian Army. How many lakh metric ton of wheat export has the government approved recently? 25 lakh million metric ton. The price what is India's rank in the Henley Passport Index 2026? 75th. Okay, Who won the gold medal in the 25-meter center fire pistol event at the Asian Rifle Pistol Championship in New Delhi? Amanpreet Singh. Where was Palace Mosque 2026 inaugurated? New Delhi. Kalangar Mangalayar Urimai Titam scheme is related to which state? Tamil Nadu. Which company won the PP Award 2026 as Oil and Gas Production Company of the Year? Oil India Limited (OIL). RBI granted a 3-year extension to Sanjay Agarwal as MD and CEO of which bank? AU Small Finance Bank. PM Narendra Modi's plane landed on on a newly constructed emergency landing strip at which place in Assam? That was Dibrugarh. Question: what is the theme of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 held in New Delhi? For the welfare of all, for the happiness of all. Who won the Anand Kentis Kumar Swamy Prize 2026 for the book Hindi Hindu Histories? Professor Charu Gupta. Who is said to take the charge of new Prime Minister of Bangladesh after recent election? Tariq Rahman. The Chief Minister Gramothana Yojana has been launched by which state? Gujarat. तापरे लिसोसोमल storage disorder जोटा कि LSD are primarily associated with which condition? Genetic mutation उपरे चिरा. Where is the headquarters of the Combined Task Force 154 CTF 154 located? Behrin Roji. The Tulbul navigation project has been resumed in which regions? Jammu and Kashmir. Which organization launched the Arctic Centric Mission? NATO. Which new scheme has been launched by the Delhi government for digital land records? Bhu Aadhaar scheme. Which state organized the International Conference Vision 2031 on Development and Democracy? Kerala. Which doctor were awarded the Padma Shri for the healthcare services and tribals? CHSL Dr. Ramachandra Godbole and Sunita Godbole. Which waste management model has been implemented by NMDC? Anupam Colony model. Where is the International Shivratri festival being organized? Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. Debris of ISRO LBM-3 was found on a uninhabited island in which country? Maldives. Taman Port is located in which country and on which sea coast? Russia, Black Sea. Who became the first athlete to win 9 gold medals in Winter Olympic history? Johannes Klebo. Okay, next. Which new sports is debuting at the Milan Cortina Winter Olympic 2026? Ski, mountaineering, skimo. Which Indian city hosted the International Fleet Review and Exercise Milan 2026? Visakhapatnam. A new plant species, Tetractinium Pisidae, was discovered in which region? Western Ghat. Who has been appointed as the new chairman of the Gift City? Uday Kotak. Who has become the new vice president of the International Olympic Committee IOC? Juan Antonio Samaranch. Okay. Which player has been awarded the BBC Indian Sports Woman of the Year 2025? Smriti Mandhana. Who won the BBC Emerging Player of the Year award recently? Divya Deshmukh. Which Indian forensic scientist has been elected as a fellow of the American Academy of the Forensic Sciences AAFC? Dr. J.S. Rawat. Where did Defense Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurate the Mountaineer Radar and Missile Inauguration Facility, Bengaluru? With which US chipmaker has TCS partnered to build a 2,000 megawatt AI data center infrastructure in India? Advanced Micro Device AMD. AMD problem be Advanced Micro Devices. Okay. Move out last video in video problem be quickly तक रखते Which payment giant have launched the passkey services in India to eliminate OTPs for the transactions? Mastercard and Visa Inc. The National Green Tribunal NGT has cleared which 8,000 plus crore mega infrastructure project recently? Great Nicobar Island project. Which company has acquired L&T's Nabha Project Limited? Torrent Power. What was India's wholesale price index WPI inflation rate in 2026 1.81%. The initiative to develop B corridors along National Highway has been launched by which organization? National Highway Authority of India NHAI. ତାପରେ where was the India's Navy's first indigenous cadet training ship launched? କୋଉଟା L&T shipbuilding Kattupalli, Chennai. Next, who has been named the captain of the Indian men's hockey team for the FIH Men's Pro League 2025-26 in Hobart? Hardik. India's first private helicopter final assembly line is a joint venture of which two companies, Tata Advanced System and Airbus. BEL signed an agreement with which French company to manufacture a hammer missile in India, Safran Electronics and Defense. India successfully restarted Unit 1 for which nuclear power plant using the indigenous technology, Tarapur Nuclear Power Plant. Where has the world's first bamboo-based bioethanol plant been established? Numaligarh. Who became the youngest player to score a century in a men's T20 World Cup? Yuvraj Samira. Who inaugurated the web's creator corner at the India's AI Impact Summit? Ashwini Vaishnav. Female cheetah Gemini, who gave birth to 3 cubes, was brought to India from which country? South Africa. हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज हम देखबा 21 टू आरंभ करी 28 फेब्रुआरी 2026 रे बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर जोड़ा सब रही जे जोड़ा हम देखिबा। जदि आपण एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी और ट्रिपल टीचिंग जे कोन एग्जाम में प्रिपेयर करछन्दी निश्चित भाव में आपण मन को हेल्पफुल रहबा। चलन तो स्टार्ट करिबा। व्हिच कंट्री विल होस्ट द एआई इंपैक्ट समिट इन 2027? स्विट्जरलैंड. With which global AI company has the Tata Group partnered to develop 100 megawatt AI infrastructure in India? OpenAI. In which state/UT was Atal canteen inaugurated to provide subsidized food to economically weaker section? Delhi. Between which two teams will the final match of the Ranji Trophy 2025-26 be played? Karnataka cricket team and Jammu and Kashmir cricket team. Recently, with which country has India signed an agreement to set up aviation skill hubs in Kanpur, Ludhiana, Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad and Chennai, France? With which country has India signed the Pax Silica Declaration at the India AI Impact Summit held in New Delhi, United States? Where will the Chiefs of Naval Staff Conference of the 9th Indian Ocean Naval Championships be held? Visakhapatnam. Meri Parampara Meri Virasat initiative operated under which ministry? Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Which edition of the Indian Navy's Goa Maritime Conference 2026 has recently started in Goa? Goa Maritime Conference 5th edition. Where has India's first dedicated quantum and artificial intelligence AI university campus been announced to be established? Amaravati. Which new vaccine has been launched by Indian Health Minister Jagat Prakash Nadda at the Central Research Institute CRI in Himachal Pradesh? Tetanus and adult diphtheria vaccine TD. Okay. Which eminent Bengali novelist famous for his masterpiece Choringi passed away recently at the age of 92? Manik Shankar Mukherjee. In which state has Vibrant Village Program 2 been launched? Assam. India has launched the Offshore Wind Energy Task force in collaboration with which country? United Kingdom. Which state government has announced QR code enable land classes to prevent land related frauds? Odisha. Who won the gold medal in the men's marathon walk at the Indian Open Race Walking Championship 2026? Rambabu. Where was the indigenously manufactured tetanus and adult hepatitis vaccine recently launched? Central Research Institute, Kasoli. Who has been sworn as the State Election Commission of the Union Territory of Jammu Kashmir? Sant Manu. Who has been appointed as the new Vice President of Microsoft Gaming? Asha Sharma. In which city did Narendra Modi inaugurate the country's first regional rapid transit system (RRTS) metro network, Meerut? With which country has India signed agreements to cooperate in rare earth clinical minerals? Brazil. What is the annual bilateral trade target set by India and Brazil to be achieved by 2030? $30 million. Where is the first semiconductor park of Uttar Pradesh being established? Greater Noida. Where did the Border Security Force organize the Borderman Marathon 2026? Amritsar. India defeated which team to win the SSC Women's Asia Cup Emerging Teams title? Bangladesh A women cricket team. Which woman from Dantewada, Chhattisgarh was awarded the Padma Shri for educating forest dwellers and empowering women? Dr. Budri Tati. Okay. Tapre, the 82-kilometer long RRTS corridor inaugurated by the Prime Minister operates between which cities? Delhi and Meerut. Who won the gold medal in the men's half marathon at the 13th Indian Open Race Walking Championship? Sahil, Punjab. Which state government has launched the Banglar Yuva Sati scheme? West Bengal. Which two countries have a territorial dispute over an island, Turko or Teshima, South Korea, and Japan? The statue of which freedom fighter was unveiled at Rashtrapati Bhavan? C. Rajagopalachari. Which railway station received the Eat Right Station certification from FSSI? Dimapur Railway Station. What is the name of the India's first ever national counter-terrorism policy and strategy? Prahar. Who is the director of the BAFTA-winning Indian film Bong? Lakshmipriya Devi. Which film won the Best Film Award at the 79th BAFTA Award? One Battle After Another. Which scheme has been launched by the Delhi government to reward helpers of the road accident victims? Rahabir scheme. Who became the first Indian woman after Sania Mirza to reach the final of W100 ITF tournament? Vaishnavi Adkar. Which edition of Exercise Vajra Prahar will be held in 2026-16? Which district topped the My Bharat budget competition? Rajouri. Which Indian state is hosting the World Ocean Science Congress 2026? Wow. चैनल को जदि कंटेंट भल लागे निश्चय भाव लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करूँ ता सहित जब आप OSSC OSSC कौन ई बुक चाहते आप डिटेल्स स्टडी स्ट्रक्चर चाहते निश्चित भाव आपने ये वीडियो को पॉज करके डिटेल्स पढ़ी पारे ई बुक फीचर गुड़ा मैंने ई बुक कि पारे ना आपण मैंने जदि कौन वीडियो देखुन तल दौड़ जी आपने कमेंट सेक्शन में ई बुक सब लिंक गुड़ा पाई जाए क्लिक कर पारे सहित विभिन्न टेस्ट लिंक भी पाइपर सहित ओडिशा जीके भी आ सहित फ्री ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ହେଇଯାଇଛି ତା ବିଷୟରେ ମୁଁ ଲାଷ୍ଟକୁ କହିବି। ତାପରେ CSIR signed an agreement with INPI of which country for ticket deal access? Brazil. Lake Baikal is located in which country? Russia. PM Narendra Modi addressed the Knesset, the parliament of which country? Israel. Who won the men's single title at the Delhi Open Tennis 2026? Stefanos Sakelidis. Who has been given additional charge of CEO of Niti Aayog? Nidhi Chibbar. What is the name of the mobile laboratories launched by the MORTH to monitor national highways quality? Mobile Quality Control Vans MQCVS. Which state has unveiled the Homestay Scheme 2026? Rajasthan. What is the new MSP of raw jute for the 26-7 season? 5925 rupees per quintal. For which disease has a pre-nationwide vaccination drive been announced for 14-year-old girls? Cervical cancer, HPV vaccine. Civil enclave development worth 1677 rupees crore has been approved at which airport? Srinagar Airport. Which Indian long distance runner has been banned for 3 years by the Athletes Integrity Unit AIU? Pooja Atmaram. Where was the 7th All India Conference of State Railway Police Chiefs held? Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi. Which massive star in the large Magellanic Cloud is expected to explode as supernova? WOHG-64. Which is the third anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft inducted into the Indian Navy? Anjdeep. Where was the Pusa Krishi Vigyan Mela organized? New Delhi. Exercise Dharma Guardian 7th edition is conducted between India and which country? Japan. Which operation was described as the world's longest BPR air conflict? Operation Sindoor. Jeju Island, a World Heritage Site, is located in which country? South Korea. FSSAI issued an advisory to display the quantity of which substance of coffee powder packets? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି chicory powder. Which portal was launched on 40th Foundation Day of DBT? Sujivika. Where was India's first hydrogen train successfully trialed? Haryana, between Jind and Sonipat. Who was awarded the Speaker of the Knesset Medal by the Israel Parliament? Narendra Modi. Which country won the inaugural ADCA T20 Asia Cup in Cuttack, India? Where was Him Connect 2026 organized? New Delhi. Where was the World Sustainable Development Summit WSDS held in February 2026? New Delhi. 52 reform in 52 weeks. Okay, is a reform initiative of which ministry? Ministry of Railways. Who became the world first leader to access 100 million Instagram followers? Narendra Modi. Which railway zone launched the next gen rail parcel hub? South Central Railway. ESI Corporation recently celebrated which foundation day in New Delhi? 75th. Romari, Dondua, Bhil and Laukhawa Wildlife Sanctuary are located in which state? Assam. Udai signed an agreement with which company to display authorized Aadhaar center info? Google. Mark Carney visiting India is PM of which country? Canada. Blockchain India Challenge was launched by MEITI in collaboration with organization Center for Development of Advanced Computing (CDAC). Who was appointed chairman of the Hindi Advisory Committee by the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers? JP Nadda. Then, which dedicated digital portal will be used for India's first fully digital census 2027? Census Management and Monitoring System, जोटाकि CMMS. मन important. From which city will PM Narendra Modi launch the HPV vaccination drive Ajmer important मन रखिए which country recently scored 256 out of 4 in T20 World Cup second highest history India against Zimbabwe in Chennai okay तापरे who is the new chairman of the Judicial Commission probing Manipur violence Justice Balbir Singh Chauhan who resigned as the president of CEO and WEF recently Morje Brendre तापरे under PMGKAY which UT launched a pilot to distribute food subsidy via a rupee Puducherry कंटेंट जब भल लगा निश्चय लाइक से सब्सक्राइब करेंगे आम गोटे इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट कर ओडिशा कैप्सूल जोड़ा आम एरियान तो पढ़ाऊँ से फीचर्स कौन अच्छे मुझे कहीदे आपण मैंने इमेजेस आप इनफोग्राफिक्स बहुत भल भाव दे है सहित आक्यूरेट फैक्ट माने बिट बाय बिट कौन कौन सब फैक्ट गुड़ा होता कहूँ एग्जाम डिमांड कौन कौन इंपोर्टेंट पढ़ी परीक्षा लक्ष्य करने आ मेमोरी बुस्टर से कौन कर किसी माइंड मैप बन सहित आपण तो सिलेबस आप जानते बार बार देखते टोटल कह टोटल जी चैप्टर से ओएसएससी अच्छी कह से सब चैप्टर गुड़ा मिसेक 35 चैप्टर आपको पढ़ा पड़ो से भर देखा गला जब मुझे फ्री रे बहुत जिन पढ़ी जो ग्रीन ग्रीन अच्छे सब फ्री में पढ़ी देती जोटा जो रेट अच्छे सब पेड एवं आवेलेबल अच्छे आप चाहिए आपने 15 आवर 100% सिलेबस कवर करेंगे सहित किसी एक्सट्रा जिनस मुझे देवी देखो ये पेट्रोल कहगले सबूक आप भिड आवेलेबल माने रेडी केवल मत अपलोड कराने आपण चाहिए आप नहीं पारे आपंकर ओडिशा जीके कोर्सटा आपंकर मात्र 35 रुपीज पड़ो एत कौन मिले आपको आप चैप्टर सरला समरी नोट मिल 12टा MCQ पर 35 डेज मिले आप 420 बेस्ट MCQ मिल ओडिशा हिस्ट्री इ बुक जो अच्छे से आपको फ्री कॉस्ट मिल सहित 35 वीडियो जो आपको मिले सब आपको प्राइवेट यूट्यूब एक्सेस मिले आपको पब्लिक मिले आप केवल प्राइवेट गुड़ा सब पाइबे टेलीग्राम चैनल एक्सेस क्विज नोट सब अवेलेबल आप खाली क्यूआर कोड स्कान कर पेमेंट कलापर मत ये नंबर आप व्हाट्सएप करेंगे जब मैं पेमेंट कर क्रॉस चेक कलापर आपको ग्रुप आइडिया देदेवी ओके देखो ऑलरेडी मैं गोटे वीडियो 7 घंटा 14 माने 7 घंटा 30 मिनट वीडियो छाड़ी ये आम पेड आउ फ्री सब जगह अवेलेबल अच्छी मैं चैनल देखिपारे है आज कंटेंट भल लगे लाइक सब्सक्राइब करें थैंक यू सो मच।